I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on December 12, 2023 by the House Leader of the Official Opposition concerning the application of Standing Order 69-1 to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 21, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023. Selon les leaders de
According to the House Leader of the Official Opposition, Bill C-59 is an omnibus bill and, therefore, he asked the Chair to apply Standing Order 69-1-1, which provides as follows, quote, in the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purposes of voting on the motion for second reading and reference to a committee and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of clauses separately, provided that there will be a single debate at each stage." End quote.
The member relied on Speaker Regan's decision of November 8, 2017, to argue that Bill C-59 should not benefit from the exception provided by Standing Order 69-1, subsection 2. This exception stipulates that Section 1 does not apply. This Section 1 does not apply if a bill, and I quote, has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. Unquote. Le leader à la Chambre de l'opposition.
The House Leader of Official Opposition contended that the implementation of measures announced in the Economic Statement of November 21, 2023, is not enough of a common element to justify grouping them for voting purposes. He also asserted that an economic statement is not, properly speaking, a budget. The member said that Bill C-59 should be divided in 16 for the purpose of voting. He further stated that 2 of the 16 pieces, which are similar to Bills C-318 and C-323, should simply not be put to a vote at all. This given that the House has already passed those bills at second reading.
In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader pointed out that Bill C-59 mainly contains provisions implementing measures announced in the 2023 budget, along with some measures announced in the Fall Economic Statement, whose common theme is addressing the affordability challenges facing Canadians. Consequently, he concluded that the measures included in the budget and those announced in the Fall Economic Statement should be voted on together. The Chair must first determine whether the main purpose of Bill C-59 is to implement the budget and whether it therefore falls within the exception provided by Standing Order 69.12. The Standing Orders place very specific conditions on the consideration of budgets. For instance, a particular order of the day must be designated. Debate lasts a certain number of days, and votes take place at certain points in time. From start to finish, budgets are an integral part of the business of Ways and Means. La procédure et les usages à la
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, defines financial statements as follows on page 901 and 902, and I quote, "On occasion, the Minister of Finance makes an economic statement to the House, generally referred to as a mini-budget, that provides basic economic and fiscal information that will be the subject of policy review and public debate leading up to the next budget. Unlike a budget presentation, these statements are delivered without notice and do not precipitate a budget debate. Notices of Ways and Means motions are also tabled on these occasions." Unquote. Budget presentations and economic statements are therefore related concepts, but each has its own unique characteristics.
Both the Economic Statement of Fall 2023 and the Budget of Spring 2023 are very long and complex documents. As its titles indicate, and I quote, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, Bill C-59 does indeed contain many measures, some of which stem from the budget documents, others from the economic statement. However, some measures are not to be found in either. The Chair takes the view that the main purpose of the bill is not the implementation of a budget, and that the exception provided in Standing Order 69.1.2 does not apply in this case. The Chair must now determine whether a common element connects the various provisions of Bill C-59, and, if not, to what extent all or some of the provisions are closely related. A broad common theme is not sufficient. As explained on November 7, 2017, at page 15,095 of the debates, the Chair must decide, and I quote, whether the matters are so unrelated as to warrant a separate vote at second and third reading, unquote. Pour déterminer s'il existe un lien,
in deciding whether a link exists, the Chair may consider several factors. Different measures may have a single objective or common elements, as the Chair found in its decision on Bill C-4 on September 29, 2020, whose common element was a public health crisis. Cross-references between parts of a bill, or lack thereof, may also be an indicator. After completing this analysis, the Chair believes that Bill C-59 should indeed be divided for the purpose of voting. As my predecessor noted on November 28, 2022, on page 10,087 of the debates, and I quote, "The objective here is not to divide the bill for consideration purposes, but to enable the House to decide questions that are not closely related separately." Unquote.
First, the measures in clauses 1 to 136, 138 to 143, 168 to 196, 209 to 216, and 278 to 213 appear in the 2023 budget. Since their purpose is to implement certain budget proposals, they will be grouped based on this unifying theme and voted on together. Second, the measures that can be grouped under the theme of affordability, clauses 137, 143, and 231 to 272, will be subject to a different vote. Clauses 197 to 208 and 342 to 365 will also be grouped for voting because they amend the Canada Labour Code. Clauses 145 to 167 and 217 and 218 will be subject to a separate vote because they relate to vaping products, cannabis, and tobacco. The remaining divisions of Bill C-59, consisting of clauses 219 to 230, 273 to 277, 318 and 319, 320 to 322, and 323 to 341 will each be voted on separately because they are not linked to any of the common themes mentioned earlier. In all, 9 votes will be held. The Chair will remind members of this division when the bill comes to a vote at second reading. Finally, I'd like to remind members of the Chair's ruling on December 12, 2023 that also dealt with Bill C-59. The Chair found that Bills C-318 and C-323 can continue through the legislative process. I thank all members for their attention. And while I'm on my feet, I'm also ready to rule on the point of order raised on December 12, 2023 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader concerning the application of Standing Order 18 in reference to votes of this House. Plutôt,
earlier in the debate that day, several members argued that it was a violation of the standing order to comment on how certain members or parties had voted on a particular issue. The parliamentary secretary sought clarification from the chair, contending that members on all sides of the House routinely made such comments, and this had always been viewed as acceptable.
Pointed to the wording of Standing Order 18 and to House of Commons procedure and practice, which both emphasize that no member, and I quote, may reflect upon any vote of the House, unquote. There was some dispute as to the actual interpretation and application of the practice. The chair took it under advisement and committed to return to the House. On the issue of reflecting on a vote, Standing Order 18 states, and I quote, no member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that such a vote be restricted, unquote. The second part of that standing order is of particular interest. Je reconnais que le libellé de l'article peut donner aux députés l'impression.
I appreciate that the wording of the standing order can leave members with the impression that the rule prevents other members from commenting on or critiquing how particular members voted on a bill or motion. In the past, perhaps there have been occasions where the chair, relying on this very strict interpretation of the standing order, may have provided guidance that, in my view, is inconsistent with the original purpose of the standing order.
Provision was to prevent members from putting into question a decision already made by the House, except by way of a formal motion to rescind that decision. In Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, refers to the prohibition against reflecting on a vote in the section on renewal of a question during a session. This section describes the prohibition and states at pages 328 and 329 the following, and I quote, that a question being once made and carried in the affirmative or negative cannot be questioned again, but must stand as a judgment of the House, unquote. This suggests to me that the section of Standing Order 18 should be interpreted as being linked to the fundamental principle of not questioning a decision once made. L'ouvrage Jurisprudence parlementaire.
This is consistent with Bushen's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, at page 141, which states that, and I quote, a member may not speak against or reflect upon any determination of the House unless intending to conclude with a motion for rescinding it, unquote.
Enfin.
Finally, I would also refer members to the annotated standing orders of the House of Commons, 2nd edition, footnote 20 under Standing Order 18 at page 484 lends credence to the contention that members can in fact comment on the voting record of other members. It states, quote, this standing order refers specifically to the votes of the House and not the votes of individual members, unquote.
I do not believe the purpose of this standing order is to forestall comment on the positions taken by particular members or even parties on a given vote. Indeed, even a cursory review of the debates will show members of all parties regularly making such comments. In my view, this falls into the realm of acceptable debate. Members are accountable for the votes they cast in the House and should be able to justify their positions. Nevertheless, I appreciate that some members may still have concerns about this practice. I would therefore suggest that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs is well placed to undertake a review of the application of Standing Order 18 and, if it sees fit, return to the House with any appropriate recommendations. I thank all members for their attention. Business, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills, motions, presenting petitions. The Honourable Member from La Salle-et-Mar, Verdun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to table a petition. 514 people have signed a petition. This petition seeks to reduce noise levels associated with the construction of Champlain Bridge in my riding. This is for the Minister for Infrastructure.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for, my apologies, Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Canadians pay some of the highest cell phone rates in the world, but increasingly service is also being deteriorated. And so complaints are actually up to the Commission of Complaints for Telecom and Television Services, 12%, and 36 breaches of the Code of Conduct have occurred. And so petitioners have petitioned this chamber to call on this House to call for the Government of Canada to direct the CRTC to immediately review the integrity of Canada's cell phone infrastructure and provide a quality of service report to this House by the end of February 2024, and calling for the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology to undertake a study comprised of telecom service providers and the industry, etc., and again report back to this House on the integrity of our oversubscribed telephone infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to table today a petition in regards to the relationship between Canada and India and the desire, as the community has grown exponentially over the last number of years, for the demand to have more direct flights coming from Canada, going to India, and ultimately returned. This is something that I know is very important to my constituents and to constituents of many members of Parliament, and I hope that the air industries and different ministries would at least pay attention to what it is that our consumers would like to see happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Battle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's an honour to be able to stand in this place and present petitions, and of which I present a unique petition today, because this particular petition was offered to the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, but he refused to present it in this place. So therefore, I stand on behalf of the people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley and present this petition that calls upon a number of things, highlights the absurdity of Liberal gun rules, and call upon the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to stand in this place on behalf of the people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley and represent them, because their MP certainly is it.
The honourable petitions, honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Point of order, Speaker.
Oh, point of order. The honourable member from James Bay, Timmins James Bay.
Well, I know it's the second day back, but the Speaker is well aware that people cannot use petitions to make political speeches. They're supposed to read the petitions. I'd ask the Speaker to review the rules on petitions.
That is indeed. So I'd like to remind members that the tradition is for members to present petitions and not to comment on those things. So I'd ask all members to do that. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre rising on for petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present one of many petitions that have been sought to be presented by MPs over the last few weeks. It notes that there's a need for electoral reform that it continues to be an issue for citizens of all political persuasions. They note that politicians cannot agree on the best way forward, and that they note that it calls for a new approach for developing a citizens' consensus on electoral reform. These petitioners call on the House of Commons to first of all give citizens a voice on the subject of electoral reform and a right to make recommendations. More specifically, they'd like to see a representative and nonpartisan citizens' assembly that has the resources, expert support, and sufficient time required to come to a citizens' consensus on recommendations to be delivered to the government. And they call on MPs of all parties to vote in support of motion M86, Citizens' Assembly on Electoral Reform, which will be debated by this House and voted on in due course.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present to the House today on behalf of my constituents. people from Skeena-Balkley Valley and various other places across the country. The first petition is regarding this government's decision to cut funding for women's shelters. They note that women's shelters are sadly seeing increased demand, that the high cost of living and the housing crisis have made it harder for women and children fleeing violent situations, and that we're living through a time where this Liberal government, quote, is dramatically increasing spending on bureaucracy and consultants while they are cutting $145 million of funding for women's shelters. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to restore funding for women's shelters. The next petition I'm tabling is in favor of an excellent private member's bill put forward by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. This is a bill that would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act, and it would protect the ability of people with diverse political opinions to be able to express those opinions and speak out about their ideas without fearing reprisal in an employment or other context if they work in the federally regulated sector. Petitioners are asking the House to support Bill C-257, and they want the government to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition that I am tabling is calling for the release of an important democracy and human rights activist in Hong Kong, Ms. Chow Hang Tung, Vice Chairwoman of Hong Kong Alliance, has been involved for many years in advocacy on human rights issues in China and Hong Kong, and fought diligently for democracy, encouraging Hong Kongers to participate in the pro-democracy social movement. She was arrested and charged under the national security law and sentenced to 22 months in prison as part of an effort to crush freedom and diversity of opinion in Hong Kong. She's also been awarded the Outstanding Democracy Award by the Chinese Democracy Education Foundation. Petitioners want to see the Government of Canada advocate for her release and dropping of all charges, as well as for the Hong Kong democracy movement and the release of other unjustly detained political prisoners. The next petition that I'm tabling deals with another human rights issue in the same region. It deals with the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners identify the history of the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, including but not limited to the horrific practice of organ harvesting. They want to see the House take additional action to raise the plight of Falun Gong practitioners and to seek to hold those responsible for this persecution accountable through sanctions and other means. And to continue the work that this House began on combating forced organ harvesting that we began with the passage of a private member's bill on that issue. And next, I'm tabling a petition regarding parental rights, regarding the role of parents in the lives of their children. Petitioners highlight the fact that the Prime Minister has tried to interfere with New Brunswick's decisions with respect to parental rights, whereas the Leader of the Opposition has told the Prime Minister to butt out of those decisions. Petitioners know that in the vast majority of cases, parents care about the well-being of their children and love them much more than any state-run institutions, and the role of government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate how they should make decisions for their children. The undersigned call on the Government of Canada to butt out and let parents raise their own children. Next, Speaker, I'm tabling a petition about changes that the government has made to natural health product regulation. Petitioners note that the government is threatening access to natural health products through rules that will mean higher costs and fewer products available on store shelves. They note that so-called cost recovery provisions could impose massive costs on all consumers of natural health products and undermine access for Canadians who rely on these products. Further, that provisions in the last Liberal omnibus budget have given the government substantial new arbitrary powers around regulation. Of course, there is a private member's bill from a Conservative member that seeks to reverse these changes. And petitioners call on the Government of Canada to implement the proposals in that excellent Conservative private member's bill, that is to reverse the changes made in the last Liberal budget regarding natural health products. And, Mr. Speaker, the next petition that I will table highlights the issue of euthanasia or medical assistance in dying, and in particular a proposal to extend this to children in a context where we see continuous radical proposals for the expansion of an already deeply troubled system. Petitioners are concerned about a proposal from one witness before committee to expand euthanasia to include, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. Petitioners underline their view that infanticide is always wrong, and they call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to legalize the killing of children in any situation for any reason. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come back to the unparliamentary comments made by the member from Battle River Crowfoot. My colleague from Timmins James Bay addressed that a few minutes ago. And I wanted to cite a ruling on December 12th. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies also attempted to do the same thing in an unparliamentary way, tried to mislead the House and mislead Canadians. At the time, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that the ruling was that the attempt by the member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies was not permissible, and that the member should rise and apologize. So I believe you should be asking the member from Battle River Crowfoot to apologize for his unparliamentary use of the petition sector and for misleading the House. Yeah.
Well, I would like to thank the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby for raising this point and reminding the chair of a similar ruling in the past. And it's a new year, it's the second day that we're back, so it's a little bit rusty in terms of the application and youth. But I do understand and I do agree and affirm the statement, which was the decision that was made by the chair. But I see that the member from Battle River Crowfoot is on his feet, and I hope he will be able to put this issue to rest. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to highlight that very specifically in the statement that I made during petitions did not politicize.
Before I go to point of order, I'm just going to take a little minute here. So we're order. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Prince George Peace River, please, colleagues. Thank you. Mr. Kirk is rising on the point of order. I'm going to go to the point of order raised by Mr. Julian, but I'm hoping that Mr. Kirk will, sorry, my apologies, not mention a member. I will, no, there is no intention to name you at this point. And I hope there will never be an opportunity to do so. the member is an honourable member, and I'm hoping that he can help us restore order to the House. So I'll ask the honourable member, please, to continue with his statement, but very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I intentionally did not politicize the content of the statement, but rather highlighted the fact that there was a particular member of this place that did refuse to present that petition when given the opportunity in the past. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that my word be allowed to stand because it simply is the truth, and I intentionally did not politicize what those petitioners from Skeena.
Thank you. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The rules of this House are quite clear. You've asked the member to apologize. He's refused. He should not be recognized in this House until he apologizes.
So I thank the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby. I didn't ask, actually, again, just a little rusty, I didn't ask the member to apologize. I did ask him to stand up to express, and I was hoping that he would do so voluntarily. But I will ask, given the ruling on December 12th of last year by the ruling, and to be consistent with that ruling, I'm going to ask the honourable member to withdraw the comments that could be arranged to this, déranger cette chambre, puis à présenter ici.
That could bother this House and present his apology.
Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a clarification of the ruling before I stand and apologize for something that I believe I did nothing wrong.
So I'm going to ask once again to be consistent with the ruling of this chair for the member from Peace River Northern Rockies who was asked to apologize, because when you present petitions, colleagues, there should be no comment aside from the substance of the petition. To mention whether or not another member, another honourable colleague had presented it or didn't, or for whatever reason, that should stand as it is. So I will, before we go to points of order, so I'll ask the honourable member, please, from Battle River Crowfoot, to be consistent with this. To start the new year right, to please just briefly apologize and withdraw those comments. And in presenting petitions in the future, all members should just focus on the substance of the petitions and not make comments as to onto other issues. So I'll ask the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot to please stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not apologize for standing up for the people of this country. They're not being...
All right, so until the member does rise to apologize, the chair will not be recognizing the member. The honourable member from Peace River Northern Rockies.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just for clarity, this precedent that supposedly was set because of what I apologize for doing this. I said at the time, I said, if I did something wrong, then I'll apologize, I guess, is exactly what I said, but it still wasn't clear whether I had broken any rules. But I said, I'll never apologize for representing the people of Skeena-Buckley Valley. That's exactly what I said. So please don't take, there's no clear ruling on this that we even broke any rule by doing so. So please.
I thank the honourable member for that, and we will certainly take a look to making sure that everything is consistent. But from the advice which I've received from the officers at the table, this is certainly consistent. The honourable member from New Brunswick Southeast.
Thank you,
Southwest.
Mr. Speaker. I think the advice you're getting from the table officers has to be explained to this House. It is an honour to stand in this House.
So we are getting into debate. The matter has. So the chair did explain what was brought forward by the table officers. I'll ask members, continuing for the patient, and we will be able to bring forward. I do see. I'm going to ask members to please take their seat for the moment before I go through on point of order. We are just pulling up the actual text right now, so we'll be getting back to members, so I'll ask members to sit down. On a new point of order, would any, not on the substance that has been brought up by this issue, would I thank members for doing that. Petitions, the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present my first petition of calendar 2024. It's perhaps not too late to wish all members in this collegial and loving environment a Happy New Year. I would like to present a petition, Mr. Speaker, from constituents who are concerned that we move towards a just transition, that in phasing out fossil fuels and winding down the fossil fuel industry, that there be a centering of workers in the process, that good green jobs and inclusive workforce development proceed expeditiously, expanding the social safety net through new income supports, decarbonized public housing, operational funding for affordable and accessible public transit. There are a number of other points of this petition, Mr. Speaker, but I think these are the salient points that petitioners hope the government will take on board and implement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So on the issue which was raised by the member from Peace River Northern Rockies, we did take a look at Hansard, and we did find that the member did apologize for breaking the rules. And he did, and I will invite members to go back and take a look at that, but the member apologized for breaking the rules. We do have that in Hansard. We've just consulted. And indeed, the member had done, and he had presented his apologies. So I thank the member for doing so. The honourable member, there is no debate on this issue. There is just the presentation of this. As a matter of the record has stood in terms of the House of Commons as to what had happened back in December. One moment, please. The honourable member from Brandon Souris is rising on a point of order.
Brandon Who you? Member for North Okanagan, Sioux
I'm sorry, the member for North Okanagan, Sioux Falls. Forgive me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring to your attention your lack of consistency on this issue. The member from the NDP raised a point of order where you immediately followed, stating that when presenting petitions, it should be the matter of the petition only that is addressed. Immediately following, another member made a quite extensive presentation regarding the petition he was presenting. You did not intervene then, so why would you intervene in the issue with the member from Battleford Crowfoot?
It's not because you're partisan or anything, is it?
Order. Order. The member from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, made a remark which is which accuses the chair of partisanship. That is not considered parliamentary. I invite the member to immediately stand up and to apologize, or will not be recognized by this chair. The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Warner Cart.
Mr. Speaker, my riding is Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner, and I would withdraw the comment, but these are comments that I hear from my constituents on a daily basis.
I thank the honourable member for withdrawing that comment. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I want to draw the attention of the House to an incident on December the 15th. The member for Rimouski, Nejet, Timawaskan, Lay-Basque presented a petition in the House. At the end of the petition, he said, "I hope that as a result of petition E4604, the Liberal government will finally understand that it needs to meet the expectations and needs of our students and researchers." I note that at that time, the Deputy Speaker objected to that statement, highlighting the rule. The Deputy Speaker said the honourable member may present only the content of the petition. He cannot present his point of view on the petition to the House. I just want to make this point because a member was about to raise a point of order on this subject. However, the Assistant Deputy Speaker at the time did not request an apology. I recall this is one incident. I think there are many instances where members have been accused of going over the line in their commentary on petitions. When that has happened, other members have raised points of order. The chair has sometimes chastened the member, encouraged the member to speed up, encouraged the member to stop. It is without precedent that the chair would demand an apology from a member who engages in this fairly minor and somewhat subjective transgression of the standing order. There are many, many examples, and I've cited one of them from December 15th that I found in about 10 seconds of searching. But I could find dozens of such examples where, yes, members may have gone over the line a little bit. Yes, points of order may have been raised, and the Speaker may have even said, "You shouldn't do that. Remember that for next time." But it is not reasonable to simply make up a new standard and apply it to a particular member and require that member to apologize for such a minor infraction. So I hope, Chair, you will take all of that precedent into consideration and provide some clarification. Thank you.
Well done, Garner.
So before we move on to a plethora of points of order, I'm going to comment on the issue which was raised by the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. It is indeed true that the member can point to many examples where members have made comments on petitions which have been presented to the House. That does happen from time to time, and usually it does get a rebuke by the chair or a reminder by the chair for members to just focus in on the subject of the petition. However, there have been instances where the chair, and in this case that was raised from December 15th, where the assistant chair when a member accused another member of lacking courage to present a petition or making a comment about the character, where the member was asked to apologize, and the member rose on his feet and did apologize if they had broken any rules of the House, which the chair had determined that they had broken the rules of the House. This is the reason why this is being asked for here today. This is a matter which the chair would be pleased to come back to members with more detailed understanding as to, or detailed observations as to what should and shouldn't be done. But let it suffice to say that it makes sense that for members to impugn the character of other members would be considered an act which is not parliamentary and usually would require an apology. This matter is now closed on this issue. I'm going to hear the honourable member from Peace River Northern Rockies, who is going to cite some rulings from rules of procedure, and we will listen to that. But after we hear this, I'm going to be pretty satisfied that this matter is closed for the moment until the chair comes back to this House. The honourable member from Peace River Northern Rockies.
Just for clarity, Mr. Speaker, when I said in my statement previously, I said, if I said something wrong, then I apologize. It was never made clear to me from the table after that point that I had made an error. But right from the book itself, Boston Gagnon, it says, the member may then give a brief statement to inform the House of the petition's content, which is exactly what I did. It does not say that you cannot mention a member, which is the whole NDP's point of order in the first place. It doesn't say that I'm not allowed to do that in this book. It says the member may not make a speech or enter into a debate in relation to the petition. It does say that, which I wasn't doing. I was making a brief statement about the petition, then went into the petition. I broke no rules, therefore I will rescind my apology because I didn't make any mistake. And I would also challenge you for the member from Battle River Crowfoot that he did not make a mistake either and should not be withheld from speaking in this House.
So the chair is going to come back to the House on this matter. I thank the honourable member from Peace River Northern Rockies for quoting from the rules, but as he had also quoted, doing a preliminary listening to what he had raised, there is indication as to why the member was asked to apologize and why the chair considered at the time for the rules. We will come back, the chair will come back to this matter in short order. So we will not be, is a point, I see the member from Timmins James Bay rising on a point of order. Is this similar on, is it on this matter?
A request for a clarification, because you said the issue. You're bringing it back.
Well, the matter is closed. Thank you very much. And this is the same matter which I heard from informal comments, not on mic, from the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. We are going to be coming back. The matter on this issue is closed. We are going to come back to the House with a fuller explanation so that members can conduct themselves with greater clarity in the future. So I see the member from New Brunswick Southwest who is rising on a point of order. Is this the same point of order for the member from New Brunswick Southwest, or is this a new?
It is. No, it is not on this issue. I hear you're going to come back to us. However, my point of order, Speaker, is that members in this chamber, this is the place to voice our concerns with respect to. No, just hear me out for a second.
Well, if I could, so I'm going to just ask the member. Order, please. All members, if I could ask you to please keep order so that we can hear the member from New Brunswick Southwest. The member from New Brunswick Southwest is an experienced member, and I'm going to ask him to get to the point very quickly because it is sounding a lot like debating this current issue. And so I'm going to ask him to get to it immediately, or I'm going to rise and then move on this debate.
Some parliaments ago, there was a debate in this chamber over the rights of members to express themselves vis-a-vis their whips. The Speaker at that time ruled clearly that debates from both sides of the chamber had to be made in this room, not in the corridor behind us. So members came to this chambers and made their best arguments to inform the Speaker so the Speaker could make a better ruling. My concern is the practice of the Speaker cutting off concerns, points of order on an issue at hand before the House cuts the members out of this process, leaving it up to the Speaker to make a ruling behind closed doors. We would be well served to have a debate over the rules around petitions, and I regret the Speaker's decision because he's going to come back here, say the matter is closed, without having heard from members in good faith who want to actually represent their members when it comes to petitions. And I think the Speaker would be well advised to hear from MPs who are here trying to work in a good faith effort to advance this House in a way that we hear from.
I thank the honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest for raising this issue. And it is a valid point, but the chair feels that they've heard enough from around the table to be able to go back and to come to consider this matter and to come back to the House. Is this on a new point of order from the?
Whether or not the member for Battle River Crowfoot will be able to speak prior to your further ruling. I appreciate that you would like to take the time.
That is a point. That is very much on the subject matter that is before this House at this time. The chair's decision stands that the member would have to come back to apologize before coming back for the member of order. All right. We are now moving on. The honourable member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, has been very patient. I'll ask him to rise on a point of order if it is a new point of order.
I have been very patient because I asked you a direct question. I did not receive an answer to it. I hope that that will also be included in your response to this House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. Moving on, questions on the order paper.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand today.
Requests for emergency debate. The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with utmost urgency I call to your attention the housing and houselessness emergency that is truly facing all Canadians. Just recently, my city of Edmonton declared a housing emergency, joining cities across the country grappling with the outcomes of poverty, displacement, and addiction without the power and money necessary to truly end this crisis. First Nations, Métis settlements, and Inuit communities are struggling to ensure financial sustainability for housing growth and infrastructure maintenance, forcing many Indigenous people into urban centres without the important community and cultural supports they need. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this emergency has Canadians scared they will never afford a home while rent just keeps going up and a housing market that is only making the rich richer. Mr. Speaker, I want to ground my concern in a recent experience. During my time, I joined neighbors like Linda, a retired teacher, Tabitha and Blake from the Edmonton Public School, Library, leaders like Janice Irwin, Brooks Arcan Paul, and Brad LaFortune, community organizations like Boyle Street, Twow Outreach, Water Warriors, Public Interest Alberta, 4B, Harm Reduction, and Bear Claw. Indigenous activists like Cookham Cathy, Will Cardinal, Rochelle Gladue, and Judith Gale, and so many more in witnessing the worst outcomes of this housing crisis as we watched encampments torn down during brutal cold, only to be resurrected a few blocks away. Mr. Speaker, a death sentence for some and a horrid reality unfolding across our country. We must break these cycles of violence while building safe, affordable, and supportive housing for all, and support and enact solutions brought forward by leading community organizations I know that are found in every riding in our country. Organizations in my community like Edmonton's Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, Niganon Housing Ventures, the Right at Home Housing Society, and Radius Health and Healing. We have the solutions, Mr. Speaker. We just need the will. It is for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I do so hope you grant us, honourable members, the important opportunity to engage in this debate, this emergency debate, as soon as possible. Thank you. Merci. Hi hi. Kinamskam Tinawao.
I thank the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach for his intervention and request for emergency debate. However, the Speaker is not satisfied that this request meets the requirement of the standing order at this time. Orders of the day.
L'ordre du jour, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Bill C-59, standing in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. Second reading, resuming debate on the amendment of Monsieur Poilievre. Carleton.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak on Bill C-59 this morning. I waited very patiently for my turn as many in the House unfortunately challenged the Speaker's decision. You know, we've been here a long time. I think the rules are quite clear. Absolutely. So I'd like to speak.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, First Saskatchewan.
The member across the way just claimed that members were challenging the Speaker's authority. We were trying to inform the Speaker prior to what he said.
To that now.
Now, the Speaker has shown.
Everyone has the right to express themselves in a respectful manner. No, it is a debate that we're not going to start again, and
Well, members have been told they can't participate in this House.
That is not what the Speaker ruled. The Speaker has heard members.
In this House.
Can the Honourable Member allow me to finish speaking, please? The Speaker ruled that he had heard enough members to be able to take it back and come back to the House with the ruling. Right now, we are into debate of a bill, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary made a comment that is not necessarily nice, but it is perfectly legitimate and it's not unparliamentary. So I would like to give the floor back.
Chair, respectfully, your description of events is distinct from what happened. The Speaker has said that a member of this House, prior to him making his final ruling, will be prevented from speaking. Now, the problem with the Speaker is that he is continually inventing new rules and applying ideas that are completely outside of the precedents of this House. If he is coming back to the House with a ruling, then the member for Battle River Crowfoot should be able to prior to that final ruling.
That has been dealt with by the Speaker, and I have another point of order.
He's going to also come back to
Yes, the Honourable Member is challenging the Chair, and I have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm growing more and more concerned in terms of the way in which there's a confrontation of speakers inside the chair that are occupying the chair. Even when you were standing up, Madam Speaker, as you know, the member didn't sit down. Rather, he continued to chirp from his seat towards you, and I think there...
I appreciate the Honourable Member's comments, and duly noted, but we are not going to start a debate on this. There's no point of order. I just said there's no point of order, so there's no point of order, and we're resuming debate with the Parliamentary Secretary for Northern Affairs. No, there's no response. I said there's no point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And while members have challenged the chair, we just bared witness to it right here in the House again. I'm not raising a point of order. I'm giving a speech on Bill C-59. But, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that in this House there is a lot of tension. Members are really not very restful in their seats, and every single little word motivates them to jump to their feet and challenge someone else in the chair. But, Madam Speaker, I want to speak today about Bill C-59, a wonderful piece of legislation crafted by the Government of Canada in response to the people of Canada who have continuously raised with us in very eloquent, fundamental ways the issues that are confronting them every single day in their lives, in their communities, how it impacts them, and suggestions of how we can make life easier. And that's what we've been doing. Well, the opposition, Madam Speaker, have been playing political games in this House and outside of this House. We've been attentive to what Canadians are saying. Even in my own riding in rural Canada, we know that the issues around affordability have become much more challenging for people. We know that families are working harder to meet the demands to continue with the quality of lives that they've enjoyed and want to have, and we're helping them along that way. But you know what is unfortunate about it? Is every time that we have proposed good legislation, good creative ideas in listening to the people of Canada, we have had the Conservatives voting it down. And in the fall economic statement under C-59, the supports for Canadians under affordability is very, very important. They're very important because it's at a time when Canadians need it. We talked a lot about the Canada Child Benefit here. And I visit families every day, and I know that without that Canada Child Benefit going into their accounts every month, they cannot provide for the quality of life that they want to for their children. That's why I'm proud of what we're doing under the Canada Child Benefit, a benefit that the Conservatives want to get rid of, a benefit that they have voted against, a benefit that they have campaigned on, saying that it's not adequate for Canadians. Well, what we know is that without this benefit, without that monthly income going into families all across Canada, there are so many children that would still be left in poverty. This benefit alone has lifted children and families out of poverty, and I can cite case by case, community by community, family name by family name of how it has benefited them over the time that we've implemented that benefit. We also, today I want to talk about what we've done around affordability, because, you know, one of the key pillar of our fall economic statement is really built around boosting the economy and also making life more affordable for Canadians. We have seen the inflation rate in 2022 go from over 8% down to 3.2%, I think it was the last numbers. And we know that while the inflation rate has fallen, that the cost of living has not really shifted downward. The price of goods is still higher than people would like them to be. And there's many reasons for that. And the Conservatives will tell you, oh, it's because of the Liberal government. But the world will tell you a very different narrative. And that narrative, Madam Chair, is really about supply chains. It's about wars that are ongoing in the country. It's about the self-sufficiency of countries around the world and how they're trying to meet needs at a very challenging time. The other thing we've noticed is what's been happening with competitors. And Canadians have been very strong about this, that we need to make changes to the Competition Act. And we're doing that in the fall economic statement. As you know, ministers have called together leading competitors in the grocery trains to talk about affordable groceries for Canadians and how Canadians can be able to make better choices, more affordable choices, with the cooperation of the business community. Now, you know, many in the opposition mocked that idea. You know, they didn't see it as a generational change that could occur within the competition laws in Canada that could make it more affordable for people across the country. They just mocked the idea of even having the conversation, because that's what happens when you have a far right-wing government agenda. It's about getting rid of laws. It's about getting rid of regulations. It's about getting rid of fairness. It's about the competitors and businesses reaching a higher model and greater profits. Well, that's not the direction our government is going in. We're going in a direction that is bringing the cost down and making life more affordable and more sustainable for Canadians. Not looking at a far-right agenda that caters only to the wealthy, the business communities, the large-scale businesses, and where profit is the driving feature of the day. And we have seen it. We've seen it here in Canada. We continue to see it today. And my colleague opposite can shout all he likes, Madam Speaker. It's not going to stop me from saying what I have to say today. And the truth hurts. We all know how much the truth hurts. And he's over there squirming in his seat right now because he knows what I am saying is 100% factual, Madam Chair. And
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary again on a point of order from the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was no squirming whatsoever. But this member needs to understand that when the Speaker ignores the rules, when the Speaker invents new norms, that it undermines the ability of this House to function.
I appreciate the honourable member's comments. I've already addressed them. But, yeah, well, I'm not the one who has to address them, but it will be addressed by the chair. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay on the same point of order.
Speaker, I've been trying to listen to my honourable colleague, and all I've been hearing is this juvenile intimidation from the member of Sherwood Park.
No.
Is this allowed?
We are okay. We are in a debate, and yes, some things are going to provoke some reactions, and it's perfectly normal in this chamber. And these are not the honourable member for Sherwood Park. Just can I continue? This is perfectly normal behaviour, apparently, in this chamber. So I'm going to allow the honourable parliamentary secretary to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity. I guess my definition of squirming and the members opposite is a little different. But when I see someone trying to shift around their seat, their arms are moving, their legs are moving, their head are moving, and their mouth is moving, Madam Speaker, I think they're squirming in their seats. But let's get back to this very important speech that I'm making on Bill C-59. Because what we're doing in terms of the competitiveness is an historic step. It's very historic because we're cracking down on the abuses of the dominance of bigger companies and on predatory pricing. This is going to help so many families. And in the meantime, while we're introducing that legislation and we're making that crackdown to save money on grocery bills for Canadians, we're giving them an allowance, an affordability allowance. So a family with 2 children, for example, would have received about $430. That allowance can go up to $630 or $40 per family. So in the meantime, while we're dealing with the Competition Act and the changes and making historic changes to regulate and ensure that there is fairer pricing and competition of groceries in Canada, we're paying out an affordability allowance to families to help them through this difficult time. Another incentive that the Conservatives voted down, yet they talk every single day about families that are out there struggling. We talk every single day about the same families that are out there struggling, but we are doing something about it. That's the difference, Madam Speaker. What they're doing is voting down every concrete initiative that we are bringing forward, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's dental care for families who can't afford it, whether it's an affordability allowance that is being paid out, whether it's a rural rebate on carbon pollution to help people that are going through a difficult time in heating their homes in parts of Canada. It does not matter how much the benefits are that are going to Canadians. The Conservatives voted down because they have one strategy in mind: catering to the far right, catering to the wealthy, and making sure that they slash good programs and good benefits like the ones we're doing for seniors, like what we're doing under the Canada Pension Plan. These are concrete, fundamental programs of Canadians.
We have come to the end. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable, l'Honourable Député Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government tabled an economic statement. I heard after that a speech where there were more criticisms about the opposition rather than a commentary on the full economic statement. The government says it's taking care of people, but it's weird because in this full economic statement, people, seniors are being abandoned once again. There is no fairness with a 10% indexation. None of that. Workers are also being abandoned. This government, for the past 8 years now, 2015, 2019 and 2021, and even today, a government that has not listened to workers to see how we can strengthen a social safety net like employment insurance. These are emergencies we have to work on now. And Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague the following. What is the government going to finally do to sincerely meet the needs of seniors and workers, those who need better social programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a very sensible question that she asked this morning, because I agree with her. Seniors deserve the very best quality of life that we can give them. That's why our party have upheld the seniors' ability to retire at 65 and not went with the Conservative suggestion of age 67. But the other things we've done, we've increased old age security. We've reformed the Canada Pension Plan. We've increased the guaranteed income supplement. We've also done things like brought in the workers' benefit, which has helped so many workers across Canada who work in low-income jobs, and allowed them to be able to have that additional more than $2,000 in benefits a month to support their families.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member opposite in her speech spoke a little bit about following rules and rule of law and so forth. And I think it's been interesting over the last few months. We've seen the incredible disregard that this government has for our institutions and for adherence to rules. We've seen the court rule, for example, that the government's imposition of the Emergencies Act was unlawful. And we've seen even today how institutions are undermined when you have people in positions of authority, such as the Speaker, make outrageous rulings without any basis or precedent. Can the member explain why her government and their partners in various positions consistently ignore precedent, ignore rules, ignore the law, and think that they are somehow above the rules?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question because it really gives me an opportunity to really talk about who's in favor of the rule of law. This is the same party who wants to withdraw from the United Nations, who wants to fire the head of the Bank of Canada, Madam Speaker. These are the kinds of things that we hear from the other side. Let's talk about the Emergency Act. Let's talk about the convoy on the streets of Ottawa, and in the absence of no one dealing with that convoy. What would we have seen if they were in government? They would have walked away and ignored it and left the whole city in chaos to self-implode, Madam Speaker, when there were people, radicals, on the lawns of people's houses, camped out, when they had streets blocked, they were overtaking businesses, shutting down shopping centres, sending thousands of people in the city of Ottawa home without any ability to go to work.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay. Order!
Madam Speaker, I think the Honourable Member will agree that her and I have been in some good scraps over the years, but we come to this place for the betterment of Canada. So when I see the opportunity to create good-paying jobs in Newfoundland and Labrador being attacked by the Conservatives, and the Conservatives say they're going to stop jobs in Newfoundland and Labrador. Why? Because they want to burn the planet. I want to ask my honourable colleague, what does it say to people in Newfoundland and Labrador that you've got Conservative members who want to burn the planet and deny jobs and good, clean energy, while we see in America on the Atlantic coast, the Americans are getting thousands and thousands of jobs, but they're clean jobs, and Conservatives want to burn the planet. I want to ask my honourable colleague what that says to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Lost my father. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a good question. The Conservatives are voting against Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. They're voting against Nova Scotians. They're voting against the Atlantic Accord. They're voting against 30,000 clean energy jobs in Newfoundland and Labrador. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, they have not got the confidence in the governments to do the job that needs to be done. My colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador yesterday insinuated in committee that the premiers in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia were being hoodwinked by the federal government, hoodwinked into creating 30,000 new jobs in their province. Give yourself some thought around that.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get started, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I'm splitting my time with the Honourable Member from the Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, Mr. Lake Simcoe himself, the Honourable Member from York Simcoe. You know, Thomas Jefferson once said, and I quote, "Democracy will cease to exist when you take away from those who are willing and able to work and give to those who would not." End quote. And Madam Speaker, speaking from my own experience coming here as an immigrant to this country, my family, like many, came here looking for that Canadian dream that so many are coming to this Canada for still. But after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, we know they're not worth the cost, but we see now more than ever that it's harder for, even if you're Canadian or a newborn or a newcomer, to survive here in this country. So much so that more than 400,000 people left Canada just last year. And that's not a good sign for any country to think that that you can prosper when 400,000 plus people are leaving. And if I look at the reasons why people are leaving or wanting to leave, the number one cause is the cost of living. Number two is their credentials are not being recognized. Both things are where that Conservatives have plans for. And I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that anyone moves to this country thinking that their government would work against them. But until they get here, they're proven wrong time and time again by this Liberal NDP government. When their paychecks get attacked, their civil liberties get attacked, their freedom is attacked, the freedom of speech is attacked over and over again by this Liberal NDP government, and it makes them rethink, why did we come to this country in the first place? And it's because everything does feel like it's broken here. They're getting taxed higher. Their paychecks don't go as far as they used to. They're working harder. They're working so much so that there's many people that I know that I've talked to that are working 2 or 3 jobs. If you talk to anyone in any riding, one thing I'm seeing a more and more trend of is more people are picking up Uber jobs or Uber Eats jobs or Skip the Dishes jobs on top of the jobs that they're already working. And I remember growing up, people would pick up, taxi jobs or a job on the side just to make extra money above and beyond whatever their savings were. But it's sad to say after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, that is a must now for them to even just pay for the basic necessities just to live here in Canada. The inflation that was caused by all the spending by this Liberal NDP government that continues to spend made interest rates go up in the last 19 months at the most rapid pace not seen in the last 20 years. In fact, the intensity of those rate changes are actually the most in Canadian history. It's because they spent and wasted so much money that the Governor of the Bank of Canada had to tackle that inflation by raising interest rates. And this government's own housing industry, or housing department, says they have no faith in this government to build the homes that are needed today. In fact, CMHC says in a recent study that home building was actually down 7%. And when we look at some of the factors, builders are not building and buyers are not buying because of those high interest rates. And they went up once again because of the overspending of the Liberal NDP government. And when we look at Bill C-59, the only thing they really have in this thing for housing is they changed the housing department's name and increased the funding for more photo ops. There's no concrete action that's going to be taken to help housing affordability, because after 8 years, we've seen rents double, mortgages double, and even just the down payment needed on a house has doubled in just 8 years. Canadians pay today over a third of their income in taxes, and the rest goes to housing, with little or nothing left for groceries, gas, and home heating. This is very concerning, Madam Speaker. People are making their shelter payments, but all the other payments are starting to go more and more on Canadians' credit cards. Utilities, groceries are going up. Even though they're paying more for groceries, they're getting a lot less than what groceries used to be. And it's because of the high tax, like the carbon tax, that's made the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating go up, which they plan on quadrupling this year. And the household debt in Canada in totality is more than the Canadian economy. That's not a good sign for a country where you want people to come here and be able to be successful and prosper. We're missing out on a lot of talent that could come here with the new energy, new investment, because Canada is not affordable anymore, or a place where people can go to be successful. Canadians have record credit card debt, and over half are only $200 or less away from going bankrupt. The fact that more and more people are putting more onto their credit card, we're hearing horrific stories here in Canada where there's students living under bridges, there's working people living in their cars because they can't afford housing, mothers putting water in their children's milk, parents having to choose with less nutritious food because they cannot afford groceries. We're hearing about seniors that are having to wear blankets inside their houses because they cannot afford heat, so they have to turn down the heat. And that's how they have to get by because of this punitive carbon tax that this government continues to raise the price on. Bankruptcies, insolvencies are all up. All the increases for small businesses are crippling our small business owners who are the backbone of this country. The IMF also warns because of the interest rate hikes that Canada is most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. More than 70,000 mortgages a month are now being renewed at sometimes double the rate that they went in there with. That could mean anything from, it could mean a $400 increase, it could mean a $1,200 increase. It's not sustainable. And with the recent inflation numbers, where the inflation is still high, it's above the target rate, the governor of the Bank of Canada was clear that there's a fear of these rates staying higher for longer. Higher for longer. That means the pain is higher for longer. There is no hope in sight. There is no light at the end of this inflationary crisis tunnel that we're looking at right now. And when we look at the economy today, after 8 years, we're in the worst position we've ever been before. In fact, Canada's economy has contracted, whereas our U.S. partners has grown. It's because of the bad restrictive policies of this Liberal NDP government that's stifled any type of economic growth in this country, let alone productivity, let alone any type of investment that should be being made right here in Canada. Canada is a lot less competitive because of the tax regime that has held back the country. You know, the GDP per person is a determining factor for how successful each person here is in Canada. And it's been declining since September 2022. Canada is last in the OECD for GDP per capita. GDP per capita today is lower than it was in the last half of 2018, which means 5 years of Canadians' wealth has been completely wiped out. Taxes are high. The tax code is too complicated. Taxes have become taken from Canadians who work and their families for Liberals to give to their insider friends and consultants, bankers, bondholders, and Liberals' Bay Street buddies, and bureaucrats and woke multinational corporations to advance the Liberal virtue signaling and their unjust job-killing transition. Canadians are being forced into food banks more than ever because of the productivity gap, the more taxes that they keep getting taken. And whereas this Liberal NDP government thinks government is the solution, we believe people are the solution. And we need to give them the freedom to be able to spend and earn the way they want to, not restrict from them. And Madam Speaker, I'll end off by saying, once we have a strong Conservative government under our Conservative leader, we're going to bring home those powerful paychecks again, an economy that's strong like it once was before, where the GDP per capita works for more and more people, where your powerful paychecks will become a reality because what you earn, you will be able to keep more of that in your pocket. And we're going to keep it simple. We're going to do 4 simple things to bring it home. We're going to axe the tax, we're going to build the homes, we're going to fix the budget, and we're going to stop the crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I have the Honourable President of the King's Privy Council that is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the House that Thursday, February 1st shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
Noted. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's, Rotsey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. And Madam Speaker, I always marvel when I hear speeches from the opposite side that the Conservative Party paints themselves as these magnificent fiscal stewards. This is a government in pre-2015 that ran 9 out of 10 straight deficits. So I'm asking the member opposite to come clean with Canadians. What programs would he cut? Is he going to cut the Canada Child Benefit, the dental care program, the child care program? Is he going to raise the age of seniors from 65 back to 67? Come clean with Canadians and tell us what programs that we have come forward with that you did vote against, that you will cut. Thank you.
Has to speak through me, so I didn't vote against anything. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, first we're going to cut the number of Liberal seats and replace them with Conservative seats so that we'll have a strong Conservative government. We're also going to cut waste like the $35 billion infrastructure bank that's built 0 projects, yet they've padded the pockets of Liberal cronies and insiders with that. We're going to cut things like the Arrive scam app. That was $45 million that went to, once again, Liberal insiders. The $1 billion slush fund that's under investigation for the same reasons. We're going to cut the woke policies, like we're going to axe a carbon tax to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. And the $20 billion that go to Liberal consultants to cover up this cabinet's incompetence is going to be cut as well, and that's just the beginning.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamatisse-Matane. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talks a lot about the economy in his speech, and I think he would agree with me that small and medium-sized businesses are at the heart of Quebec's economy, like it is that of the Canadian economy, and the pandemic was hard for them. The government offered them loans with a subsidy if they were able to pay it back, the CEBA loan, and the repayment deadline was a few days ago at the beginning of the month of January. And we spoke with companies in my area, and some of them are asking if they have to close their doors because they weren't able to reach a payment agreement with the government. And we did not have the economic recovery that was hoped after the pandemic, and we really wanted to help these companies that were contributing to the Canadian economy. So I'd like to hear from him. Does he think it would have been a good measure for entrepreneurs that are also facing a rise in the cost of living?
For her question, I would agree with her that the recovery after the pandemic was harder than what people thought. But the Conservatives were saying this all along, that when there's too many dollars chasing too few goods, that's exactly why a lot of the businesses are suffering today too, let alone everyday Canadians. That when this government continued to spend, and let's remind everyone that 40% of the pandemic spending had nothing to do with the pandemic in the first place. There was money that went to organized crime through this government. There was money that went to people literally that were dead, that didn't live in this country, to public servants. And they're spending more and more money, yet what they're not doing is helping small businesses because they're raising their taxes. They slammed on a second carbon tax that applies without any rebate whatsoever. These type of things are stifling the economy.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very concerned now that we're into the second year of Putin's brutal attack on Ukraine. We see that Trump has undermined Ukraine. We see the far right, and we know that Conservatives have been meeting with the far right in Europe, are undermining Ukraine. I want to ask why that member and his leader and his defense critic and his foreign affairs critic stood up to vote against funding to support the people of Ukraine at their time of need. That sends a very, very clear message that the Conservatives are on the Putin troll machine.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, what we voted against and will continue to vote against and always have voted against was a punitive carbon tax that this NDP Liberal government is more than happy to not just put on top of Canadians, but they are so ideologically obsessed with the carbon tax and making sure people pay more for carbon is that they want to do that to the war-torn country of Ukraine. They don't want to help out anybody. And the fact that that party has helped to try to cripple our energy sector is only empowering Putin to use to use that money from his energy to fund his war. Shame on that man.
Resuming a debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Here. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I look at the economic situation impacting Canadians right across this country, I can't help but wonder, had this Prime Minister never entered politics and had a more regular upbringing, typical of most Canadians, he would very likely be cutting it on a drama teacher's salary. If he were, could he afford to live under the very same policies and economic conditions he's imposing on Canadians today? Under these circumstances, I can't help but wonder how the Prime Minister, if he were not Prime Minister, could stretch his budget to cover feeding his family, clothing, mortgage payments, car expenses, cell phone bills, and all the other obligations facing ordinary and the truly who are extraordinary Canadians. But we know that the actual circumstances of this Prime Minister are far different than the circumstances facing most people across the country. He doesn't know what it's like to struggle to put food on the table or gas in the car. But Canadians are doing this all the while going about their daily lives. Increasingly, more Canadians are paying attention to what is taking place in Ottawa and what this government is doing, because they must. They can no longer go about their lives without being directly confronted and negatively affected by the actions and failures of this Liberal government. This is because everything is broken in Canada under this Prime Minister. There has been a record 2 million food bank visits in a single month. Housing costs have doubled. Mortgage payments are 150% higher than they were before the Liberals formed government. Canada has been warned it is the most at-risk country in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. Violent crime is up 39%. Tent encampments can be found in most major cities. Over 50% of Canadians are $200 or less away from going broke. Average household debt makes up 100% of Canadians' income. Business insolvencies have increased by 37% this year. Despite our growth in population, there are fewer entrepreneurs and fewer new businesses than ever. This is the day-to-day reality facing Canadians because of the generational high inflation and the fastest rise in interest rates in Canadian monetary history. An issue the Prime Minister says, if you recall, he doesn't think about. But regular people do. Every single person living in this country has been impacted by rising costs, homelessness, amid an unaffordable home ownership and rental market. Not to mention rampant crime, a destabilized society where basic government services, travel, medical care, and so much more has become inaccessible, unreliable, or non-existent. Canadians know that this Liberal government caused this misery with rampant overspending, a record $600 billion of inflationary debt, and countless tax hikes that increase the price of the goods we buy and drives up the interest we pay. But now Canadians look to the federal government and the Prime Minister, who is responsible for everything being broken, to see what's being done to tackle these issues. And they see this, Madam Speaker, the 2023 Liberal Fall Economic Statement. Talk about a day late and a dollar short. They didn't implement any of the common sense proposals Conservatives called for to address the problems facing our country's citizens. Instead, the Liberals are forcing $20 billion of new spending on Canadians that will further drive up taxes, inflation, and interest rates. Never before has a federal government spent so much with so little to show for it. And now Canadians are paying the price. In fact, Liberal policies in the economic statement only make the problems piling up in our country so much worse. The Liberals are now spending more on interest than debt than they are in health care. Think about that, Madam Speaker. It's no wonder York Simcoe still doesn't have a hospital. When justifying the failure of economic statement, the Deputy Prime Minister said, quote, "Canada is not and has never been broken." Can you believe that? Canadians are paying attention, and they're being told by the Deputy Prime Minister, who is tasked with tackling these issues, that actually there aren't any. She says everything is fine. Canadians have never had it so good. We shouldn't be surprised. This is the same Deputy Prime Minister who spends thousands on limos while bragging she doesn't need to own a car. She can just walk out the door and get on a subway. This is the same finance minister who is holding back the rural top-up fund from the carbon tax, from the First Nations in my riding and from my riding in York Simcoe, forcing them to pay more in carbon tax simply because of where they live, dividing based on geography. She'll pretend that a AAA credit rating matters, as if it will fill the stomachs of Canadians lined up at food banks. It doesn't matter to her that this rating is only maintained on the backs of Canadians through higher taxes and interest rates. She'll also brag that Canada supposedly has the lowest debt and deficit in the G7. But she ignores the fact that when you account for general government debt, federal, provincial, territorial, Canada has the 10th highest debt to GDP burden in the OECD. With this economic statement, the Liberals would have you believe that because the federal debt is only 42% of our GDP, it's all good. But the truth is, the government debt is 113% of our GDP when you account for all of it. The Liberals' refusal to admit that Canada is broken, that the people in this country are suffering, and that a change of course is necessary, proves to Canadians without a shadow of a doubt that this government is out of touch, incapable of responding to the crises they've made. And there are crises. Just look at the headlines from the past few months. Canada's worst financial crisis in generations is brewing. Federal efforts to solve Canada's housing crisis is failing. Surgery backlogs, no family doctors, Canada's health care crisis. There are so many more covering affordability, opioids, foreign interference, food insecurity, mental health, crisis after crisis after crisis. After 8 years, Canadians have never been more unhappy, more uncomfortable, and more unsafe. This economic statement proves that the biggest crisis facing this country, and the root of all others, is a crisis of leadership. The approach of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government is not working. Prices are up, rent's up, debt's up, taxes are up. Well, time's up. Canada is broken. And the only people who will not admit that are the very same people who caused it. This tired, corrupt, and out-of-touch Liberal government. There is a better way. Conservatives will axe the tax, balance the budget to bring down inflation and interest rates to bring home lower prices for Canadians. In a Canada no longer defined by crisis. We can only speculate what could have been if the Prime Minister was never Prime Minister. I'm confident that we won't need to wait much longer before the Prime Minister is not the Prime Minister anymore. And with the many issues facing our country and the repeated failures by this government to address them, what will his legacy be? It is increasingly looking like he will forever be remembered as the Prime Minister who broke Canada. Instead of our out-of-touch policies, we need a vision for a country and a Prime Minister who believes in Canadians the way Canadians believe in their country. The Leader of the Opposition will be that Prime Minister, and Conservatives will axe the tax, fix the budget.
And we have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, the member puts across the bumper sticker of a broken Canada. And nothing could be further from the truth. If that was anywhere near the truth, one would ultimately have to say that we have a broken world, Madam Speaker. When you take a look in terms of how Canada has performed in comparison to the G20, whether it's United States, England, to France, to Germany, Canada comes out quite well. Whether it's the creation of jobs, whether it's interest rates, whether it's inflation, on the issue of affordability, and the line continues to go on, Madam Speaker. So my question to the member is, maybe he could step away from the Conservative spin and take a dip into the reality and maybe understand and appreciate, can he not at least acknowledge one fact? Canada's investment that we are getting, investment from abroad coming into Canada on a per capita dollar amount is the best in the world. Would he not acknowledge that that is a good thing?
Simcoe.
Well, Madam Speaker, we see from the member from Winnipeg North, he's obviously not out in his riding, talking to Canadians. I can tell you right now, the people at York Simcoe are on the outside looking in. I know the member from Winnipeg North, and quite well, we've talked about the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, for example. This government is all promises, all press releases. Since 2019, Madam Speaker, they've promised the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund. We are in 2024 now. Guess what? Zero. Does that surprise you? It doesn't surprise me.
Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from York Simcoe for his speech. Well, all of the members for the Conservative government are saying that they're the next government, but they should put themselves in position and present clear positions. We are the adults in this room, and people are shouting over each other for a while now. The government of Quebec is asking for $470 million from the Liberal government to care for the asylum seekers. So $470 million is a request of the government of Quebec, and there is no one from the Conservative benches who tells us what would they do differently if they were in the Liberals' shoes. If you are the government in waiting, you have to have an opinion. Would you give $470 million to the government of Quebec for this bill? I just would like to know what you would do, because so far we haven't heard any proposals from your end.
Well, thank Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, I have to take this opportunity to talk about what would I do. I have to stand up for my riding. And we know the carbon tax disproportionately affects rural Canadians. And if you can believe it, Madam Speaker, we don't even get the rural top-up now in York Simcoe. You can't even see the CN Tower. If you Google from the Chippewas of Georgina Island to go to the French subway station, it would take you 14 hours to walk there. 14 hours. And we are not entitled to the rural top-up. And we see this government dividing based on geography. And, you know, they've rolled back the CMA data for other ridings in Atlantic Canada. But you know what? Not York Simcoe. And I got to tell you, Madam Speaker, the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nations is an island. And think about this. Anytime the federal government has any interactions with them, they're classified as...
Give another question to the honourable member for Port Moody quickly.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it's now almost 12 noon, 11:45, and I've been here since we started sitting this morning at 10 a.m. And Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have been playing games all day today, trying to delay this important work to get support to people. Madam Speaker, I'm thinking specifically about the Canada Disability Benefit and all of those people that are waiting for that money to come to them. Too many seniors are being ejected from their homes right now, encampments, living in tents, and the Conservatives have nothing to offer other than complaining about the fact that they're offended about something and asking the Speaker if they can get apologies. I'm over it, Madam Speaker. We need to get the Canada Disability Benefit to people now. Why are the Conservatives continuing to play games with people's lives?
The honourable member for York Simcoe, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member alludes to the urgency, the crisis that I spoke about in my speech. Crisis after crisis after crisis. This government has done nothing. And you know, there's an old saying, Madam Speaker, you can only hold a beach ball underwater for so long. We've seen that thing come shooting out now. And this is what Canadians are facing.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de la...
Honourable member for La Salle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am bidding my farewell, my last speech in this place, and I would like to start by thanking the people of my riding who have given me at 3 separate occasions the responsibility of representing them in this honourable chamber. I am also leaving my other intellectual house, the Faculty of Law of the McGill University, and these two events together mean that it's a very moving day for me. Serving as a Member of Parliament, as Parliamentary Secretary, and as the Minister of Justice has been, Madam Speaker, the peak of my professional career. And I did not miss a single moment.
With friends today in this place, moments, a series of moments that are indelibly etched in my brain, in my heart, ranging from laughter to tears and everything in between, from Vancouver to St. John's, from Inuvik to Iqaluit to Nain, and around the world, in Europe, in Asia, and in South America. But I
would like to start in my riding, La Salle Verdun, where I buy my vinyls on Wellington Street.
Managed to get to Fred's Records and filled my bags with many good vinyls, which I would then spin in my office. And everybody knows that Justice 306, Brian Tobin and Anne McClellan have told us this, is the best office on the Hill. And at impromptu gatherings with my team, many of whom are here, such as when we passed the MMP's bill, and we'd spin some vinyl and have some fun and honor those and thank each other for the work that we'd done to make those moments special. There were many humorous moments, Madam Speaker. I sat for 2 years as the benchmate to Roger Cuzner, who's now in the other place, including 2 Christmas speeches. And I won't attribute my sense of humor to Cuzner because his is quite unique, but it was certainly a wonderful experience.
And I very quickly learned as a Member of Parliament to put on the earpiece when the member for Rosemont took the floor.
Sitting at a table with Ronna Ambrose and hearing her speech, and those of you who were there remember it well. Or driving through Rome with our ambassador and watching the havoc being wreaked by the police escort that we had. I don't have hair, Mr. Speaker, but I wouldn't have after that anyway. And then later that evening going to VIP Pizza, not the finest culinary experience in Rome, but still a good one. And throwing my suitcase in the back of a Ford F-150 in a rented F-150 when we were traveling in the north. There were serious moments too, Mr. Speaker. the swearings in at Rideau Hall as cabinet ministers and the swearing in as an MP on 3 occasions. Signing a proclamation at Rideau Hall proclaiming Charles, the King of Canada, a one-time experience. Listening to the stories of Italian-Canadian families whose grandfathers or great-grandfathers were interned during the Second World War, and realizing that I was the Minister of Justice and that a previous Minister of Justice had signed the decree to intern those people, working with my Italian-Canadian colleagues in the House to get that apology done, and attending a memorial unveiling in the riding of the former Speaker in North Bay with the indefatigable Joyce Pillarella. Meeting David Milgaard, Mr. Speaker, in my office with James Lockyer, and promising him that we would create an independent commission to review wrongful convictions. And having David Milgaard sign my album by the Tragically Hip Fully Completely, which contains the song Wheat Kings, which they wrote about him. And having his sister Susan present to announce the tabling of Bill C-40. And Mr. Speaker, I won't be smiling fully until that bill reaches royal assent. This summer at the G7 in Japan, realizing I was the senior Justice Minister around the table. And my first conversation with Attorney General Merrick Garland of the United States, we'd finished our agenda, and I got a chance to ask him whether the HBO series on the Unabomber was in fact accurate. And hearing Attorney General Garland's voice light up as he went on for 10 minutes about the accuracy and inaccuracy of the portrayal of the Unabomber case, but he was generally favorable, and it was an important moment in his career. Lorsque j'étais secrétaire parlementaire,
when I was Parliamentary Secretary for International Commerce, I went to Namur to sell the free trade agreement with the Europeans in Wallonia, and I was briefed to be the bad cop, as you would say in good French, and it was very fun. Then it took us a couple more weeks to reach an agreement, and in the same vein, I was the bad cop with Boeing at Farnborough Air Show in England, because we had a case with Boeing. There were other ministers as well, and they went in to establish peace after.
It's on the hockey rink. This is Canada after all, and I still do try to lace up my skates, notwithstanding advanced age. A wonderful moment in Gananoque when a number of us in this House were celebrating the life and memory of our former colleague, the late Gord Brown. And I won't forget that, because it was a wonderful nonpartisan moment, and I was proud to be part of it. And then at a Métis ITK hockey game, in which my defense partner, Mr. Speaker, was 45 years younger than me, and one of the best players on the ice. She was fantastic. Our first game in the Ottawa Senators Arena against the Conservative Party, where the Liberals got their backsides kicked. And finally a game on the hill, on the ice rink that was here for the 150th anniversary celebration against a group of very young and impressive Mohawks from Gananoque. Again, the result was never in doubt. The only thing I would say that ties those last number of games together was the near complete incompetence of our goaltender, the current Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, exchanging puns on jeopardy and jeopardy metaphors with Chief Justice Rudy Couillard of Alberta and with, she was then Chief Justice Mary Moreau of Alberta, in our speeches at Chief Justice Couillard's swearing in Edmonton. A number of memories walking, Mr. Speaker, walking with the member from Prince Albert, talking about trade, but talking more about our families. Walking with Alex Steinhaus in Yellowknife on a hike. It was absolutely stunning. Walking with Aluki Kotiurk and Natan Obed in the hills above Nain. Walking to the hill every morning from my Ottawa apartment. walking across the floor when I first became Minister of Justice to tell the member from Edmonton St. Albert that I was going to support his private member's bill on supporting juries. And I was proud of that moment, and I still am. And proud of some historic moments in this House when, for example, we voted unanimously on a bill to outlaw conversion therapy. I will be forever grateful not only to the members of my caucus, but to the member from Esquimalt-Saint-Suk, as well as the member from Calgary-Nose Hill and the member from Muskoka, and Aaron O'Toole for the work that they did to make that unanimous vote a reality. We saved lives that day, Mr. Speaker. We saved lives. When the then Minister of Public Safety, the member from Eglinton Lawrence, and I sat down with provincial and territorial ministers of justice and public safety ministers to get to a unanimous agreement on bail reform and a commitment not only for our federal legislation, which is now law, but also a commitment from the provinces to work at their end to make the bail system work better. And moments with Black community leadership across Canada on the Black Justice Strategy, and in particular in Nova Scotia, where there was a pride in the room, a very real pride in that community because of their leadership on creating the movement towards pre-sentencing reports. Many moments, Mr. Speaker, were with Indigenous leadership across Canada, many of whom I now count as close friends. But a moment in Williams Lake at a site of a former residential school where I went into the barn where a number of the children would go back in the day and they'd carve their names in the wood. It's not something I will ever forget, Mr. Speaker. On a positive side, the pride of the Chilcotin leadership when I would meet them annually here in Ottawa, but also met them in their offices in the BC interior. The pride of having established their Indigenous title using the courts and having succeeded. Mr. Speaker, in Iqaluit, as a guest of President Obed of ITK, I was in the room when the Pope Francis, heard the stories directly from survivors or the children of survivors of sexual abuse. And I saw the reaction of the Pope, and also in particular the reaction of the Archbishop who was translating. And at a certain point, the Pope put his hand on the translator's shoulder because of the difficulty he was having in relaying the words. There were other momentous moments, Mr. Speaker. The House rising for what we thought was 2 weeks at the beginning of the pandemic. All the urgent committees and committee work we did during the pandemic and the occupation, and the understanding of the gravity of the Emergencies Act. But these were balanced by lighter moments, Mr. Speaker. Trying to buy a white suit online so that I could represent Canada at the swearing-in of the President of the Dominican Republic. I had to buy 2 suits and then keep the one that fit. And then getting on a plane to the Dominican Republic and sitting down beside Moise Alou and talking baseball the whole way down. Bicycling along the Lachine Canal and seeing the work that we had done as a government on rebuilding the walls of that canal and knowing that they were going to be there for my children and my grandchildren. Being stopped on Wellington, Mr. Speaker, by an older gentleman. Et il m'a dit, Monsieur Lametti, je vous...
He said, Mr. Lametti, I often see you on Verdun Beach.
With an oyster bar in the middle of Wellington Street. I had just been outed. Des cafés chez AJ's, chez Shooters.
Coffees at AJ's, Shooters, and others. At Station W, and now at Café Monk. Conversations with my constituents on Saturday mornings when I went to buy my bread and when I would go to buy my sandwiches. Holding up the statue of Saint Antoine with the Italian community
of a life, Mr. Speaker, and I will cherish them. And I thank those people who were involved in making those moments a reality, and many of whom are in this room and in the gallery. Some final points, Mr. Speaker. I want to underscore that UNDRIP is the future. It will allow us to reset our relationship with Indigenous peoples and is a true roadmap, a co-developed roadmap to reconciliation. It's a singular moment, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous leadership wants to participate in nation building. I've heard this time and time again, that they wanted to be part of this project, Canada, and they wanted their children to have the same opportunities as other non-Indigenous kids have had. As I have had, Mr. Speaker. I'm the son of Italian immigrants who came to this country with no formal education. And because they chose to come to this country, I got to have an outstanding education at Canadian universities and at international universities. And because they made this decision, I got to be a professor at an outstanding law faculty in Canada. And because of the decision they made, I could run for Member of Parliament and even aspire to be Minister of Justice. Indigenous peoples want to share in that dream. And UNDRIP is a way for us together to make it happen. We are many nations of this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is a source of strength moving forward in the future, and it's a source of understanding. It allows us, this recognition allows us to work on what unites us and to develop and protect languages and culture. This is true for Indigenous peoples. This is also true for Quebec. C'est aussi vrai pour le Québec. On doit travailler.
It's true. For Quebec, we must work together. We all understand that the protection of French language and culture in North America is essential. We have to work together to make sure that this can continue and even flourish in the future.
And that means, Mr. Speaker, we need to stop scapegoating the English community in Quebec, who are very bilingual and who are committed to Quebec, and in many cases who have been there for 300 years. La Charte, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Charter is not optional. The preventative use of the Charter is a way to say that the Charter is optional.
With everything we've said, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand that constitutional change will be necessary, and we need to prepare for that. We need to be able to disagree with respect, Mr. Speaker, and recent weeks have underscored that. I tried to be only as partisan as I had to be, only as partisan as necessary, and not get personal. I didn't always succeed, but I did do my best, and I think we all need to do our best, especially on social media, especially in this world where we're moving towards artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence doesn't exempt us from being human, Mr. Speaker. Our human intellect and our emotions and our empathy will become even more important as AI supplements the more routine forms of intelligence. But we cannot let it replace those other human qualities. Our survival as a country and as a species depends on nothing less. Mr. Speaker, so it remains to thank people, to thank the Prime Minister for naming me Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Justice. Pour remercier mes collègues ici.
To thank my colleagues here in the House, and especially my critics, the member for Fundy Royal, the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, the member for Saint-Jérôme, and for medical assistant in dying, the member for Montcalm.
Doran and Alex Steinhaus have been fantastic, and my political teams have been outstanding. Mr. Speaker, none of what we achieved could have been done without them, and I thank them. I thank to my constituency teams for their dedication and their hard work and service, oftentimes when I wasn't around much as a minister, and in particular I want to thank Nicole Pichet, who has been with me for 8 years. Excellent. I want to thank other elected officials in my riding at all political levels and of all political parties with whom I worked. I want to thank my political association, my volunteers, and my donors who helped me get elected. My friends, Mr. Speaker, kept me grounded. Here in Ottawa, Mélanie Vadeboncoeur and the La Roma gang made sure that I stayed humble. Many friends in this place, Mr. Speaker, the member from Eglinton Lawrence, the current minister of Immigration, the member from Thunder Bay Superior North, the member from Oakville, and Kath McKenna, and everybody else that has come through this place, Mr. Speaker, and with whom I hope to stay friends. My friends at McGill, Mr. Speaker, and their deans for their support. My ex-wife, Geneviève Sommier, who began this journey with me, and with whom I still share 3 wonderful kids, and who continues to give me good advice. And my children, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the years away have been the hardest on them. André, Gabrielle, et Dominique, je vous aime. Merci.
I love you. Thank you for your patience and for your dedication to your father.
Mr. Speaker, 2 points. Kindness is not overrated, especially not in a world of AI. And we could all stand to be more kind, and we would all be better for it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this place is not overrated. The Right Honourable Paul Martin has said, you can get more done in 5 minutes in this place than you can in 5 years anywhere else. Paul has been a mentor to me. I'm a successor in his riding, and he is a friend. Et j'aimerais, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that we will prove him right every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Much, Mr. Speaker. This is a difficult moment for me, not just because I had to find a new seat near the exit, and it took me 2 tries to get here to Ottawa because of the fog, and not just because I come from an Irish family of criers, but it's really a moving moment for me, and I want to thank the member for LaSalle-Aymard for the friendship that we've developed here in this House. He has a great record of accomplishment, which he spoke about. But what I want to point out is something that someone asked me about on the plane last night, saying, how can you go to work in such a negative place? And I said, unfortunately, all you see is question period, which is theater, where people have other agendas they're pursuing. You don't see the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. You don't see the cooperation, and you don't see the friendships that are built up. And I really meant that, and the member for Salamard is one of the great examples of that. When I made a quick list, because I had 15 minutes notice I had this opportunity. But when I look at the number of things he and I worked on together, and his willingness to take action to make sure that we improve the justice system in Canada, in particular for Indigenous people, and the work that he did on Bill C-5 to reduce mandatory minimums, which fall very hard on the most marginalized in our society. He mentioned the conversion therapy ban, where his work with the leader of the Conservatives and with all parties meant we were able to pass that ban unanimously, something which I remain very proud of this House for doing. The work that he did, which we're not quite finished with, on C-40, on the Miscarriages of Justice Commission, again, where miscarriages of justice fall very hard on the most marginalized, and in particular Indigenous women in this country. And my pledge to him is I'm going to work as hard as I can to get that done, hopefully by, I want to call it the end of this month. We've only got a couple of days, but I think we can get that done. He also helped shepherd medical assistance in dying legislation through this House, where I was initially the NDP critic. And I have to say, this was the most difficult issue in my 13 years here because of the very strong feelings on all sides of the issue. And the minister always demonstrated his ability to listen and to be empathetic and to try and find solutions that would keep us all together on this very important issue about reducing suffering at the end of life, not just for the person, but for the families of people who need that assistance at the end. And so, again, one last one I'll mention is I approached the minister about the publication ban on survivors of sexual assault and how many of them felt stifled by that publication ban. And the minister, at the time, responded with, what can we do? How can we fix this? And eventually he agreed to add the ability to lift the publication ban to S12, and it came through the House. And it was an example of how, when I could approach him with an idea and a problem, that he always looked for solutions and a way to bring us all together. And I know that he will continue to contribute to Canada once he leaves this House. I'm not sure in exactly what way. I'm not sure he's sure in exactly what way. But he's one of the finest members of Parliament I've ever had the privilege to work with. I thank him for his contributions here.
And since this is the abridged version of Q's and C's, we'll just go on to the next speakers.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with some emotion that I take the floor to commend the work of the Honourable Member, for whom we have a lot of respect. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when I was appointed Minister, I had to talk about all the appointments that had been made, and a journalist asked me, what do you think of Mr. Lametti, if I can name him, his appointment, Minister for Justice? And I'm part of the official opposition, so we have to be the loyal opposition, of course. So I found something not so nice to say, but it was difficult because I started reading the minister's CV and I said, well, he's a legal expert, he's a university professor, he has been cited throughout Canada, he is very much involved in the justice world. So it was very difficult for me I couldn't find something bad to say about him. So I said, why didn't the Prime Minister appoint him sooner? Every time, Mr. Speaker, when there are question periods, when we have to defend ourselves in 30, 35 seconds, it's difficult. It's true that sometimes it's a bit brutal, hard-hitting, but I've always had intelligent and articulate conversations with my reasonable Minister of Justice colleague. We are worlds apart on many subjects, but I would like to thank him for the attention he granted to me when I was to be consulted. He always did so with honour and dignity. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to remind everyone that what he had to say about his family is what many of us have to say. I'm also the child of an immigrant, Italians as well. So I've always felt the responsibility of continuing what my parents did by choosing this country and by having been chosen by this country. The minister comes from an immigrant family, and then he's had an amazing academic and educational career. What I must say is that he has brought honour to his family. This is something I often have to say to my honourable colleague from the province of Quebec, someone who has experience of the executive branch. What I would like to say is that I will be following Mr. Lametti's career so that we can hear his skills and knowledge for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would like to turn towards my friend, amico mio. There are so many things to say to a colleague who has served with such distinction. The minister has thanked many people, but it's my turn to thank him. It's our turn to thank him. I would like to make a prediction. The minister will go down in history as a great Minister of Justice, as a great Solicitor General. He has worked hard here. He is a man with a great heart. He has great conviction, and he is a true leader. And all Canadians have appreciated his work, but over the years people will continue to realize how much his tenure as Minister of Justice will have impacted Canada. This is a minister who has furthered the foundations of reconciliation. Without revealing secrets, I've seen him in action.
About moments. How many moments I would say the minister has been crucial in the future of this nation? How many times, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about dreams, I could imagine the young students around this country looking at someone like him with great intellect. I mean, all of my colleagues have recognized that. But I'm sure that today and also in the future, it will make our young generation dream. Dream of public service, dream of what's possible, dream of following your conviction, dream of being who you are, and dream of making changes. And that is what the Minister of Justice was. Mr. Speaker, we'll remember him for kindness. I have known a lot of people in this place, but very few, and I think all of my colleagues would agree, kindness is something that, although he attributes kindness, and he said we need more kindness, you have embodied kindness since every day that I've met you, my friend. And when I think about getting things done, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if there will be as many Minister of Justice in the history of this country that could have the record of approving so many bills in this House, but bills also that will change the nature of this country, Mr. Speaker, for whom we should all be proud. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that I will say, I have yet to meet someone who has the same type of deep respect for the institution that we serve, Mr. Speaker. And if he has achieved a lot of things in his life and he's going to achieve much more in the future, we talk about his future career, and trust me, Mr. Speaker, opportunities and possibilities were endless. He just had to pick one. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, one thing that he will be remember is the respect for the institution. And I think if we keep that in your service to the nation, my dear friend David, I think this country owes a lot to you. I think future generation will look to you as a leader, and I think that we all will miss you very much, my dear friend. Grazie, amico mio.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to add my voice to those of my colleagues. Those who have thanked our colleague for La Salle-et-Mar Verdun, thanked him for his exceptional work here in the House of Commons since he arrived 8 years ago now. We arrived at the same time, Mr. Speaker, in 2015. At the time, I thought that I would be Minister of Justice, but unfortunately that was not the case. But I was able to talk to the various Ministers of Justice many times. The member for La Salle-et-Mar Verdun has done excellent work as Minister for Justice. We weren't always in agreement. Of course, I tried to convince him, well, we talked about dreams. I tried to convince him that Canada would be much happier with a respectful neighbour, a good independent Quebec that would work with Canada on a number of files. But the member for La Salle-et-Mar Verdun never quite agreed with my point of view. He didn't agree also when I talked to him about the appointment of judges and justices. I wouldn't say these were conflicts, but there were just differences in opinion. What I noted is that on each of these individual files and different opinions we could have on certain matters, he was always respectful in his behavior, in his words. The member for La Salle-et-Mar Verdun is someone who I can qualify and who I can happily call a gentleman. I've had great discourse with him, where we've agreed and where we have disagreed, of course. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the private market for having convinced the member for La Salle-et-Mar Verdun to join them. As far as I'm concerned, I was listening to my colleague who was saying earlier, why did the Prime Minister not appoint him sooner? I would like to say, why hasn't he kept him as Minister for Justice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the Honourable Member for Saint Gulf Island has a few words to say.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues. I just wanted to highlight the comments of all my other colleagues.
A lot about the honourable member from La Salle and Mar-Verdon as a former Minister of Justice and a member of a cabinet, when so many of his colleagues who worked with him closely from the opposition benches rise to praise his work and thank him for his collegiality, particularly my neighbor from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, who shared in so many of those victories in abolishing the horrible practices. Well, we've spoken of it unanimously. We have here also, I was very moved by the words from the honourable member from Louis Saint-Laurent, who spoke so clearly and eloquently of his appreciation for the work of a Liberal cabinet member. We could hear more of that sort of thing in this place. Maybe they shouldn't have to resign or die before we say nice things. I'm thinking of our tributes to Ed Broadbent the other day. Sorry about that. No one has died recently. I just want to say again, from my point of view, as a member of the Green Party, and of course, merci aussi pour les...
Thank you as well for the comments from the bloc as well, from our colleague from Rivière du Nord.
Touched so many times by my friend's willingness to share things in moments that were very, very stressful. And I'm not pointing out anything that the rest of you don't know. I don't represent a big caucus here. I'm not my caucus's critic on justice. I have half the files, and ministers who have time to share confidential information, trusting that I can be trusted, that we can share difficult conversations, particularly during the occupation. I will always be grateful for friendship and for the enormous privilege of sharing even a little in those conversations, those votes, and those very tough decisions. I will be clear, I wish you weren't leaving. And I know I've just broken a rule, Mr. Speaker, by speaking directly. I know you, Mr. Speaker, are not leaving. But I needed to speak personally for just 1 nanosecond. Be well. Have a wonderful, wonderful next phase of a very long career and a very long life. Be well. God bless you. Thank you.
Now, I would also just add my little story to this one as well, is that the opportunity that I had one night at the airport in Halifax is to be late for that airplane. Or the airplane was late for us. So the honourable member was on the same flight as I was, and we were going to miss our connection in Montreal. And thinking he was, from Montreal, that he'd be staying at his house that night. No, because of his perseverance, because of his hard work ethic, he was on his way to Ottawa that evening as well. I was lucky enough that my wife and I were able to jump into his ministerial car, fit in the third row, and not listen to any of the discussions that were happening inside the car because they were still working that evening. But did get my wife and I here to Ottawa, and something he didn't have to do. He could have easily said, enjoy your night staying in Ottawa, in Montreal, and get to Ottawa in the morning. But the gentleman that he always is did find the opportunity to put us in there. And there might have been an exchange of a certain liquid, in this case, I think it was a moonshine that we were going to share on that one, on it. But I just wanted to say, on behalf of the 338 members who sit in this House of Commons, to thank the honourable member for his service to Canada. And we're going to miss him, and like we would say in French, tu nous manques.
We'll miss you.
You will be missing from us, and I think that's important. That we've done something for Canada and for this chamber, and we will always be reconnaissant for that work. So, to the honourable members, to everyone who participated in the discussion this afternoon, thank you so much for the opportunity. Bonne chance. Now, I'll just give it a second here before we move on to the next item, because I see the honourable member is getting ready for his speech. As long as we keep the roar to a minimum, I guess we will be okay. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would first like to congratulate my colleague from across the floor representing LaSalle, Amar Verdun, and wish him all the best in his future endeavors and all the best to his family. And further, I'd like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake. It is an honor to speak to Bill C-59, the government's Fall Economic Update 2023. In my time as Member of Parliament, I have focused on priorities that matter to the constituents of Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Sadly, those priorities are not in this government's update. People in Saskatchewan will be disappointed, but not surprised, that Saskatchewan is not even mentioned in the Finance Minister's fiscal update outside of a few tables in the annex. But this is something that we should all expect in Saskatchewan and in the West in general. We have never been a priority for this government. Agriculture is one of, if not the largest industries in my riding. And again, its topic that is altogether ignored in this update. Mr. Speaker, farmers are struggling. Conservatives have put forward Bill C-234 that would axe the punitive carbon tax on fuel used on farms. I've heard from farmers in my riding that are paying thousands of dollars a month on this tax, and instead of supporting this common sense idea, this government is quadrupling this tax in April, which puts the burden of a punitive policy directly on the shoulders of the people that feed our country. If this minister cared about lowering grocery prices for Canadians, this would be a tremendous first step. The adage, if you don't want to be questioned about what you are doing, you make yourself look busy walking around with a clipboard to make yourself look important and pretend you are doing something, is being replaced with this minister having his weekly photo ops to pretend to Canadians that he is doing something. This does not impress or fool the constituents of Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, where we have seen a rise in food bank usage by a whopping 39%. If agriculture is not the largest employer in Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, then mining and its related industries is a close second. Potash has become one of Saskatchewan's prime exports, and I am privileged to represent a riding that has several of the largest potash mines in the world, and if not Canada. As we all know, Canada is the world's largest producer of potash, an important fertilizer that is in huge demand globally. At a time when other large producers, mainly Russia and Belarus, are waging an illegal war in Ukraine, Canadian potash is even more important. While it is already a massive Canadian success story, it is sadly another key industry ignored by this government's fiscal update. During this period of global instability, the world is looking to Canada for help, and time again, we are turning our backs on good trading opportunities with other nations in need, whether it's LNG or potash. During unstable global times, Canada has always been a nation the world can rely on to come to those in need. Time and time again, we have, as a nation, called upon our Canadian Armed Forces to answer the call. It is important work and a priority to support our armed forces and veterans. As I hope everyone knows here, 15 Wing in Moose Jaw is home to Canada's iconic snowbirds, so the Air Force is an issue close to my heart. As we look around the world and see conflicts erupting everywhere, we should be investing in the Canadian Armed Forces. Instead, we are seeing top commanders saying they cannot meet basic requirements. Recently, the Department of National Defense's own report stated that the military's operational readiness is strained. It said that the military is not ready to conduct a concurrent operations and is not meeting the requirements of Canada's defense policy from 2017. I quote, "Readiness for Canadian Armed Forces force elements have continued to decrease over the course of the last year, aggravated by decreasing number of personnel and issues with equipment and vehicles." Adding to this, Vice Admiral Angus Topshee, commander of the Royal Canadian Navy, has said that the Royal Canadian Navy faces some very serious challenges right now that could mean we fail to meet our force posture and readiness commitments in 2024 and beyond. He added that the Harry DeWolf class, the Navy's new offshore patrol vessels, can only be deployed one at a time due to personnel shortages. Clearly, the Canadian Armed Forces is in a crisis and needs urgent investment, not vague commitments that government budgets will not affect the Canadian Armed Forces. I've had the pleasure to serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee since I was elected in 2021. I found it to be a tremendous committee that does some very important work that is sadly generally ignored by this government. The fiscal update's sole mention of Canada's brave veterans is the statement that their benefits are indexed to inflation. Veterans on a fixed income are dependent on these benefits. And as we know, with all government payments, they are slow to reflect the inflation we are now seeing. And even if they do, many of life's necessities, namely groceries and housing, are easily outpacing the official inflation rate. We are seeing more and more veterans turn to charities or not-for-profits to help feed themselves. It's heartwarming to see these organizations do this important work. Many are created by veterans for veterans. However, it should not be needed. Canadian heroes should never have to go to a charity to feed or house themselves because Veterans Affairs is not providing them with sufficient benefits. Mr. Speaker, this government's fall economic update falls short of the mark, and it has a negative trickle-down effect on other levels of government. There is only one taxpayer. School boards are realizing the effects on inflation, and I recently received a text telling me that the local school board is over budget by $1 million because of this government's inflationary spending and punitive carbon tax, which directly impacts their operational and capital budgets. Next year, this school board will be another $500,000 short, totaling $1 million in funds that local taxpayers will have to pay or find cost savings and measures. Municipalities and police services are also being impacted. In Saskatchewan, the impact of inflation and carbon tax is directly affecting their budgets, which are now increasing in double digits in communities in my riding, province, and this country. The impacts will be negative. School budgets will be cut. $10 daycare can't help. Water, roads, and other important infrastructure required to keep communities thriving will be cut, and that single taxpayer will be receiving less service for more dollars. A familiar theme with this government. The future of our country is bleak if we continue to be held hostage by a coalition NDP Liberal government. That's right, being held hostage by this government. But I have faith in the people of Canada to elect a Conservative government that is listening to our people. My faith in the next generation is being restored. I met Ashton, an 18-year-old university student studying accounting and working at a local grocery store. His parents have traditionally been Liberal supporters, a rare thing in Saskatchewan. Ashton shared with me that he has overheard customers in the grocery store where he works who have said that this will be the first time they will need to visit the food bank in order to feed their families. Mr. Speaker, Ashton told me that these stories are breaking his heart. He is a critical thinker and has made the choice not to vote Liberal in his first election, breaking the family tradition. He sees that this Liberal government is doing nothing concrete to help families struggling to feed themselves. Ashton knows that a Conservative government will axe the tax build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's hope for everyone's sake, including Ashton's, that it comes sooner rather than later.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when the Conservatives talk about government expenditure, what they're talking about is where they're going to be making cuts. But they don't necessarily want to tell Canadians. Today we had the critic of finance for the Conservative Party say that they're going to cut the Canada Infrastructure Bank as one of the examples in which the Conservative Party is going to cut. The Infrastructure Bank does many projects in all the different regions in Canada. I'm wondering if the member can explain why it is the Conservative Party has made the decision to cut the Infrastructure Bank. And while he's at it, if he doesn't want to give the details to that, maybe he can give us another sense of some of the other things that the Conservative Party is going to be cutting within their hidden agenda.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre and Lanigan.
Well, this is right up my alley as a former mayor of the city of Moose Jaw, where we attracted over $1.3 billion going aggressively to the open market to attract business, to build a school where there would be a community surrounding it. We had no help from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. That was money that was just sitting in a bank that we couldn't access. Municipalities spend thousands upon thousands of dollars and bureaucracy and red tape to try and access money that should be going directly to them.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Similar to his riding, I have one of Canada's military bases, and I frequently hear about the impact of the carbon tax and how it's having real impact on the lives of the people that put their lives on the line each and every day for us. And so I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit more of what he's hearing in Moose Jaw. Thank you.
I'd be remiss if I didn't say go 14 wing. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, that's a very interesting question, and what that is, what the impacts, the negative impacts of bad policy from this Liberal government is affecting the training hours for preparation for our pilots. And that really puts us on our back foot. And so our preparedness and readiness to defend our country is diminishing. And this needs to be reversed. And so I really appreciate my colleague actually recognizing that. Obviously, 15 wing is very closely related with Cold Lake, and a lot of our pilots go up there and obviously finish their training there and stay there quite often.
Go for a wing.
Everybody's got their own wing. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And Happy New Year to everyone. It's my first time speaking since 2024 arrived. I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. Thanks to the supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals, between the Liberals and the NDP, we've been able to secure a great dental care program for children. I wonder what the member will be saying to his constituents that he voted against dental care for children in his riding.
Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's question, and the challenges that are facing my riding are an increase in food bank usage. People are absolutely shocked. They don't know where their spending power is going. They don't know where their money is going. And it's insidious. This carbon tax and inflation that this Liberal government has imposed on the people, it's coming down. There's a train coming here where people are going to be renewing their mortgages, and going from 2.55% up to 6% is going to be a big shock, and it's impacting a lot of constituents in my local riding.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's wonderful to be here today and to be able to speak on the amendment to this bill, an amendment I was very proud to second from our leader of the Conservative Party. The Conservative leader, in fact, the member from Carleton and Canada's next Prime Minister, delivered a really clear message to Canadians on Sunday. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. And I hear from Canadians regularly, from right across Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, who are struggling. What they're seeing is higher grocery prices, higher home heating costs, higher electricity costs, higher gasoline costs, higher mortgage and rental costs, and they see their limited paychecks being spread thinner and thinner. And unlike this Liberal government, the hardworking people I talk to know that there are consequences, real consequences for spending beyond their means. They understand that budgets don't balance themselves, and they in turn are making sacrifices to accommodate these inflated prices. They're angry when they see this Liberal government out jet-setting and this out-of-touch Prime Minister continue with out-of-control spending. The fall economic statement announced $20 billion in inflationary spending, further driving up interest rates, which further makes life harder. There was a record 2 million people that visited a food bank in a single month. Housing costs have doubled. Mortgage payments are 150% higher than they were before this Prime Minister took office 8 years ago. Violent crime is up 39%. Tent cities exist in almost every major city and small towns across this country. Over 50% of Canadians are less than $200 away from going broke. And Canadians that are renewing their mortgages will see an increase from 2% to 6% or even higher. And the IMF has warned that Canada is the most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. And business insolvencies have increased by 37% this year. These are the results of a costly new spending spree can be summed up simply. Prices are up, rents up, debt up, taxes up, and Canadians that I talk to every single day have told me that they want this Prime Minister's time to be up. They want to see an election today. They want to make a decision on the leadership of our country because they know that their finances cannot afford another year of this Prime Minister. In 2024, for the very first time, we're going to be spending more money on payments to service our debt than we will on health care. More money to finance the reckless spending than on health care. More than $50 billion is going to be spent just on the interest payments to service the debt. I think that is shameful, and Canadians that I talk to totally agree. They aren't running up their credit cards unless they have no other option, and yet this government has options. They're just choosing not to do it. The reckless spending risks a mortgage meltdown on the $900 billion of mortgages that will renew over the next 3 years. Personally, I'm concerned of the countless people I've heard from who are currently underwater on their homes. And their homes are worth less than what they owe to the bank. This is because of this government's relentless attack on Canadian energy, and they've had a real impact on the home prices in many communities right across Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Our eco-activist environment minister has made no secret that he not only dislikes Canada's energy industry, having a socialist idea of government transitioning them to something else, but he seems to have a problem with the very concept that we have an energy industry here in Alberta. And quite frankly, there is a serious problem about having a Soviet-style transition away from Canada's energy industry. I'm proud to come from northeastern Alberta and to have grown up in Fort McMurray, seeing the major innovation that has taken place in our energy industry over decades. During this most recent Arctic vortex, just a couple weeks ago, many energy workers were working outside. They were bundling up. They were going to work when the rest of us were very grateful just to get to stay inside. These brought temperatures across the prairies of -50 and even lower in some areas with the wind chill. In those temperatures, frostbite can set in a matter of minutes. And yet these energy workers bundled up so that we could stay warm. that was for the families that could afford to keep the heat on. This Liberal government has consistently doubled down on charging carbon taxes on home heating in the prairies, which they continue to ratchet up the costs of our home heating. We don't have a choice in the prairies, in an Arctic vortex, or throughout the winter as to whether we can or can't heat our homes. If you don't heat your home in -50, your pipes will freeze. There will be additional costs. People will die. That is the reality. Frostbite will set in minutes, and yet this government has decided to have a carve-out for Atlantic Canadians, allowing them to have a pause on carbon tax because there were plummeting polls. However, in the prairies, where we were facing -50-degree weather through this winter, those areas, we continue to have to pay a carbon tax. And not only do we have to pay this punishing carbon tax, it's set to continue to increase on April 1st. That's no joke. With plummeting polls, they're making it so that a Canadian isn't a Canadian isn't a Canadian. Canadians I've had the opportunity to chat with thought that this unfair, callous, and crass decision of carving out carbon tax away from Atlantic Canadians was wrong. Canadians are out of money, and this government is completely out of touch. And Conservatives have been and will continue to stand up, clearly asking this costly coalition of the Liberal NDP government to remove the carbon tax on everything for everyone. They reject it, but we continue fighting. So in the interest of Canadians, we've asked for a variety of carve-outs, eliminating carbon tax for farmers, eliminating carbon tax on First Nations, eliminating carbon tax on home heating, and many others. But make no mistake, a Conservative government will axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone. This is common sense. Canadians need relief, not higher taxes. After 8 years, this Liberal Prime Minister doesn't understand that if you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who transports the food, and the store that sells it, you ultimately tax the family buying it. I've talked to moms that are having to make hard choices as to whether they put extra water in their baby's formula just so they can afford to feed their families. I talk to families that are struggling as to whether they're going to continue bundling extra sweaters onto their children because they can't afford to turn the temperature up in their home an extra degree or two to keep them nice and toasty. And this is why a Conservative government introduced a very common sense bill, C-234, to axe the tax on farmers. It would have made the cost of food more affordable for everyone by saving farmers $978 million between now and 2030. It passed through the House of Commons, yet the unelected Senate gutted our common sense bill under pressure from the PMO and the eco-activist Environment Minister. In fact, the same Environment Minister threatened to quit if there was another carve-out. This same Environment Minister even admitted during an Environment Committee meeting that he called up to 6 senators to pressure them into voting to keep the tax on farmers. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker. Now all Canadians will have to pay a higher price at the grocery store. Common sense means getting rid of the carbon tax to lower the cost of living for all Canadians. It means capping reckless spending and getting rid of waste to balance the budget and lower inflation and interest rates. Common sense means cutting tax to make hard work pay off again. This NDP Liberal government needs to rein in spending and balance the budget so inflation and interest rates can come down and Canadians can keep more of the money they work so hard for. They need relief. And Mr. Speaker, it is clear that after 8 years of waste and incompetence, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Canada's Conservatives have provided a clear, common-sense plan to reverse course and undo the damage the Liberals have done. Only common-sense Conservatives can be trusted to axe the tax, balance the budget, bring down inflation and interest rates, and build homes, not bureaucracy, to bring lower prices for Canadians. Again, axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for her speech. And, Mr. Speaker, one thing that's very, very clear is that they are going to axe the tax. I've heard that time and time again. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member opposite, what other programs is her and her party going to axe? Clearly, are they going to axe childcare? They're going to axe the Canada Child Benefit? Mr. Speaker, the member spoke very passionately about how families can't afford, but yet she voted against childcare, dental care, and other programs that would save families thousands of dollars a month. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, I ask the member opposite, what programs will her and her party axe? Thank you.
Well, Member Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for that question. Well, first of all, we plan on axing Liberal members of Parliament from right across the country. So that's a simple one. We also plan on axing the interest rates because Canadians deserve to be able to afford it. We also plan on axing inflation so that Canadians can keep more of the hard work, of the money they have worked hard to earn. And frankly, it is very hypocritical for a member from Atlantic Canada who got a carve out on the carbon tax and they didn't have to pay carbon tax on their home heating this winter, stand up and tell me that somehow people in the prairies deserve to continue paying carbon tax on home heating in minus 50 weather. I will not take any lessons from that side. Thank you.
Joint commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have some questions. For instance, she is still talking about axing the tax, but in this budget, I am seeing $30.3 billion that is given to the oil industry in terms of tax breaks, for instance. And this will, of course, come from all of the taxpayers in Quebec and Canada. We will be subsidizing the oil industry that we are trying to transform so that we can use more renewable energy. So cutting the tax, axing the tax, and giving more to oil companies, $30 billion it looks. And for my colleague and for the rest of Conservative MPs, I believe. So in this budget, it also looks like there will be a Ministry of Municipal Affairs that will be created. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear from the honourable member. Are they really going to provide $30 billion in subsidies to the oil industry? And also, does she really think that they will create a ministry of housing, infrastructure, and collectivities? Because this will be interference with provincial competence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Voting bloc costs a lot. The bloc continues to support the increasing expenditure by the Liberal Party, and they are continuing to vote in favor of Liberal budgets and increasing costs for all Canadians, all Quebecers. According to us, according to the Conservative Party, our position is that we will continue to build a Canada for the hardest working Canadians. Thank you. Questions or comments?
Hold on, just a second. Okay, I'll allow the member to start again because the microphone wasn't on.
We're now 2 years into the brutal invasion by Putin against the people of Ukraine and the mass killing of people in Ukraine, and yet the Conservative, that member, stood up to vote against Operation Unifier, which is a fundamental connection supporting the people of Ukraine, while the Trump MAGA team have attacked the Ukraine. While Danielle Smith brings a white supremacist and Putin troll to Alberta to celebrate a man who has attacked Zelensky, attacked the people of Ukraine. I want to ask that member, how dare she stand up and support the Putin machine and undermining the people of Ukraine?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my previous answer to one of my Liberal colleagues, he asked what I was going to cut. I forgot to say that I really want to cut the NDP member from Timmins.
Order. Order. A question was asked. I want to hear the answer. I can't hear it with everything going on. So I'll allow the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake to start again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my previous answer, I said that I wanted to cut Liberals' member of Parliament. I actually also want to cut the NDP member from Timmins James Bay because, frankly, he's not serving his constituents. He voted to keep the carbon tax on the home heating for his constituents in Northern Ontario, and that is absolutely shameful. And frankly, as a proud Ukrainian Canadian, I have continued to stand up for Ukraine, and I do not understand in any way, shape, or form how they can get up on a high horse and supposedly support Ukraine while they allowed a hydro turbine that fuels Putin's war machine to go back there. I also don't understand why they are refusing to support Canada's oil and gas industry and our energy industry that could be providing gas to Europe and around the world that would starve Putin's war machine. But instead, they want Putin to continue producing oil and gas, fueling that and allowing and undermining Ukraine. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to take any lessons from that member.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to comment on the last answer we heard from the Conservative member, because it somewhat defies the reality in terms of what it is the Conservative Party's actions are versus what some of the members actually say when it comes to Canada and Ukraine and the need for Canada to support Ukraine in a very real and tangible way. You know, just last December, we had some series of votes, and I want to make reference to the member in terms of how she actually voted, Mr. Speaker, when it came to Ukraine. You know, we had the Ukrainian immigrants settling in Canada, helping them find accommodation and have initial financial support. She actually, as all the Conservatives did, they voted no to that. They also voted no to training Ukrainian soldiers through Operation Unifier, Mr. Speaker. Not to be outdone, they also voted no for Canada's NATO mission. Now, Mr. Speaker, the real twist on this one is the Conservative Party's approach to the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Imagine, if you will, President of Ukraine at a time of war comes to Canada, signs a trade agreement with the Prime Minister, and in the expectation of our Ukrainian heritage community, which is well over 1.3 million people, Mr. Speaker, not to mention a vast majority of others, that would have thought that the Conservative Party would have supported that particular Canada-Ukraine deal. I know if you take a look at my original comments on the legislation, I suggested that the Conservatives would be supporting it, Mr. Speaker. Boy, was I wrong. Unbelievable. And that's where there's this whole mix-up as the Conservatives tried to throw a red herring as to why they're voting against the trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. What they're saying is it's because of the carbon tax, because they don't think Canada should be imposing a carbon tax on the people of Ukraine. Well, news for them, as one of them applauds, Mr. Speaker, Ukraine already has a price on pollution. They've had a price on pollution since 2011, Mr. Speaker. That means even when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, the people of Ukraine were further ahead in recognizing the climate reality than the Conservative Party back in 2011, Mr. Speaker. They already have a price on pollution. But, Mr. Speaker, why then are they opposing the Canada-Ukraine agreement? Well, they're opposing the agreement because of what many are suggesting is the far-right element, the mega conservative movement, Mr. Speaker, which is kind of creeping up from the United States, seeping into Canada, and it's being advocated by no one other than the leader of the Conservative Party and the minions of Conservative MPs that sit behind the leader, Mr. Speaker, to talk about...
Order. I just want to remind folks, just not to cause disorder in the House. It goes from both sides. That I just want to make sure that we have a good debate on the bill that is before us or the amendment that we're debating. So let's try to keep this, because there's 16 minutes and 37 seconds left for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the point is that the Conservative Party of today is so extreme, Mr. Speaker, that they've even now taken a position that is not in the best interest of the Canada-Ukraine agreement. And it's just not the Liberal Party that's saying this. It's usually the New Democrats that vote against trade agreements, but not on this trade agreement, because they too recognize the value of it, Mr. Speaker. Only the Conservative Party, Only the Conservative Party now that has voted against it. Now, I've had a couple of meetings, one hosting a lunch, a couple hundred people showed up. They were more than happy to sign a petition on the issue. And I tell you what the issue is, Mr. Speaker, is they want to see, much like the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress, much like the Ukrainian ambassador to Canada, they want to see the Conservative Party flip-flop and support the Canada-Ukraine deal, Mr. Speaker. They want to see that. And I would encourage the member that spoke, that provided that answer, that she take what she put in that answer, talk amongst any Conservatives with a rational mind, and say if they can meet with the leader of the Conservative Party and get them to get on side and support the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. Now, that was not what I was going to be talking about today, Mr. Speaker. I was going to be talking about, more so, about the Canadian economy and the type of things in which we're hearing. I love the idea of contrasting the Liberal Party or the government policy to what it is that the Conservative Party is saying. Do the contrast. Remember, they came in yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and they were all glee and happy, and they were saying, we have 4 priorities. We're going to hit a home run on the 4 priorities. What were the 4 priorities? And they weren't the first, There was at least a half dozen members that talked about those 4 priorities yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I know there are 4 priorities. And, I look forward to showing that contrast. Let me give you an example of that. What is their shiny one, Mr. Speaker? It's the bumper sticker. It's going to read, "Axe the tax," Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll stay away from the idea that they are climate deniers, that they don't have any policy on the issue of climate change, Mr. Speaker, and the impact that that's having on Canadians. But rather, they got this wonderful little slogan that they want to use. And it doesn't matter. Yesterday I posed a question to the Conservatives. I said, your policy is taking actually money out of the pockets of a majority of the people that live in Winnipeg North. Because we have a carbon rebate that goes to the people of Canada, Mr. Speaker. So when the leader of the Conservative Party says we're going to axe the carbon tax, that means they're going to axe the carbon rebate too. More than 80% of the constituents that I represent get more money from the rebate than they actually pay in the tax, Mr. Speaker. That means less money in their pockets as a direct result of the Conservatives ignoring the climate issue and choosing to have changed their opinion based on what they told Canadians in the last federal election. Because in the last federal election, the Conservative Party, all of them, in their election platform made it very clear that they support a price on pollution. It's only under this new leader in this bumper sticker idea, Mr. Speaker, that they've actually taken a flip-flop on that particular issue. And now they're prepared to take money out of the pockets of Canadians and completely disregard the importance of sound environmental policy. So there's their one priority. What a dud that one is, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about the second dud. They're talking about housing. They want Ottawa to play a role on housing. Mr. Speaker, there has not been a government in the last 50, 60 years that has invested more in housing than this government. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking about working with provinces, working with municipalities, working with nonprofit organizations, many different stakeholders to ensure that Canadians will have the ability to be able to get homes and rent and own into the future, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has stepped up to the plate, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. When the leader of the Conservative Party was the housing minister in the Stephen Harper government, he was an absolute disaster, Mr. Speaker. He had no concept in terms of what a housing strategy was, let alone the ability to construct houses, Mr. Speaker. And now he wants to take it on? Well, really, it just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. The federal government, unlike, as I pointed out, any other government in the last 50, 60 years, has stepped up to the plate and demonstrated strong national leadership, and we are working with the municipalities and the provinces and other stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, on the file. Something in which the Conservative Party in itself wouldn't do. Well, what about their third priority? Their third priority is the budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, people need to be very concerned about when Conservatives talk about the budget. This is where the whole hidden agenda comes in, Mr. Speaker. And every so often we get to see some of that hidden agenda kind of ooze out. One of the examples that I'll use is the issue of the infrastructure bank. You know, all the members across the way, they all support getting rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Their critic of finance made that statement earlier today, and we've heard it before. You want to talk about a dumb idea, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't matter. The facts and the reality is completely irrelevant to the Conservative Party. Because the reality is that the Canada Infrastructure Bank has been exceptionally effective, and yet the Conservative Party, what they'll say is they haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. They say that, Mr. Speaker, knowing full well that that's just not true. The reality is that you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of about $10 billion. All going to the projects way away. Just be patient here. You take a look at it. $10 billion coming from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And that money is being tripled in total, another $20 billion through different sources because of the investments that are being made by the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Now, members opposite are saying, well, tell me, how many projects? Well, let me tell the member how many projects. At last count, we're talking 48. That's a number 48. 48 projects. How many did the Conservative Party say, Mr. Speaker? 0. We're not talking about the intellectual capabilities of the Conservative Party when I say 0. What I'm talking about is that's what they say is the number of projects. There's completed projects too, Dada. You know, at the end of the day, take a look at the website itself. If you don't want to believe me, take a look at the website. There's all forms of projects that are not only on the books, ongoing, but are also being completed, Mr. Speaker. It's truly amazing in all different areas of the country. You know, public transit. 11 projects. Clean power, 8 projects. Green infrastructure, 17. Broadband, 8. Some of those broadband ones are in the province of Manitoba. Rural internet connection. You'd think that many of those rural Conservative MPs might be a little sensitive and want to support that. But no, keep in mind, everything that we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, here, the billions and billions of dollars, a lot of it is private dollars, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives oppose it. They oppose that sort of development, Mr. Speaker. That's building a healthier economy. That's building the Canadian infrastructure. We all benefit by that. There's a reason why the foreign investment in Canada is as healthy as it is today. Because as a government, we support investing, Mr. Speaker, and it has paid off significantly. The finance critic was critical of the government, saying, well, we don't have foreign investment. Again, the reality, facts, play no role in what it is that the Conservative Party says. At the end of the day, foreign investment in Canada on a per capita basis from last year in real dollars, Canada was number 1, Mr. Speaker. Number 1 in the world. You would think that the Conservatives would understand that concept. Yet the finance critic is saying we're down on foreign investment, Mr. Speaker. They just can't accept the reality of good news. You know, since the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, when the pandemic, in terms of job numbers, there is over 1 million new jobs, well over 1 million new jobs, pre-pandemic levels, Mr. Speaker. That is good news. You wouldn't know that because you constantly get the Conservative Party going out throughout the nation saying, oh, the country of Canada is broken, that it's just not working. How does that actually compare to the reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker? As I pointed out earlier today in a question, if you say Canada is broken, then you have to believe that the entire world is broken. Because if you compare some of the measurements that the Conservative Party uses, they talk about things like inflation rate. Well, have you taken a look at Canada's inflation rate compared to other countries, the G20 countries? Whether you talk about the Frances, the Germanys, the UK, the United States, and all the other countries, Mr. Speaker, in the G20, you'll find that Canada is ranked at the top in terms of the lowest inflation rates. The same thing for interest rates, Mr. Speaker. The government policy that we have put into place, whether it's through budgetary measures, legislative measures, has helped bring down inflation rates. Because even though, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that, relatively speaking, compared to the world, Canada is doing exceptionally well, but we still need to do better. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, you have seen policies that have been brought in that have made a difference, and we will continue to work with Canadians, other levels of government, in order to improve the conditions. We want an economy that's going to work for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We want to continue to invest in Canada's middle class and those that are aspiring to be a part of it. That shouldn't be anything of any surprise. Because virtually since 2015, Mr. Speaker, when we were elected into government, Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, have been the first priority of this government, Mr. Speaker. We continue in that area. We continue to support programs that will lift people out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about whether it's the GIS increases to the child care benefits, to the many different programs that we put into place to support Canadians, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and going in and out of some very difficult times that people are experiencing today, Mr. Speaker. So when it comes to the economy or the budget, that priority number 3, I warn members to be very much aware of that Conservative hidden agenda, because it is something that is going to disappoint a great number of people, Mr. Speaker. Their 4th point was the issue of crime. And stop and think about that one for a moment, Mr. Speaker. We just brought forward the bail reform legislation. Bail reform legislation that actually had the support of the different provinces, law enforcement agencies, a number of different stakeholders all over the country, every political party inside the chamber. But on the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, we had filibustering taking place on that important piece of legislation, even though the leader of the Conservative Party, months prior, said that we would pass that bill lickety-split, Mr. Speaker. That didn't happen. He wanted to first filibuster the legislation, Mr. Speaker, putting the government into a position where we had to force it in order to get called through, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say very candidly, whatever the election is, I suspect it'll be in 2015, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I look forward to being able to share who the leader of the Conservative Party really is, to remind them of some of those things of, like, let's say, the cryptocurrency issue, or I'm going to fire the governor of the Bank of Canada, the flip-flop on the price of pollution, the flip-flop in terms of the Facebook making the Facebook pay, Mr. Speaker, or the big internet companies. There's so much out there, Mr. Speaker, that one's going to be able to go to the doors and share with Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and to contrast a Liberal Party that has a solid record, a record with working with Canadians, supporting Canadians, compared to a Conservative Party that doesn't even have an idea about the environment nowadays, that doesn't want to tell Canadians what their real agenda is all about, Mr. Speaker. I love the contrast. I look forward to the many more days and months and a couple more years of debate, no doubt, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
First of all, I just need to help the honourable member with his math. We're not having an election in 2015. Could be 2025, but 2015's already gone by, so I just trying to help out with the math there. Questions and comments? Commentaire. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Winnipeg North is right about one thing. Conservatives are going to axe that tax. Here. And speaking of that tax, let's talk about that. He's not going to answer my question, but the Prime Minister said his most important relationship was with our First Nations. But yet he is discriminating against the First Nations in my riding based on geography. So let's talk about that carbon tax rebate. The Prime Minister did the announcement out east. I know the member from Avalon's here. His riding got rolled back with the census data so that he stayed rural. My riding of York Simcoe is now considered Toronto. No one gets the 20% rural top-up. And so the member for Winnipeg North knows to get to the Finch subway station, it takes 14 hours to walk there. The Deputy Prime Minister liked to say, she doesn't need to own a car. I can just walk out of my house and get on a subway. We don't have subways. We don't have streetcars. We don't have transit. So I'd like him to comment on that. The answer will be astounding, I'm sure.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish the member would have actually provided an answer to many of the questions that others would have of him in regards to the price on pollution. That member actually campaigned in the last election based on, in part, an election platform document in which it said very clearly that the Conservative Party supports a price on pollution. It's only in the last 2 years in which that member in the Conservative Party has made the flip-flop, saying now they don't support the price on pollution, and they have this nice bumper sticker. I suspect he might even have some of them already printed, who knows, that says that they want to axe the tax. Even if it ends up taking more money out of the pockets of Canadians, they're not prepared to abandon that particular priority. I'll give them that much, and I look forward, as I say, to having that particular debate whenever it comes.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many things that struck me in my colleague's speech, but there's one in particular. He said that no government over the past 50 years had invested so much in housing. It's probably the case statistically, but is he not slightly embarrassed that with so much investment, we've seen so few results? Today, we have a 3.5 million housing unit needs by 2030 after having invested in a national housing strategy, $82 billion of investments. And where are the results? The housing accelerator that was adopted in 2022 has existed for 2 years, but not a single house has been built. Is that not slightly embarrassing for the honourable member?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't find it embarrassing at all. I believe at the end of the day that we have a national government since 2015 that has recognized that the federal government has a tangible role to play on housing. And that role has continued to grow under this administration to the degree in which we see historic funding and programming to support housing. But it's not just the federal government, Mr. Speaker. The provinces also play a critical role, and the Bloc needs to recognize that even the province of Quebec has non-profit housing, which is supported by federal dollars, but there's also many other things in which the province of Quebec and other jurisdictions, whether it's municipalities, other provinces, territories, indigenous communities can do. It takes a team approach. It's not just the federal government throwing a whole lot of money, Mr. Speaker. It means that there has to be a strategy, there has to be ongoing discussions, and homes are in fact being done. And a great example of that is the getting rid of the GST for purpose-built rentals, and now we're seeing some provinces adopting that very same policy at the provincial level, again, to ensure that there's going to be even more rental all-purpose homes being built.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair. The government member there just said that since 2015 that they've recognized that the federal government needs to be involved in housing. It's just not true, Mr. Speaker. I'm on HuMA. I'm the representative for the NDP on HuMA, and the housing minister of the past, very recent, refused to acknowledge that there is a market-driven lens that the Liberals are taking on housing. And I'll tell you what, it's been damaging in my community of Port Moody Coquitlam, this market-level lens that they're taking, and they're still doing it. I think about the rents right now. I think about seniors in my community who are being displaced by gentrification, luxury condo after luxury condo after luxury condo that this federal government has loaned money for and has not spent $1 on operating that needs to subsidize and help these seniors stay at home. We have seniors living in tents, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to let the Liberals take a victory lap on the work that they've done since 2015, because they did nothing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. The federal government provides tens of millions, likely going to hundreds, I don't know the exact amount, in terms of subsidizing nonprofit housing units on an annual basis. This government has increased that funding. You're talking about tens of thousands of units across the country. I think in the province of Manitoba, and this is my best guesstimate, is probably somewhere around 20,000 units. Many of those units are in fact for seniors. So to try to give a false impression, I think, does a disservice. The bottom line is since 2015, we have a national government, a prime minister that is very much committed to the housing file. Second to, I would suggest to you, no other prime minister in the last 60 years here in Canada.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle, and soon Jardin de Naperville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Made a number of excellent points, including alluding to the election of 2015. And I know that what galvanized myself and many other folks in my region was when we were threatened by the previous Harper government with the extension of the access to old age security to age 67, when we knew that the child family allowance was taxable, when people knew that cuts were being made to so-called balance the budget, penny wise, pound foolish, I like to say, on the backs of Canadian citizens. And I'd just like to hear more from my colleague about what would have the world been like if we did not win in 2015, and indeed we need to do again in 2025.
Well, the math is correct there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, 2015 was a wonderful year, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker. The member raises a very valid point. You go back to the last federal election, and I can recall Conservatives said that they were going to rip up the child care agreements in which were being talked about. And today we have $10 child care Mr. Speaker. And out of fear, we also then had to bring in legislation to ensure that we'll have that ongoing funding. But let there be no doubt, that is on the table with the Conservative Party. You know, she made reference. I was sitting in the third party over in the corner of the chamber, Mr. Speaker, when Stephen Harper actually then said he was overseas, and he made an announcement that he was going to raise the age of collecting OAS from 65 to 67. That was one of the very first initiatives that we had taken back in 2015, is we lowered it from 67 back to 65. Beware of the Conservatives and the hidden agenda, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm glad the member brought up the idea of a hidden agenda, because just this week we saw a story in the news that the Liberals and the NDP were plotting behind the scenes in secret amendments to the Elections Act without bringing in two of the major parties in this House. Secret negotiations to change the Elections Act before the next election. I'm wondering if the member could enlighten us as to exactly what that bill is going to have in it, and why the Conservative Party of Canada wasn't invited to participate in discussions around changing elections in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 26 seconds.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. I was at Proc when the Conservatives, the leader of the Conservative Party, went to Proc to try to justify electoral reform. And I can tell you, there was a lot of manipulations of the Elections Act there. If I only had more time, if I had another couple of minutes, I'd be more than happy to give a more wholesome answer, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by saying I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, always very intelligent and relevant, and even amusing in his interventions, the honourable member for Mirabel. So thank you very much. Bill C-59. I was reading it, and I was looking at something to sink my teeth into in terms of the crises we're seeing right now. Oh, sorry, we just changed speakers. I was looking for something solid, something that would have an impact in the situation right now, but I didn't find anything. Mr. Speaker, I felt discouraged. Right now, there are various crises in Canada. The linguistic crises that we're seeing in Quebec, French is disappearing. There are no solutions being brought forward to this issue. Well, that's the independence of Quebec. We'll go back to that later. We think that the stars are aligned so that we could have an independent government in 3 years, and then maybe we will no longer be here. And members in this House will be happy because the Bloc will no longer have an impact. They're always saying we're tiresome. They don't even want to take power, they say, about the Bloc. It's revolutionary. It's tiresome. They bother us. But we will no longer be here in 5 or 6 years. But we need to solve the linguistic crisis. There's also a climate crisis. Well, forest fires, we've seen them. We saw them last summer. There are floods. And C-59, Mr. Speaker, I was wondering how come my Conservative colleagues are always complaining. There's $30 billion in direct assistance and indirect assistance to the oil industry. $30 billion. And as a reminder, in 2022, the 5 largest oil companies made over $200 billion in profits. And now we're sending them $30 billion in support to help them store carbon, even though no one says that really works. So $30 billion in that. And the housing crisis, obviously. How we could not talk about that? 3.5 billion units of housing have to be built by 2030 in this country. 3.5 million units. That's an immense undertaking. And in a budget like this, we would have imagined we'd have structural measures to face the situation. No, they just changed the name of the department. It's a propaganda operation. They just changed the name of the department, and that's all that C-59 has to offer. Mr. Speaker, I toured Quebec recent months, and I wanted to see things on the ground, because you look at the figures, occupancy rates, and we know that homelessness has doubled in Quebec since 2018. And my colleague earlier was talking about expenses. And this government has spent the most on housing since 2015. And how come homelessness doubled in Quebec over the same period? Things didn't seem to be going well. How come? We need to build in Quebec 200,000 housing units per year. Last year, how many did we build? 39 million. So there's a drop in housing starts across Canada. The Liberals, if their plan had worked, we would know about it. Someone would have applauded them. We're just not, it's not just us that are criticizing this plan, it's the people on the ground who are having a hard time. But when I toured Quebec, Mr. Speaker, all I heard is that the federal government's national strategy is not working. The federal plan isn't working. $82 billion. Okay, you have to have the humility to say, okay, we tried something, but it didn't work. So take this funding and do something else with it. Let's invest to have a plan that really works in social housing and truly affordable housing. How come we're still spending millions to build expensive housing in Montreal? Someone has to be able to build housing through this program. We just have to think about things. They could have said, now what do we do? And what did I learn, Mr. Speaker? Not only we're not investing enough, we're talking about 10 million homeless people, but there's the federal program that helps organizations and people who are homeless. It's a live-at-home program, it's called. And there are people across Quebec who will die this winter because we did not invest enough in housing. We haven't done so for 30 years. And they're going to cut 3% from this organization's budget. 3% will be cut. It doesn't seem like a lot, 3%, but in the situation where the homelessness has doubled in Quebec, and half of these people are in Montreal, how come people could think, well, when I toured Quebec, what struck me, Mr. Speaker, before I used to see homelessness in Quebec City or in Montreal, in large cities across Canada, Toronto, Vancouver. My colleague was talking earlier about Edmonton and how it was dramatic there. But now we've seen something we've never seen before. Tent parks in small towns across Quebec. In the lower St. Lawrence region, I went there. That people had never even seen this. Tents set up next to the mayor's office, seniors living in tents. How can we accept this? There are tent parks in Saint-Géraud, in Granby, in Longueuil. But they took the situation in hand. They tried to help people. But how can you live with such a situation in a G7 country? We're going to institutionalize tent parks so people can sleep there when it's minus 30 degrees in winter. How does that work? We don't seem to be heading in the right direction. And we've been saying this for years. We've been repeating it. And I thought naively that democracy would say, okay, we're going to live together, we're going to talk, we're going to propose solutions. And naively, the government said, look, this isn't working, we're going to try another solution, and then we'll find the right solution. We don't just need a nice photo op. We have to do the work for people who are in need. But no, at the end of the day, it's been 4 years we've been talking about this. here in this House. This is an issue close to our hearts, housing and homelessness. But the system is stuck. It's a fundamental issue, homelessness. We have to prevent people from dying from cold. And at the end of the day, because before homelessness in Quebec in particular, there was an ongoing services. There were shelters where you could sleep, get a good meal. And there were shelters where people could start to reinsert themselves into society. There was drug abuse support, employment support, contact with families. Before we had that, between 0 and 90 days. And it used to work. You could get social housing, and then you'd start to work again and, regain your life. But now what we're seeing across Quebec is that these resources are clogged, and there's no social housing at the end of the day, and people stay in these shelters. And not only do they stay there a long time, 6 months or more, there are no other people who can get access to these shelters. So we have to work at several levels, Mr. Speaker, but most importantly, we need to build housing. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I did really criticize the Liberals' strategy, and we're going to continue to do so. But after this tour I did, I started to write a report. It'll be published in February or March with specific recommendations. And I'll really keep a close eye on what's happening. And during my tour, how come people told me, they told me, how come you, Mr. Trudel, in your position, how come the minister himself doesn't come and sit down with us in Saguenay, in Saint Jerome, in the Gaspé region? How come the minister and the government itself doesn't come see on the ground what's happening and how tough things are? No, I do that. A member in the opposition does that. And this will be in my report. We'll make sure we move forward, and we do have solutions that we'll propose. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sackville-Preston. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Well, it's very emotional, and I really always appreciate the motion here in the House. I'd like to ask him a question. I know he supported C-13, which is very important legislation for Canada and for Quebec. It was the first time that a government recognized the decline of French in Canada, and he also knows a strong Quebec is a strong Canada and vice versa. So I always consider him to be part of our nice family here in Canada, but the government has invested before 2015. Well, they've already invested in French for Canada, and now we have 4.1 million, almost the double invested in this. So perhaps he could talk about the importance of French in Canada, across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague, who I appreciate greatly. Yes, French is threatened across Canada. It's rather pathetic, the situation. Maybe $4 billion is interesting, but I would like to ask him a question. How come the government has invested $700 million over the next 5 years for Anglophone communities in Quebec? If there is one that isn't threatened, it's the Anglophone community in Quebec and across North America. So how come we're sending them $700 million for a community that is not endangered? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his passion for the fight against homelessness and for housing that is not just for the rich, but for people, for housing that is really affordable. It's always interesting to hear him speak about this issue. In Canada, we don't have a lot of cooperative or social housing. We're around 3 or 4% of all units. In other places, it's 20%. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about the Conservative leader's position, for whom the housing solution seems to be just attacking the mayors of Quebec. I'd like to know what he thinks about the attitude and the behavior of the Conservative Party leader. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague. I didn't mention this during my speech, but like many Quebecers, I was very insulted because Montreal and Quebec represent almost half of Quebec in terms of the population. So these are two elected officials that represent roughly half of Quebec, and the leader of the official opposition in this country, as a solution or by contacting these elected officials, he said they're incompetent. How could we think that this person, before he comes to power, we would like him to sit down with the deciders, people who decide and make the decisions? I don't see how he'll be able to find solutions at all. Questions and comments?
Then comments? Voilà. Le débat continue.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord, permettez-moi de vous...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to wish you a Happy New Year. It's a little bit late, but we have the first 60 days of the year in which we are allowed to do that. So a Happy Good New Year to all of our colleagues. So I find it fascinating that we're starting this new session with the economic statement, because during the holidays, the Conservative leader took a great interest in these questions, Mr. Speaker. And as we're starting out nice and slow, and we seem to have a good atmosphere here, do you know what the difference is between Quebecers and the leader of the official opposition? Well, both are in the wrong country, because us, Quebecers, at one point in time, we will have to get our independence. But the Conservative leader lives in the conspiracy theories, Mr. Speaker, and we heard him over the break. He got rid of his glasses, he got a new look. But when you look in the dictionary to see what a conspiracy theory is, or a person who is into these theories, it is about someone believing in something that actually is not real. So the Conservative leader goes around Quebec and says the Bloc supports 100% of the Liberal economic policies. And this tone, which is not nice, which is not respectful, that he has used over the break, and his attacks on anyone and everyone, these attacks are, by the way, not based on anything. It shows us that the Conservatives seem to believe that the best defense is offense. And in this House, there is a party that supports the entirety of Liberal policies, and it's the Conservatives. And it's even worse for Conservatives from Quebec, because a Conservative from Quebec is a Liberal, Mr. Speaker, because the two parties are fetishistic about oil. So it's the Conservatives and the Liberals. In C-59, you have $18 billion of subsidies to oil companies in tax facilitation. So when they say clean energy, they talk about nuclear reactors paid by the tax money of Quebecers, and this is coming from Liberals and Conservatives, so that we start exporting gas. Well, I think they should wash themselves of these types of energies. The carbon tax, it doesn't apply in Quebec. They stopped saying that. But, Mr. Speaker, they are against the carbon tax in other provinces. When there will be no more a carbon tax, the emissions will go up, and they will need to tax Quebecers to provide more subsidies to the oil companies using the money of Quebecers. That is their equalization payment. The Conservatives of Quebec and are the same as Liberals. And the tax break, when we take a close look at it, the OECD says that it's an illusion. It cannot be part of a structured response to global warming. We see $12 billion in C-59 in subsidies, and the Liberals and the Conservatives agree on these subsidies, because the Conservatives, at every single occasion, they support the Liberal economic policies, Mr. Speaker, and now there's interference in Quebec's business. That is actually funny, Mr. Speaker, because hitting on Quebec, interfering in Quebec's business, it's the Liberals' brand. They have a long history in that, and they have the unique expertise in this. And now there's a bill saying that they're going to come up with a municipal affairs ministry. This is a project that failed in the past. And if you listen to the Liberals, when you need to add a stop sign in a residential neighborhood, it has to be that it's the federal government in their mind that takes care of that. So adding structures, adding bickering, adding stages of negotiation to end up not building housing, while the MP for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert said it very well, that is very liberal, and Conservatives are not like that. Well, the leader of the official opposition, unfortunately, took maybe a little too much time over the break to think about these things. He tries to outdo the Liberals when it comes to interference, and he started talking about Longueuil, Montreal, and Quebec City, insulting mayors of these cities, and he has shown to what extent he actually has no knowledge of how the system functions, because Quebec municipalities, they receive their financing from Quebec, and the transfers are towards Quebec. So he is the king, the Conservative king of interference. When he was a minister, he did not build a single unit of housing. He delivered nothing. Zilch. The leader of the official opposition wouldn't even tell apart a 2x4 in a hardware store. So, who supports the Liberal economic policies? It's the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. And what is surprising is that when he insulted half of the Quebec population, where were the Conservative Quebecers? Well, they were nowhere to be found, Mr. Speaker. When you look at Liberal policies, asylum seekers, Ottawa owes $470 million to Quebec. Why? Well, we welcomed 65,000 asylum seekers in Quebec in 2023. 45% are being helped and housed and welcomed by the population of Quebec. And when it's time to ask for payment, well, the answer we get from the Liberals is that this is not an ATM machine, as if Quebecers are not paying taxes to Ottawa. So the Conservatives from Quebec, are they supporting the request, the demand of the Premier of Quebec? How many of them were there? None. They were nowhere to be found, Mr. Speaker. They could as well sit in the ranks of the NDP. There would be no difference. Okay, Mr. Speaker, here's what's happening in this House. There's one single party that deserves the confidence of Quebecers. We see this, we hear this on the ground. There's only one party that is coherent, that remains based in its principles, that's not constantly changing ideas, that is not doing a campaign based on slogans, that is not doing a campaign 2 years before elections. It's the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, that has always taken care of the elderly, and we were against the two classes of senior citizens created by the Liberals, for instance. There's only one party that is asking an end to subsidies to oil companies. Not even the NDP is asking for it. It's the Bloc Québécois. There's only one party that is asking for help for small and medium enterprises. Even Conservatives are not trying to save these companies, people who innovate, people who are the industrial and commercial texture of our country. There's only one party that is asking for a fund for the media. Conservatives want to get rid of the media. Liberals are silent on that. Only one party is asking for an emergency fund for homelessness. Conservatives, they are only trying to heat up the planet faster so that the winters for the homeless people are less harsh. There's only one party here, and the MP for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert said this, one single party asking for a fund for affordable housing. So who supports the liberal economic policies in this House? Well, they are the Conservative MPs from Quebec. And Quebecers will remember this. Quebecers are seeing this. They're intelligent. We are speaking to the intelligence of Quebecers, and this makes our difference. We'll continue in this vein and will continue to merit their confidence. And they will know when it's time to vote that we have been steadfast on our principles. So when it's time to vote for the government in Ottawa, there will be one single solution. We vote for independence, we leave, we pack up our bags, and we let other provinces and territories take care of their problems among the same family. With that, I wish you a Happy New Year. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech very much. When you think about the expression, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, well, he had many justified criticism of the Conservatives. Of course, he had humorous elements in there too. And I would like to also say hello to our speaker. I'd like to wish you a Happy New Year. We find ourselves in a situation where we are all Quebecers here. On this side of the House, we are speaking on behalf of Quebecers as well. But there were a couple of contradictory elements. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, when he was a minister under Parti Québécois, and he was the Minister of Environment, he approved the exploration on the Anticosti Island. So that also shows the principles of Bloc Québécois. So I would like to know why they voted against our budget, why they are against investing in housing for Quebec as well. Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the MP for Châteauguay-Lacolle is happy that I said that Conservatives are as bad as themselves. Well, they seem to be accepting these compliments. Well, I did my PhD in Ontario. I'm bilingual, but in Quebec, we welcome people in French. So that is part of our values as well. And the member seems to have no issue that her government will spend millions for the defense of English in Quebec, maybe for electoral reasons. This is so. But I'm very proud that we have a CO2 emission exchange system. And when our leader was the Minister of Environment, he created the system, and history will remind us of this. Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Levy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his attacks towards the Conservatives, the next government. He did a very good job. Well, since we will become the next government, I would like him to come up with a list of all of his requests so that we have an understanding of what kind of a budget we need to build. Mr. Speaker, when his leader attacked all mayors in Quebec, I believe my honourable colleague was hiding somewhere. So when we talk about subsidies to oil companies in C-59 and the year's worth of spending, I just will leave him with that.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I just said in Inuktitut is that I'm always so happy to rise and be able to speak in Inuktitut in this House. As we all know that most MPs here are settlers, are ancestors of settlers, Quebec included. I wonder if the member has or anyone in his party has consulted with the indigenous peoples in Quebec, the Cree and the Inuit Innu, who most likely would wish to stay in Canada as opposed to what he shared in his intervention.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I think the MP for Longueuil Saint-Hubert did a very good job of explaining to us how that would work out if there's a referendum. Well, there will be a national conversation in Quebec, of course, and that will be how it is done. Resuming debate, Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston. Jessica. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleague, I would like to wish you a Happy New Year 2024. Well, I will start by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. My colleague will speak after me. My speech today has to do with the economic plan, which is very, very important. So I will talk about that. But I will also talk about our government's positions when it comes to the economy, affordability, and, of course, housing issues.
Underlying that we are in a great position right now as a country economically, and some of the strengths I want to share, not just from me, but from other sources around the world. So let's keep in mind that Canadians created 1.4 million jobs before COVID. We recaptured that 1.4 and we build on that, and Canadians now have an extra 1 million jobs that exist in this country since COVID. The International Monetary Fund predicts that this year, Mr. Speaker, Canada will have the strongest economy in the G7. I didn't say it, they did. The OECD also said that Canada received the third most foreign direct investment in the world last year. I didn't say that, they said it. Also, if we look at the labor, back when we took power in 2015, it was just about at 7. Now we are down on unemployment to 5.7. Facts, Mr. Speaker. The inflation was at 2. Of course, COVID pushed the inflation to 8.1. Today it is down to 3.4, Mr. Speaker, and continuing to drop. And we have the AAA rating that continues as a nation, which is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to affordability, which I want to cover here, there's two pieces. The first piece is what have we done since the last election, 2021? We've done some great investments for Canadians because we know that affordability is challenging out there and we need to be there to support them. We've doubled the GST payment for 2 payments for those receiving GST. That helped 11 million people. It also helped over 300,000 Nova Scotians. We added support for the grocery rebate, Mr. Speaker, which helped again 11 million people, but over 300,000 Nova Scotians. The Canada Workers Benefit, which is about $2,461 per year. We've made some adjustments so that quarterly payments will come to them every 3 months, which helps them on their affordability as well. We've eliminated, of course, the interest on the Canada student loan, helping young people, young Canadians, deal with affordability. We've indexed, this is crucial, Mr. Speaker, we've indexed some major supports to Canadians so that if the next government takes over someday, they won't be able to stop it unless they bring it here to legislation. We've indexed the Canada Child Benefit, ensuring that young families will continue to prosper. We've also indexed the GST, the Canada Pension Plan, which we brought forward, made some major changes with the provinces back in 2017. The OAS and the GIS index, that will ensure that the seniors will continue to prosper as well. And what else did we do? We also brought in the children under 12 years old to receive dental support, which is allowing over 1,200 Nova Scotians that took advantage of that this year. Mr. Speaker, those are some investments that we made in the past 2 years. What the fall economic statement is bringing to the table today is key areas of investments as well. We're expanding the dental now, not just at 12 and under, but also 18 and under. Seniors, January, February, March, April, those are important months because you'll have access to dental care, which is very important. We'll also have those under 18 years old instead of just 12 years old, which will be another support for children. People with disabilities will also have access starting this year, and then next year, all Canadians that make $90,000 or less and are not receiving dental care will receive it. Those are major investments supporting Canadians, supporting the question of affordability. Other investments in removing the GST on psychotherapy and also counseling. That's important for affordability, for people that have challenges in mental health. And we are going to crack down. We're going to make major changes to the Competition Act, which will assure that we can bring prices down. We'll make sure that competition is strong here in Canada and there's no anti-competition happening. So we need to make a major review in that area and make improvement, which is exactly what we're going to be making as we move forward, Mr. Speaker. But the second area, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to touch on is housing. I know my time is getting short because of the question period and SO31 coming up, but I did want to touch. There's 4 areas that we're focused on in housing. The first one is the investments, new investment and continued investment, increased investment in housing itself, which is important. And if you're going to build, of course, you're going to have challenges in labor. So we're going to make changes in labor that will allow us to internally in Canada to move from province to province, territory to territory, and internationally we'll bring more permanent residents, Mr. Speaker, bring more permanent residents in key areas of need, construction being one, education being as well. Mr. Speaker, I have all kinds of great things to share.
The honourable member from Sackville Preston Chesapeake will have 4 minutes left on the clock.
And now, statements by members.
From the PM.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the history of the oldest religion in the world, 22nd January 2024 marked the beginning of a new era for 1.2 billion Hindus across the world, including 1 million Hindus in Canada. After centuries of anticipation and immense sacrifices, the divine temple at Ayodhya was inaugurated with Bhagwan Sri Ram's Pran Pratishtha, an act which transformed an idol into deity. Like Hindus across Canada, in about 115 temples and events, I witnessed the live coverage of this emotional moment at the Ottawa Hindu Temple. The birthplace of Hindu Dharma, India, that is Bharat, is rebuilding its civilization to emerge as a major global economic and geopolitical power. Canada and India are natural partners for sharing economic opportunities and addressing global challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, the Federal Court of Canada couldn't be clearer in its 190-page ruling. In 2022, there was no justifiable reason to invoke the Emergencies Act. The Liberal government's use of the Act directly violated Canadians' most essential rights to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. The decision to invoke the Emergencies Act was unnecessary from the start. For Canadians to have any faith in our democracy, the Liberals must show that they understand the court decision and have learned their lesson. They should drop their plans to appeal and promise to abide by the Constitution instead of breaking the law. When will the Prime Minister admit that he was wrong, apologize to Canadians of his actions, and drop the appeal?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to share that today that Taiwan has successfully completed presidential and legislative elections on January 13, 2024. This marks the 8th milestone in Taiwan's history, and I would like to congratulate the new president of Taiwan, Mr. William Lai. With a proven track record of dedication to public service and a deep commitment to the values that define Taiwan, President Lai embodies the spirit of progress and inclusivity. As Taiwan embarks on this new chapter, let us rally together in support, embracing the shared vision of a Taiwan that thrives on innovation, justice, and the unwavering spirit of its people. These elections are another testament of Taiwan's strong commitment to democracy and freedom. The democratic process is the heartbeat of the people of Taiwan. Once again, congratulations to President Lai and the people of Taiwan, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. There was a thunderclap in the riding of Trois-Rivières when it was announced that my friend Guy Rousseau, general manager of the Société Saint-Baptiste de la Mauricie, was retiring. Guy Rousseau has been a fixture in Trois-Rivières for 40 years, first as a union officer, then as president of the Trois-Rivières Central Council for a decade. He has been involved in every battle, which, incidentally, is a logical course for a theologian of the liberation. Guy spared no effort or skill in promoting the culture of Quebec and the French language. He refused to tolerate the use of English words in French or Anglicisms. They weren't tolerated in his presence or in his absence. In 2015, Guy received the Prix Rosaire Morin, awarded to a person whose writings or actions have made a significant contribution to the development of national awareness in Quebec and to the defense of Quebec's interests. He was the organizer of the Fête Nationale in the Mauricie region and a tireless promoter of Quebec's sovereignty. Guy Rousseau leaves an enduring mark on Trois-Rivières. Guy, on behalf of myself and all the people of Trois-Rivières, I thank you for your years of service to the community. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, many seniors in Alfred Pellan and across Canada neglect their oral health and dental health because they can't afford the costs of such care. Dental problems can worsen if left untreated, leading to a deterioration in general health and adding an unnecessary burden to an already overburdened healthcare system. That's why our government introduced the Canada Dental Care Plan, which will help eligible Canadians reduce the financial barriers to accessing such care. I invite seniors in Alfred Pellan and across Canada who have a net family income under $90,000 and who do not have access to a dental insurance plan to start enrolling right away. Once enrollment is confirmed, dental care can be covered. In fact, as soon as May 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister and his NDP coalition, Canada is in the midst of an unprecedented addiction crisis, one that continues to get worse. Last year, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions assured Canadians that they would end their decriminalization experiment if public health and public safety indicators were not met. 1 year in, and there's out-of-control crime and chaos and unprecedented deaths. Nearly 7 a day in British Columbia alone. It is time to end this dangerous experiment. Many leading addiction physicians from across the country have stated that this Liberal NDP's so-called safe supply continues to fuel new addictions. These courageous physicians demand an immediate end to the program that are flooding the streets with taxpayer-funded narcotics. Conservatives will listen to the experts and shut down government-supplied drug programs. We will bring hope with a common-sense plan for treatment and recovery. Conservatives believe recovery is possible and that that should be the goal. We believe that every Canadian with an addiction deserves the treatment.
The Honourable Member from Toronto Danforth.
Today I rise to celebrate a special birthday. I'm asking everyone in the House to please join me and wish a special 100th birthday celebration for East York. It's an important part of our community that's played an important role in Canadian history. Agnes MacPhail, the first female MP in this place, comes from East York. Our first honoree of the East York Hall of Fame, John Candy, from East York. Not only an important actor and comedian, but a great supporter for the Argos. Let's go, Argos! But let's say that the East York has such an important place, and every day we see that spirit. In fact, East York has the longest running Canada Day parade in all of Toronto. We celebrate year after year, bringing a small town feeling to a big city. We also have an East York Historical Society that helps to preserve and keep telling that history. Thank you to community members for keeping that spirit alive. Happy birthday, East York.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
School in Pointe Claire, music is deep. The school is one of 13 schools to win the 2023 Canadian Music Class Challenge, a competition that salutes music education in Canada, sponsored by CBC Music in association with the music charity Music Counts. St. John Fisher's grade 3 class, under the direction of music education specialist David Arles, claimed top prize in the primary vocal category with their rendition of Turning the Tide by Luke Wallace. Competition judge and Canadian musical artist Victoria Duffield said of the student's performance that it captured her ears and heart right from the opening chorus, and that the musicality displayed through the vocals and instruments showed a great degree of skill and teamwork. I ask all members to join me in congratulating St. John Fisher's grade 3 class on this truly wonderful accomplishment.
The Honourable Member from Oxford.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are ravaging our communities across our country. Under this Prime Minister, crime is up 39%. Shootings up. Extortions up. Car thefts up and homicides are up. Canadians don't feel safe walking down their own streets anymore. They're waking up to their cars stolen and being shipped out of the country. Car thefts have increased by 34% nationally. And what is this government response? More photo ops, big, large summits, more talk, no action. This Prime Minister is not worth the crime or the chaos. Only a common sense Conservative government will bring back jail and not bail for repeat violent offenders. We will secure our ports to stop stolen vehicles from being shipped out, and we'll bring back mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes that were repealed by this government. It's time to support our victims and put them first, not the criminals. That's just common sense.
The honourable member from Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last December, I had the opportunity to lead the Canadian delegation to the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in Accra, Ghana. It was encouraging to hear so many countries talk about the importance of women, peace and security, and in particular the HoC initiative. Known as the Queen of the Hurricanes, Elsie McGill was the first woman in the world to earn an aeronautical engineering degree and did much to make Canada a powerhouse in aircraft construction. She was a champion of gender equality in an industry that had, up to that point, been entirely dominated by men. The HoC initiative carries forward her legacy. Since its launch, the HoC initiative has created interest globally as a unique, bold, and insightful policy intervention which seeks to ensure that military and police women are represented in UN peacekeeping across all ranks and functions in an environment that is conducive to their meaningful participation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Well, here's a question. How many Canadians stayed in a $9,000 a night resort owned by a friend over Christmas for free? The answer is very likely none, but there was one, and that was the Prime Minister. At a time when 2 million Canadians are using food banks, the carbon tax is punishing families and businesses, housing is unaffordable for young Canadians, while those in their houses can barely afford them as mortgages become due for renewal, and seniors can't afford groceries and are not eating nutritiously because of this NDP Liberal government, the Prime Minister didn't for a second think, gee, maybe an $87,000 free vacation to a luxury resort isn't a good look right now, but he clearly didn't care. And what about the 100 tons of greenhouse gas emissions put into the atmosphere from not one but two of the private jets he needed for the trip? And you can understand why Canadians are upset about his lack of judgment and his hypocrisy. It's clear to everyone that after 8 years of this Prime Minister that he's not worth the cost. Canadians see that everything is about him and that while we live in his world, the rest of us are just squirrels looking for nuts. Nuts that not many can afford anymore.
The honourable member from Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians across this country are paying a high price for this NDP Liberal government's tax and spend agenda. After 8 years of this carbon tax obsessed Prime Minister, Canadian families are struggling to put food on the table, gas in their tanks, and to keep a warm roof overhead. And yet the Prime Minister only wants to punish them more. His April 1st carbon tax is only going to make things worse for the 2 million Canadians that are already lined up at food banks. C-234 is a common sense piece of legislation that would remove the carbon tax on farm operations to help lower our grocery prices. But the Prime Minister, he's hell-bent. He's hell-bent on quadrupling the carbon tax on farmers and on Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's more clear than ever that this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend marked the 108th anniversary of a historic milestone in our nation's journey towards equality. It was on January 28, 1916, that my home province of Manitoba blazed a trail by granting women the right to vote, the first province in Canada to do so. This decision was the result of years' worth of brave and courageous actions by women across Canada, marking a turning point for our country, fostering inclusivity, and shaping a more representative democracy. Their efforts deserve our recognition and gratitude. As we celebrate this anniversary, let us be proud of the progress made, acknowledge the depth of work yet to be achieved, and commit to continue advancing gender equality in all spheres of Canadian life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I could just ask members to please, if they can keep their conversation so that the Speaker can hear the members who are making these important statements. The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Nuu-chah-nulth people have suffered enormous loss throughout their 200-year history of colonization, not the least of which has been the devastating loss of language and culture. Today, Nuu-chah-nulth elders, educators and learners are making tremendous progress towards revitalizing their Indigenous language, in spite of the uncertainty of federal funding from one year to the next. Now their language program funding may be cut by up to 57% due to a newly proposed federal heritage funding formula. The formula fails to recognize that British Columbia has the highest concentration of Indigenous language and cultural diversity of any province or territory in the country, with 35 distinct languages and more than 90 dialects. As BC's First Peoples Cultural Council reminds us, the revitalization of languages, arts and cultural heritage is an essential step in recognizing the rights of and finding reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Language revitalization is essential to reconciliation, along with fair, predictable, sustained, and long-term funding.
The Honourable Member for Avignon. La Métis Matan Matapédia. On the evening of September 21st, 2018, off the coast of Bas-Saint-Laurent, a 22-foot sailboat ran violently aground on a reef, leaving its two sailors clinging to the mast, fearing the worst. Despite the extreme weather conditions, 100-kilometer-an-hour wind gusts, and wild weather, the Canadian Coast Guard Auxiliary Volunteers from my region took to the sea with one goal in mind: to save lives. Thanks to Ted Savage and his crew, the worst was avoided. More than 5 years after the events, the men who risked their lives to save the lives of others have never received any recognition whatsoever. These people work on a volunteer basis with very limited resources. They deserve all the honors in the world for the acts of bravery they perform every day. On behalf of the people of Avignon, La Métis, Matan, Matapédia, I would like to officially thank Jonathan Brunet, Philippe Charbonneau, François-Xavier Bérubé-Dufort, and Ted Savage. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Chilliwack, Hope.
Canadians will face a choice in the next election. One choice will be the out-of-touch NDP Liberal coalition, a costly coalition whose ever-increasing carbon tax is pushing grocery and gas prices higher and higher. A costly coalition that has doubled the cost of housing. A costly coalition that has increased violent crime by 40% and whose taxpayer-funded dangerous drugs have destroyed thousands of lives. Or Canadians can choose the common-sense Conservative plan to axe the tax on gas, heat, and grocery bills. A common-sense plan to build more homes instead of more bureaucracy. A common-sense plan to cap spending and cut waste, to bring down Liberal inflation and interest rates. A common-sense plan to make our streets safer by bringing treatment, not taxpayer-funded drugs, and bringing in jail and not bail for repeat violent offenders. The choice is clear, and in the next election, Canadians will choose a common-sense Conservative plan to bring it home.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Centre. Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a community leader, Mr. Ajit Singh Bad, who passed away.
Sorry, I'm going to just interrupt the Honourable Member.
For a second time, I would like to ask all members to please have conversations very quietly. That way, I will be able to hear this member who is speaking right near me.
The top.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a community leader, Mr. Ajit Singh Bad, who passed away on January 13th at the age of 87. Mr. Ajit Singh Bad immigrated to Canada in 1969, and for over half a century, he made several impactful community contributions. He was a founding member of the first Canadian Sikh Panth magazine, Sikh Samachar, and was the first individual to own and operate a Punjabi language radio station outside of India. Pioneer Ajit Singh Bad deeply believed in the power of community in creating meaningful and positive change. I offer my sincere and deepest condolences to the entire Bad family. Although Mr. Ajit Singh Bad will be deeply missed, his legacy will continue to inspire for generations to come.
questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Prime Minister has said that he had no choice but to double the national debt, increase inflation and interest rates because all spending was absolutely necessary. Yet we've learned today that among the $54 million spent on the ArriveCAN application, 76% of the consultants hired did no work at all. Will the Prime Minister get our money back and stop the waste? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand very, very well that when the Conservatives talk about spending, what they want to do is make cuts. They want to cut dental care for Canadians. They want to cut child care services. They want to cut investments in the green economy. That is the reality of Conservative politics, which is so dangerous for Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We will cut the $54 million spent on the ArriveCAN app, which is an example of corruption and scandal from the Liberals. In addition, there's the carbon tax on farmers. I said the other day that the Leader of the Bloc supports 100% of the economic policies of the Liberals. Spending, taxes, higher inflation, higher interest rates, and he flipped out. But the Bloc leader said he will do an about-face and will vote to keep the carbon tax on farmers' barns. How much will it cost farmers and those who buy food? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, obviously, as an Anglophone, a member for Ontario, I can't speak for the Bloc. But I know that Quebec, the nation of Quebec, understands the importance of the environment, understands the importance of industrial investments in the green economy. We are proud to do so. We are proud to do it with the support of all of the members who understand the importance of this for Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the Prime Minister doubled the debt, drove inflation and interest rates to their highest levels in a generation, he said he had no choice. Every penny he spent was necessary. Along comes ArriveCAN, a $54 million app we didn't need, didn't work, and could have been done for $200,000 or $300,000. Now we learn, based on the Ombudsman's audit, that 76% of the contractors did absolutely no work for the money they received. Will the Prime Minister get taxpayers back this stolen money and stop the waste that is not worth the cost?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have learned through bitter experience that when Conservatives talk about the public finances, what they're really talking about is cutting the government support Canadians depend on. What they are talking about is cutting early learning and childcare, which is supporting labour force participation at record levels in Canada, and by the way, making life more affordable for Canadian families. They want to cut dental care, Mr. Speaker. They want to cut essential investments in our green future.
Indeed.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We want to cut waste and mismanagement that has risen to a level that is not worth the cost after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Speaking of wasteful, this Prime Minister loves to lecture Canadians on how they use energy. He says that he's just like every other Canadian when he stays with a friend at an $89,000 a week vacation. The average Canadian emits 15 tons of carbon per year. His trip emitted 100 tons of carbon in 1 week. Did he pay the full carbon tax on each ton he emitted for his luxurious vacation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, since we're asking questions of MPs, I have a couple of questions for the Leader of the Opposition. I'd like to know
heating the 19-room government mansion that he lives in costs? That would be interesting for Canadians to understand. And, you know, the good news for Canadians is we're helping them with the cost of heating with the carbon rebate. So I want to know, did his family cash their carbon rebate check? It's almost $1,000.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I can tell the member that I pay for my own vacations and that of my family. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians who pay for their own vacations are also paying too much for food. We have a bill, a common sense conservative bill, C-234, that would take the carbon tax off the farmers that feed us and the consumers that desperately need to put nutrition on their table. Will the Prime Minister stop blocking the bill, pass this law so that Canadians can afford food?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, people who live in glass houses really should not throw stones. And the Leader of the Opposition may be bragging about what he pays for, but I think Canadians should understand he doesn't pay any rent on that 19-room mansion that he lives in. In fact, he's been on the government payroll for more than 20 years, and he qualified for a full pension at 35, Mr. Speaker. And now he wants to take the rebates away from Ontario families. $1,000 a year, he wants to take that away.
That was great.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that immigration levels are based on our ability to welcome and integrate newcomers. Unfortunately, that is totally false. In 2022, his public service warned him that if he increased his immigration targets, he would worsen, among other things, the housing crisis. The Prime Minister did it anyway. Now he must correct his lack of judgment. On November 1st, the Prime Minister pledged to review his immigration targets starting in 2024 based on intake capacity after consulting Quebec. Will he keep his word? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, we are welcoming people and building housing at the same time. That is why we are negotiating an agreement with Quebec for $2.8 billion to build 23,000 housing units. And
with our partners in Quebec to welcome newcomers who contribute essential skills to our economy and build houses at the same time.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Liberals knew that raising immigration levels would worsen the housing crisis. They did it anyway. And now, even with the consequences staring them in the face, they're not even correcting the situation. No, on the contrary, in 2024, they'll increase again to 485,000 people, and in 2025, 500,000 people. Even in the midst of a crisis, they continue to increase immigration targets against the advice of their public service and economists. When will they be responsible enough to adjust their targets to our capacity? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The member opposite seems to forget that we have a unique agreement with Quebec, the Canada-Quebec agreement that transfers over $700 million annually to Quebec to manage its levels. They have the almost exclusive capacity to choose the people who go to Quebec. We will work with Quebec to ensure that it works with their capacity. But I'd like to ask a question. He seems to want to cut immigration. Where would he want to cut?
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
What do you get with 24 Liberal MPs in Toronto? A housing crisis. A Davenport MP that gaslights and attacks the city and the housing workers that are struggling to make sure people have a place to call home. Whether you were born here or moved here, no one should live on the streets. The city and the housing groups are just asking the Liberal government to do their fair share. So will the Liberals provide the $250 million that Toronto needs now?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the very important question and for pointing to the importance of the great city I have the privilege of representing, Toronto, which is such an engine of economic growth for our entire country. Mr. Speaker, we are having very constructive conversations with the City of Toronto and with the Province of Ontario. We are providing $1.5 billion for Toronto in 23-24. We're there for Toronto more than any government in Canadian history.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We need to let down Toronto.
Yesterday, the Minister of Industry gave me a good laugh. He said he was disappointed in the big grocery chains after asking people to look at the flyers. And after failing to stabilize prices, he concluded that another investigation was needed. We know the problem. People are being ripped off while CEOs are lining their pockets. When will the Liberals stop protecting the profits of big grocers? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. Mr. Speaker, the price of groceries is an issue that affects all Canadians. That is why, Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that the best way to stabilize prices in the medium and long term is to have more competition in the country. That is exactly why we've amended the Competition Act in December to give more power to the competition agent. And yesterday, I asked him to use his new powers to help stabilize prices in Canada. The leader of the NDP should be pleased with that action.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Another year means another carbon tax increase on April 1st. It was minus 50 in some places in this country where Canadians can't even afford to heat their homes. Yesterday, the finance minister lectured Canadians on her out-of-touch version of events, and then we learned that the Liberals were going to change the name of the carbon tax. Taking money out of the pockets of Canadians rebranded is still taking money out of their pockets. So instead of paying high-priced consultants to remove the carbon tax or change the carbon tax name, they should take some free advice and cancel it April 1st.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what is really out of touch. What is out of touch is for a Toronto MP like the one sitting opposite to be saying to the people of Ontario, to the hardworking families of Ontario, we are going to take away the $974 you are getting back thanks to the price on pollution. We're going to cut that money that goes directly to your family budget. Oh, and by the way, we're going to cut daycare and dental care along the way, too. That's not going to help anyone in Canada.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I don't remember a government so indifferent to the plight of Canadians. Her advice of cutting Disney Plus is cold comfort to the woman who's putting water in her children's milk. The cost of some produce is up 94% since she got here. They can lower the cost of food, of gas, of home heating by canceling the increase instead of quadrupling the tax. They paused it for one region where their MPs revolted. Where are the rest of their silent MPs who should be speaking up for their neighbours that are asking to cancel the increase?
Full Minister for Finance and Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to being out of touch with regular Canadians, let me tell you what was out of touch. It was having a temporary leader who charged $20 grand to move into her temporary house and then charged Canadian taxpayers more than $5,000 for bed and bath linens. That's for towels and sheets. And Mr. Speaker, what Canadians need to know is these Conservatives would cut child care, they would cut dental care, and they would cut the carbon rebate people are getting.
The honourable member from Lakeland.
That Deputy Prime Minister is so out of touch. This is the truth. After 8 years, Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. Last year, 2 million Canadians needed help from food banks every month. That's a shocking 78% increase from just 2 years before. Food banks say 2024 will be even worse. The Conservative Common Sense Bill C-234 would take the tax off farmers to lower food prices right now, but the Liberals forced senators to gut it. So why won't the Liberals axe the tax from farmers to bring down food prices for Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from these austerity Conservatives when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable Canadians. Since we formed government, 2.3 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty, and the poverty rate has fallen from 14.5% when they were in government to 7.4%. They want to cut child care, they want to cut dental care, and that MP from Alberta wants to cut the $1,500 Alberta families are getting from the price on pollution.
The Honourable Member from Lakeland.
Well, listen, the Liberals' schemes, scams, and spin jobs don't help the millions of desperate, hungry Canadians struggling just to get by every single month. This is the fact. When you tax the farmer who produces the food, the trucker who ships the food, and then the cost of heating and cooling and storing the food, Canadians can't afford the food. But these out-of-touch carbon tax crusaders, they don't care. And they're going to quadruple it on April 1st. Conservatives will axe the tax for all for good. But why won't these Liberals just pass Bill C-234, reject the Senate amendments, tax the tax from farmers, and bring down food prices today?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'll tell you where Conservatives were focused just over a week ago. A who's who collection of Conservatives gathered for a pep talk from far-right U.S. commentator Tucker Carlson.
Colleagues. Colleagues, it's important, once again, for us to be able to hear the questions and hear the answers. I know that yesterday, if you will recall, there was a member who had complained about the noise level, which made it difficult, especially for people who need to listen to translation.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week, a who's who of Conservatives gathered in Alberta for a lecture and a series with far-right commentator Tucker Carlson. And in that speech, one of them which focused and which had the Premier Danielle Smith attend, we heard attacks on francophones, homophobic jokes, and traditional best hits of MAGA politicians. Mr. Speaker, a Conservative nomination candidate in my riding went on Twitter, had lots of fun on it. Here's the question. Will his leader stand with the candidate or call him out, or is he standing with Tucker Carlson?
The Honourable Member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians who used to belong to the middle class are going hungry. The Prime Minister and his radical Environment Minister know that if it costs a farmer more to grow food, it's going to cost Canadians more to buy food. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Farmers, ranchers, and producers are asking for Bill C-234 to lower their costs. So will the Liberals finally reject the amendments from Bill C-234 from the Senate, remove the carbon tax completely, and lower the price of food for all Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I fully understand the importance of looking after the land. Being a farmer, I fully understand. And taking steps to prepare the industry for the future. Mr. Speaker, that's why we invested as a government $1.5 billion to make sure our farmers and ranchers and processors are ready for the future. We are going to continue to make sure our farmers and ranchers remain on the cutting edge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the 2 million Canadians who rely on food banks deserve better than that cheap deflection. 1 in 5 Ontario households who struggle to put food on their tables deserve better. They need this government to stop inflating food prices. They need the Prime Minister to stand up to his radical Environment Minister and carve out the inflationary carbon tax for our farmers, producers, and ranchers. So will the Liberals finally do the right thing? Reject the Senate amendments to Bill C-234, remove the carbon tax for farmers, and lower the price of food for Canadians.
Hear, hear. I could ask members, especially members whose voices do carry, the member from Calgary Signal Hill, please, to allow the question to be asked so that the Speaker can hear it clearly. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but being a farmer, she must fully understand it's so important that we invest in what farmers do. When you see what takes place across the country with the devastating fires, the devastating floods, it's so important that we take care of the environment. Farmers fully understand you have to take care of the land, you have to take care of the environment, and if not, your food price will increase dramatically. We are and will continue to make sure we support our farmers and ranchers right across this country.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Since 2021, the federal government has been withholding the money at HoC Quebec for receiving asylum seekers. It's been so long that the bill has reached $470 million. Yesterday, finally, Ottawa leaked to the papers that it would be announcing some good news today. It's 2:45 and still nothing. Yesterday, in his first answer in 2024, the minister talked about playing politics on the backs of immigrants. Do you know what playing politics at the expense of immigrants is? It is withholding for years the money needed to provide them with services. Where is the money? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, the member was here in the House. He didn't learn that in the news. I announced that there would be good news this week. It will be under my authority. It won't be meeting all of the demands of Quebec, but we will be supporting them in receiving asylum seekers and supporting Quebec in its efforts to ensure that these people are accompanied well. This is a responsibility at both levels of government, and we will continue our good work together. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Quebec doesn't play politics on the backs of immigrants. These people need services, and Quebec is scrambling to provide them at Quebecers' expense. People first, money later. It's only here in Ottawa that politics is lacking. It's just here that the government has been trying for years to save money on the backs of asylum seekers and Quebecers. Today, I invite the federal government to take up its responsibilities. Where is the $470 million? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, you'll agree that it's not saving money to give $700 million a year to Quebec under the Canada-Quebec Agreement. In addition to the $700 million, we've never asked for accounting, but there will need to be a conversation about that with Quebec. We're ready to do so. We've had good discussions already, and there will be good news later this week. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Obviously, the heart of the matter is the quality of services offered to asylum seekers. Money is essential, but it's about much more than money. Last year alone, Quebecers welcomed more than 65,000 asylum seekers, almost half the total for the whole of Canada. Our public services and community organizations are overwhelmed. We don't have enough resources. Our capacity has been exceeded. So in the interest of fairness, but above all to guarantee asylum seekers adequate services, will the minister finally organize the distribution of the reception of asylum seekers with the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. The member opposite has admitted that it's a responsibility of both levels of government, yet last year he claimed it was only Canada that had to spend money. It's clear that we will work together, that we need to do more work. There are two provinces that are overwhelmed, Quebec and Ontario. It's a work that we can do together. We are a federation.
The Honourable Member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, for far too many Canadians, the dream of home ownership is dead, and it lays squarely on this Liberal NDP government. After 8 years, mortgages have doubled, and a staggering 3 out of 4 families cannot afford a home. Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, a cost brought about by a truly impressive mix of arrogance and indifference to the suffering of many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, when will this government take a break from their Jamaican junkets and actually address the housing hell in Canada? Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, my honourable colleague is simply trying to prey on the very real anxiety that families are feeling across this country. While at the same time, she advances a plan that will build fewer homes than we are already on track to build. We have removed the GST from home building in this country. The Conservatives want to put it back on. We are investing directly in affordable housing. The Conservatives want to cut it. And we have put a $4 billion fund on the table to reduce red tape with cities, and they've committed to doing away with that too. We'll get the homes built. They only stand in the way.
The Honourable Member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, more empty words while Canadians are spiraling out of control. It's not only home ownership that this Liberal NDP government has managed to turn from a dream into a nightmare, but it's rent as well. In the last 2 years alone, rent has increased by 22%. That's nearly $400 a month. After 8 years of their war on affordable housing and rent, this government is forcing Canadians out from the suburbs and into tent cities and parking lots. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop the photo ops and actually fix the housing and affordability crisis hammering Canadians?
Yeah! The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, for years, the Conservative approach to policies that will actually help people is to prey on their anxieties rather than advance ideas that will actually address them. The member is supporting her leader's plan, which is going to build fewer homes than we are already on track to build. We have removed the GST from apartments to help bring down rent. She's campaigning on a commitment to put that GST back on for a lot of middle-class apartments, which will increase the cost of living. When it comes to affordable housing, we have put programs in place to support their construction. They have promised to cut it. We are going to continue to put money on the table to build more homes. Their policies will drive up rent.
Before I give the floor to the member for Louis Saint Laurent, I will invite members, out of respect for those who need to listen to the interpretation, to please stop commenting during questions and answers. I invite the member for Louis Saint Laurent to speak. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal housing crisis is hitting everywhere. CBC told us yesterday that students in Montreal, university students, are now going to a shelter for the homeless. The director said that this shows how bad the crisis is. This is not a solution. It takes places away from people who are homeless. This doesn't make any sense that it's happening in Montreal, in Canada. With the Bloc supporting the Liberals' economic policies, when will the government finally understand that inflationary budgets help no one? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
We understand well the challenges that young people in this country are facing when it comes to finding a place to live that they can actually afford. That's why just yesterday we advanced a new policy that's going to make low-cost loans available to build more student residences across this country. We're going to continue to advance policies that don't just allow students to find a place that they can afford next to where they go to school, but it's going to free up supply that exists within communities today. The Conservatives will tap into people's anxieties for their political gain. We will advance policies that actually address them.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
This is the truth, the reality of Canadians on a daily basis. Depuis 8 ans, Monsieur le Président, ce gouvernement-là fait...
For 8 years, this government has been making rents and homes twice as expensive. We need 3.5 million new homes, but we're not getting them. Millions of Canadians are going to food banks. This is shameful. When will this government act for all Canadians? Mr. Speaker, I see that my colleague is extremely passionate about this. But on this side of the House, this government since 2016 has brought in the first ever Canada Housing Strategy, which has put a roof over the heads of Canadians throughout the country. Instead of being in a party which likes to insult our mayors,
Insulting the mayors in Quebec really means insulting all Quebecers, Mr. Speaker.
From North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, no one should miss a meal. But seniors in Canada can't afford sky-high grocery prices. While big grocery CEOs rack in record profits, seniors are making difficult decisions in the grocery store. It doesn't stop there. Loblaws even tried to cut discounts on nearly expired food. Wow. Corporate greed has no limit. And while the Liberals continue to let it happen, the Conservative opposition wants to let those big companies get even more of a payout. Why are the Liberals allowing CEOs to gouge Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. We remain focused on the affordability needs of seniors. In fact, we're very proud on this side of the House that one of the first things that we did is make sure that the age for OAS was maintained at 65 years old, not 67. This was not a change that should have been made here in this House or a change that should have been made at the World Economic Forum, in which it was. In Davos, Switzerland, we instead are maintaining and increasing supports for seniors in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Hamilton Centre.
When it comes to the over 25,000 Palestinians killed by Netanyahu's brutal bombardment, the Liberals have done nothing to uphold international law and protect innocent civilian lives. And when it comes to Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian hate crimes, the Liberals have failed to stop it here in Canada. The community feels so betrayed that yesterday the National Council of Canadian Muslims canceled their meeting with the Prime Minister because they are tired of his broken lies. So, what will it take?
The Honourable Member is an experienced parliamentarian. He knows very well that we cannot accuse Honourable Members of deliberately lying. That is a unparliamentary language. I'll ask the Honourable Member to withdraw that comment.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw because they are tired of the broken promises. So, what will it take for this Liberal government to listen and start protecting Palestinian lives in Gaza and combat Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian hate here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Give me an opportunity to talk about the announcement we made today precisely to deal with this issue. $40 million additional to deliver life-saving food, medicine, and other supplies to Palestinians through trusted international partners, including the World Health Organization, the World Food Program, UNICEF, and many others. We've always centered our decisions around the protection of innocent civilians in Gaza, and through this allocation, we have upped our game to $100 million in humanitarian assistance to Palestinians.
The Honourable Member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the past few months, there has been a significant rise in the hate impacting communities across the country. All of us have a role to play during these difficult times to bring Canadians together. Can the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities share some of the measures we have taken to support Canadians and encourage unity?
Good job. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during this difficult time for so many communities, we know that there is still more that unites us than divides us as Canadians. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce $3 million towards a Building Community Resiliency call to action. This funding seeks to support local initiatives that drive positive change by building bridges and connecting communities together. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to fighting discrimination and racism, let's learn about each other from one another. Our focus continues to be by working together to heal divides and protect communities from hate right here at home. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this government has been in power for 8 years, and look how much it's harmed our country. This Liberal Prime Minister has plunged Canadians into the worst housing crisis in our history. We, the Conservative Party, have a plan to compensate towns that speed up new housing starts, like Saguenay, Trois-Rivières, and Victoriaville. What is the Prime Minister doing for desperate families who cannot pay the rent, or those who can't even find a home? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, It must be very hard to be a Conservative member from Quebec. Before the holidays, they voted against Quebec several times, against farmers, against the Magdalen Islands, against the Saint-Tite Festival, and just now, their leader made it even worse by coming to Quebec and insulting people. So I'd invite them to leave the dark side and come to our side and work for all Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this government is engaged in disinformation. The member for Gaspésie-les-Îles misled the House. She should rather pay attention to her own region. Gaspésie and the Magdalen Islands are suffering an unprecedented housing crisis. And that's not just according to me. It's also according to Ambroise Henry, the leader of the Gaspésie Magdalen Islands Collective Housing Resource Group. What is the minister doing? What is the member doing to help people in that region concretely? It's really hard to hear. It's really hard to hear members who are speaking up from various parts of the room. So I'd like to ask all members to remain silent. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, I would ask the member to take back what he said. After all, we know that people from the Magdalen Islands care deeply. If my colleague really has a spine, he should rise and apologize to people from the Magdalen Islands for what he said.
Je vais juste inviter les députés savent très bien qu'on ne peut... Il n'y a pas de traduction? Est-ce qu'il y a...
Is interpretation working? Members know very well then that one cannot tarnish the reputation of a member in particular. So I would ask the minister to withdraw what she said about the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I apologize.
Je remercie la ministre.
I'd like to thank the minister.
From Dufferin-Caledon.
Every day the Minister of Housing rises in this House, he's got a new program, a new announcement, the checks in the mail, all of these things.
I'm going to invite the member from Dufferin-Caledon to start from the top. I will invite other members to please listen to the question without interruption. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon from the top.
Mr. Speaker, every day this housing minister pops up and he has a new program, a new plan.
I'm going to invite the government House Leader and the Chief Whip to please, if they could ask their members to listen quietly to the question without interruption. From the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon from the top, and I hope it will be the last time he will have to start his question again.
Every day, this housing minister pops up and celebrates his new announcement, his new project, his new scheme. But the sad thing is, they don't actually build a single house. That's right. Meanwhile, in the real world, after 8 years years of this NDP Liberal government, rents are skyrocketing. In fact, asking rent is now up 22%. Donna in Orangeville's rent is going up again, and she can't afford it. When will this minister realize these announcements are doing nothing, housing's a disaster, apologize to Donna and Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps my honourable colleague is confused about the pace at which we're advancing new policies because he's not used on the Conservative side to seeing the work actually getting done. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that when you compare our plan to theirs, they would put Canada on a track to build fewer homes than we were already projecting to have built in the years ahead. We have cut taxes, they will raise them. We have made investments, they will cut them. We have completely changed the way that large cities in this country are zoning to build more housing. The Conservatives oppose that too. We will do what it takes to build homes, to bring down rents, and make sure every Canadian has a roof over their head.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Except all of that leads us to exactly where we are today, nowhere. Rent for a one-bedroom apartment up 12% to $1,900. Rent for a two-bedroom apartment up 9.8% to $2,300. Rent is now at a record high across Canada, $2,100, up 8.6%. Why? Because all they have are these phony announcements and photo ops. When will he finally admit they've made the mess that Canadians are suffering through? Apologize to people like Donna. Apologize to Canadians. It's their mess.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, since the adoption of the National Housing Strategy, there are hundreds of thousands of homes that have been constructed or renovated to support Canadians who need help. There are millions of Canadians who have benefited directly from government supports to ensure that they could keep a roof over their head. We are going to continue to put policies in place that will improve the quality of life people get to enjoy by helping them find a place that they can afford. The Conservative plan would raise taxes on home building, would cut funding for cities that are trying to change their rules, and would eliminate supports for affordable housing altogether. That is the wrong approach. It was tried. It has failed. We will build the homes to support Canadians.
Then I have Deputy
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, a federal public servant from the Quebec City region has a debt of $25,000, all due to the government. It all started in 2016 when the Phoenix pay system started, quote-unquote, forgetting to pay this civil servant over and over. Today, 7 years later, despite everything that he's done, he's had to remortgage his home, and that has caused a great deal of stress. Now, if it were the minister who was not getting paid, would we really see the system forgetting to pay him over and over? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague knows, and as she said very eloquently, it's unacceptable that public servants who work so hard to support the public service are not being paid on time and appropriately. That is why every day we must work harder to ensure that people, like the one my colleague spoke about, receive the money they've earned for the hard work they've done and for all the time and hard work they've put into serving our country. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, even if this were just an individual case, it would be shameful. But actually, there are 448,000 pay problems from Phoenix, and that's just in 2023. In fact, many public servants are deciding not to change their address or deciding not to accept a promotion because they're worried that even if there's a slight change, they'll fall through the cracks in the system. And the worst thing is that this government doesn't seem to think that it's that important to pay what it owes to its own employees. When will the minister finally open his eyes and do something about this unbelievable fiasco, which would lead any private company to bankruptcy? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for raising this issue. She's right. We need to invest more to ensure that we're paying our public servants. And that is why we are currently hiring hundreds of new compensation advisors. We are investing in better technologies that will enable us to better communicate information between the departments and the pay center. with most of its employees in Miramichi. We've already done a lot, but there's still a great deal more to do over the next few months.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, Northumberland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These Liberals are great at breaking things. They've broken the bank, they've broken the law, and they've broken the budget. It turns out that budgets don't balance themselves. Record government spending leads to record inflation and soaring interest rates. Canadians need the budget fixed. $1 of new spending must be met with $1 of savings. It's a simple concept. Even children can understand it. Will these Liberals finally end their inflationary spending, or will they keep breaking the budget?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, bitter experience has taught Canadians that whenever Conservatives talk about public finances, whenever they talk about saving money, what they're talking about is taking money away from Canadians. They are talking, to be very specific, about taking away early learning and childcare. They are talking about taking away dental care. And they are talking about taking away the investments in things like the EV factories in Ontario that are the jobs of today and the future.
Excellent.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what Conservatives are going to cut. We're going to cut broken apps. We're going to cut high-priced consultants because Conservatives talk directly to Canadians, so we don't need to spend billions of dollars to find out what Canadians think. And let me tell you what Canadians are thinking. They want to axe the tax. They want to fix the budget. They want to build homes. They want to stop crime. Will these Liberals finally listen to them?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've learned just now about one specific thing Canadians will cut. I'm an MP for Ontario. The member opposite is too. They're going to cut the nearly $1,000 that an average family of four in Ontario is getting right now. That is money that is helping people every day. Of course they're going to cut child care. They voted against it. They're going to cut dental care, and they will not make the investments our economy needs.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Liseley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has been spending without limits for years. Arrive Can, the Green Fund, which is turning into something like the sponsorship scandal, the Infrastructure Bank, and all of these other wasteful forms of spending, which are preventing it from balancing the budget. And that's without even considering the astronomical sums they're giving consultants. We, the Conservatives, are asking for a plan to return to a balanced budget. Will this government listen to common sense and get back to a balanced budget in a predictable manner? Will it lay out a plan in its next budget? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to hear a question about our government's investments from a Quebec MP, because that will enable me to speak about our investment in childcare. That was originally a Quebec initiative. We are very proud of helping Quebec with this important issue. And we're also very proud about the fact that we worked closely with the province and have made the biggest investment in the history of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, our government cares about the East End of Montreal. It has been neglected for a long time and associated with refineries and heavy industry, but now we are going to make it into an economic and social hub. Can the Minister tell us how the federal government, with other levels of government, is participating in various efforts to revitalize the East End of Montreal, and how we are supporting businesses like Laboratoire MZL? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, when I ran in 2019, and with the support of the government, we committed to organizing the first ever East End of Montreal Summit. That was held last November. We brought together nearly 800 participants from all levels of government, and we announced $750 million in investment.
We are supported by the local Chamber of Commerce. That's the biggest group that has ever come together for this issue. We are going to work with all of our partners to ensure that this neighborhood's potential is realized.
Honourable member from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Liberal insiders have never had it so good, and Canadians are paying a high price. Yesterday's Ombudsman report on ArriveCan revealed that procurement policies were ignored over and over again. Companies were given preferential treatment, even though they lied in their bids to secure millions of dollars in contracts. More Liberal corruption and waste proving that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will these Liberal ministers come clean with Canadians and tell them why they gave this work to their buddies?
Right.
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that the ArriveCan app was built to help save lives during an extraordinary time. But with that being said, Mr. Speaker, we expect the procurement process to be followed. And Mr. Speaker, I have said time and time again in this House that any wrongdoing in the procurement process would face consequences. The CBSA has already begun this important work by calling in the police when necessary, by doing internal audits, and Mr. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that the procurement processes are always followed.
Big round of applause there.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Midnapore.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, scandal continues to follow them. With the ArriveCan app, Liberals insisted there were no forged resumes. Fact, almost 40% of the resumes GC Strategy sent in were forged. Wow. Liberals insisted security was never compromised. Fact, almost 80% of all contracts did not follow security protocol. Liberals insisted procurement rules were followed. Fact, the system was rigged in favor of GC Strategies. So I have a question for this Liberal government. What kind of operation are you running over there?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what we expect from the public service is to implement contracts based on government policies that follow the rules and procurement policies. And Mr. Speaker, when we were aware...
I'm going to ask colleagues to please have an opportunity so that I could hear the answer from the Honourable Member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When our government released government policies during this global pandemic to help save Canadian lives, we expected the public service to implement these contracts following the procurement policies and rules set out by this government. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned with some of the initial findings. So is the CBSA president. That is why she has already implemented measures, including calling in the police when necessary, as well as conducting more internal audits, and there will be consequences for anyone who did not follow the procurement processes.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Vito Lakes.
Well, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, we have a Prime Minister who's been caught misleading Canadians multiple times. Most recently, it's his $84,000 gifted vacation to a luxurious Jamaican villa. Now, this is what he told Canadians, was that he was paying for it, but we don't know what he told the Ethics Commissioner. But now we do know that, in fact, it was a gift. He didn't pay anything. He took an $84,000 gift. The Ethics Commissioner said that, unlike what the government House Leader said, the trip was not pre-cleared. So when will this Minister and this Prime Minister start telling Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course, the member was able to hear this directly from the Ethics Commissioner this morning, but he appeared at committee and has been very clear on this matter. He confirmed that the office was consulted by the Prime Minister's office before the Prime Minister and his family went on their vacation, and he confirmed that his office provided advice on this matter and that the Prime Minister took the advice and went on a Christmas holiday with his family, Mr. Speaker. The Commissioner told committee members that as far as he's concerned, there is nothing further on this matter.
The Honourable Member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes that workplaces should be safe, respectful, free from harassment and violence. The Canada Labour Code includes numerous provisions to that effect, and Canada also has international obligations that outline that same commitment. 1 year ago today, Canada ratified Convention 190 of the International Labour Organization on Violence and Harassment. Can the Minister of Labour provide insight on this convention and the important role that Canada plays in international organizations like the ILO?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Labour.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. 1 year ago today, Canada signed Convention 190 of the International Labour Organization, which is a part of the United Nations. 190 aims to eliminate violence and harassment in workplaces across the globe because no one should face violence or harassment on the job, not in Canada, not anywhere. Today, this becomes a protected right for every worker in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canada is proud to be a founding member of the ILO. And Mr. Speaker, let me add that on this side of the House, we are proud to be a founding member of the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from London Fanshawe.
Today I joined the hundreds of workers on strike at the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services. Their key demands: fair wages, better job security, and respect. But this Liberal government refuses to even sit down to negotiate a fair deal. These are workers who support our military with critical wellness services. When they wrote to local Liberal MPs asking for support, they were told the minister didn't know these 4,000 workers were his responsibility. Wow. Will the Minister of National Defence finally accept his obligation to these workers and get back to the bargaining table?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the member opposite for this important question, because the services provided by those non-public employees are important to the Canadian Armed Forces, and those workers deserve a decent contract. Mr. Speaker, we support a resolution of this labour dispute at the table, and will continue to support both sides coming back to the table. That's the right place to find a solution.
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Another winter, another tragic fire in Treaty 9. Children at the Bummatung First Nation have no school because it burned in a fire and they had no fire service. Wow. Last winter, Peawanuck lost a beautiful 10-year-old child to a fire, and this government's response was, well, we'll buy you a truck, but we're not going to pay for the fire hall. How do you do fire safety at minus 45 without a fire hall? Will the minister stop nickel and diming the people of Treaty 9 and commit for all the communities properly funded fire halls, vehicles, and a new school for the children of Bummatung, because every child deserves safety and a comfy school?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians were so sad to hear about the fire that destroyed the school in Abbatong. And I spoke with Chief at Loken on Friday night to reiterate to the Chief that we'll work with the community not just on fire prevention, of course, the truck that's waiting for the ice roads to be delivered, but also to make sure that those students have a plan to complete their year of study here. I'll be meeting with the Chief and indeed the CEO of Matawa First Nations Tribal Council to be very clear about the support that our government will continue to provide to Abbatong.
That's all the time we have for question period today. I believe the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following. That this House calls for the immediate release of Vladimir.
I'm already hearing a number of no's. It being 3:17. Oh, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if you can clarify the cases in which an individual is expected to apologize for a violation of the rules, and an individual is not expected to apologize for a violation of the rules. During question period, there was a member who used unparliamentary language and was not expected to apologize. Meanwhile, earlier today, a member of the Conservative caucus was forced to.
All right. I can't hear. I know he's right next to me. I can't hear anything. The Honourable Member of Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Shall I start from the beginning, or?
Well, just get to the substance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you could clarify the rules with respect to the cases in which members are expected to apologize for a violation of the rules and the cases in which members are not required to apologize.
This is something
I note the difference between the treatment of a member of the NDP caucus during question period and a member of the Conservative caucus this morning, even though the violation by the member from the NDP caucus was evidently much more egregious.
I know the chair is seized with that issue from transpiring from this morning. I know the Speaker will be coming back with a ruling on that, hopefully as soon as is practical. It being 3:18, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Nader to the motion to concur in the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Call in the members. The
question is as follows.
Madame de Bellefeuille, appuyée par
Mrs. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Thursday, December 14th, 2023, be concurred in.
Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Brassard, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Thursday, December 14, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with the instruction that he amend the same as to recommend that the Speaker tender his resignation in light of additional examples subsequently coming to light of his partisanship and, may I dispense? Nope. Including the asking a former Liberal Member of Parliament to write an opinion column condemning the official opposition, as well as attending a Quebec Liberal Riding Association cocktail reception for partisan supporters where donations were solicited. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale, Mr. Bazan, Mr. Kimmich, Mr. Perkins, Mrs. Thomas, Monsieur Deltel, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Upal, Mr. Barrett, Mrs. Gray, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Moore, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Baldinelli, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Jennis, Mr. Small, Mr. Brock, Mr. Duncan Stormont-Dundas South Glengarry, Mr. Berthold, Mr. Workington, Miss Finley, Mr. Chong, Mr. Abultaif, Mrs. Kuzi, Miss Ferrari, Mrs. Block, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Strahl, Mr. Viss, Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, Mr. Lloyd, Monsieur Brassard, Mrs. Goodridge, Mr. Lewis Essex, Mr. Lawrence, Monsieur Godin, Madame Vien, Mr. Morantz, Mr. Williams, Mr. Malillo, Mr. Tucker, Miss Gladue, Mrs. Cramp-Nyman, Mrs. Roberts, Mr. Patzer, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Vidal, Mr. Muse, Mr. Redikob, Mr. Van Pupta, Mr. Waugh, Mr. Steinley, Mr. Calkins, Miss Rude, Monsieur Leroux, Monsieur Généreux, Mr. Lobb, Mr. Mazer. Mr. Gould. Mr. Kirk. Mr. Epp. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Cram. Mr. Tolney. Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster. Mr. Nader. Mr. Soroka. Mr. McLean. Mr. Shipley. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Shields. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Motts. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Fast. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Majumdar. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Garon. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Villemur. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Godreau. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Posé. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Lemire. Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Désilet.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Sajan. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Guilbeault. Miss Tassi. Mr. Verani. Miss Chager. Mr. McKay. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Casey. Miss Cara. Madame Saint-Onge. Miss Sahota. Madame Bibot. Mrs. Valdez. Miss Jazik. Madame Fortier. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Dollywall. Madame Lalonde. Mrs. Romanado. Miss Jones. Miss O'Connell. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Fragiscaros. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Baptiste. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Cormier. Miss Dillon. Monsieur El-Khoury. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Sousa. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Sarai. Ms. Vandenbel. Monsieur Sanson. Monsieur Serré. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Brière. Mr. May Cambridge. Monsieur Yakono. Mr. Johari. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod. Mr. Morrissey. Ms. Hefner. Mr. Chang. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sobera. Mrs. Zaid. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Aldeg. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Baines. Miss Bradford. Madame Châtel. Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek. Mr. Koto. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Meow. Miss Taylor Roy. Miss Thompson. Miss Gainey. Mr. Massey. Oh, Mr. Julian. Then Mr. Massey. Mr. Johns. Miss Blaney. Miss Idlout. Miss Gazan. Mr. Green. Mr. McGregor. Miss Barron. Mr. Backrack. Miss Zarillo. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Cannings. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Miss Matheson. Mr. Desjardins. Miss McPherson. Mr. Blakey. Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Morris.
La Chambre t'en remet.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Look online first. I also see the honourable member for Kings Hants has stood up.
I was outside in the lobby trying to vote virtually. I had technical difficulties. I'd like to register my vote as against.
Mr. Blois, nay, contre.
Click on votes. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 178, 178.
I declare the motion defeated. The next question is on the main motion, and the question is as follows. Madame de Vellefeuille, appuyée par...
Madame de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented on Thursday, December 14, 2023, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed for the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fredgiscaros.
Fredgiscaros.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse. Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Brunel, correction, Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. And the list is long, so if members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they've now used the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. We'll start online first, and then I will ask the folks in the chamber to stand up. And we'll start with Mrs. Vecchio.
Thank you so much. I've had IT issues, and I would like to say no.
Mrs. Vecchio, nay, Cone.
Mr. Kellaway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes.
Okay, someone's got.
Yay, for.
Mrs. Shanahan.
You guys know anyone?
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Yay, for.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote pour.
Ms. Kayabaga, yay, pour.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre. Mr. Sainte-Marie, nay, contre.
I'm trying to follow the line here. Mrs. Murray.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay.
Ms. Murray, yay, pour.
Mr. Losassi.
No, I don't.
Mr. Asasi.
No, I got Bill Gates one.
He's muted. He's
Mr.
muted.
Asasi, we're just trying to see you here. Okay.
Yes, I vote in favor.
Mr. Asasi, yay, pour.
Ms. Ashton.
Hello, I also had technical difficulties. I vote yes.
Ms. Ashton, yay, pour.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, merci. Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Dubourg, yay, pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan, yay, pour.
Ms. Collins.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Collins Victoria, yay, pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Robillard, yay, pour.
Mr. McDonald.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck, yay, pour.
Mr. Carey.
I vote nay.
Didn't see him. Mr. Carey, nay, contre.
Mrs. Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk, nay, contre.
Mr. Algabra.
I vote yes.
Mr. Algabra, could you try again? We didn't get to see the video.
I vote yes.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Ms. Qualtrough, yay, pour.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Richards, nay, contre.
Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota.
I vote yay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rota, yay, pour.
Mr. Caputo. Mr. Caputo. Turn video on. All right.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I vote nay.
Mr. Caputo, nay, contre.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Yay.
Mr. Van Couverden, yay, pour.
Mr. Viersen.
No.
Mr. Viersen, nay, contre.
We'll go by the hairline there. Mr. Albus.
I vote no.
Mr. Albus.
I vote no, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Albus, nay, contre.
Okay. Mr. Holland.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Holland, yay, pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
I vote yay.
Fonseca, yay, pour.
Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Reyes, nay, contre.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Lightbound, yay, pour.
Mrs. Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes.
Ms. Hutchings, yay, pour.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
I vote yes.
Noor Mohammed, yay, pour.
Ms. Gould.
I vote yay.
Ms. Gould, yay, pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote no.
Mr. Weber, nay, contre.
Mr. Beach.
I vote yes.
Mr. Beach, yay, pour.
Madame Latanzio.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Latanzio, yay, pour.
Mr. Darty.
I vote no.
Mr. Doherty, nay, contre.
Mr. Leipert.
No.
Mr. Leipert, nay, contre.
Mr. Seaback.
I vote contre. No.
Mr. Seaback, nay, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mr. O'Regan, yay, pour.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote yes.
Mr. Pulowski, yay, pour.
Mr. Reed.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Reed, nay, contre.
Monsieur Shifke.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Shifke, yay, pour.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Martinez Ferrada, yay, pour.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Weiler, yay, pour.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Je vote en faveur. Mr. Rodriguez, yay, pour.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hernandez Angry, yay, pour.
Mr. Wong.
Speaker, I vote no.
Mr. Vong, no, nay, contre.
Monsieur Martel.
I vote no. Nay, contre.
Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh.
Oh, there he is.
No headset. No headset.
Mr. Singh, yay, pour.
Mr. Algabra.
Speaker, hopefully no one is ordering pizza right now. I vote in favor.
Mr. Algabra, yay, pour.
Mr. Dong. No? Mr. Dong, I didn't hear a response. Okay, Mr. Dong would have to say something in order for the video to key. All right, well, we'll skip over that. Mrs. Scrow.
I vote yes.
Ms. Scrow, yay, pour.
And I thought we already got Mr. Vancouvered in, but I'll say Mr. Vancouvered in anyway. Do we already have his vote? Yeah, we already have his vote. Okay, so the only question is, I do have one there. I see. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
No.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, nay, contre.
Okay, so I think there's one left here. Mr. Maloney?
Mr.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Shakfat, Ali Shakfat.
It's the same.
Same one?
No.
So get Mr. Ali. I saw him too. All right, just has to say yay or nay. Yay or nay, Ali.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. I can see you there. I see you.
Mr. Ali, yay, pour.
Okay, for those who weren't able to vote in the chamber. So I don't know how we want to do this one. I don't know how we want to do with this one. How about we just continue the standing vote from here?
So how about ask those in favor to stand?
Okay, all those in favor of the motion will please stand, and we'll do of those who were unable to vote. And we'll wait for okay. All those in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Miss Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Anybody else? Miss Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Miss Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Yeah, just a minute. I don't have my glasses. Just a minute. Let's see. Okay. Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Wait.
Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
That's everybody against. I wasn't able. All those opposed to the motion will please rise that haven't voted.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel, on l'avait déjà.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Madame... Je pense qu'il y a quelque chose parce qu'on a des choses.
Ça, c'est tous ceux qui n'ont pas pu voter.
All those who are not able to vote, who are against the motion.
OK, Madame de Belleville, quelque chose?
Monsieur le Président, le député de Belleuil-Chambly n'a pas pu ouvrir, comme vous le savez, son application parce que l'application mobile a planté, n'a pas pu ouvrir son Zoom. Alors, je demande de consentement que son vote soit inscrit non au dernier vote.
On n'a pas eu de traduction.
We do not have any interpretation. It's working now. The honourable member can repeat. Madame de Bellefeuille. Mr. Speaker, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, leader of the Bloc Québécois, was, as you know, unable to open his app because the application froze, and he was unable to open his Zoom. So I ask that his vote be recorded as no for the last vote.
All those in favor of that? I'm hearing no. I'm hearing no's on that. Donc, c'est des no. And I do have one more hand up online. Madame Dancho. Ms. Dancho?
Nay.
Ms. Dancho, nay. Contre.
Okay. All right. That's everybody, I think. Let's hope. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Nays pour 173, ça se 73. Nays contre 143, 143.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House, because the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 48 minutes. I think we have a point of order from the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm gonna try this again. I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent from all members of this House for the following: that this House calls for the immediate release of Vladimir Kara-Murza, honorary Canadian citizen and Russian democracy and human rights leader. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Okay, we still... There was 2 no's? Well, I didn't hear no because there was so much noise in the chamber. I didn't hear anything otherwise, so... I didn't hear it, so the motion's carried. Just a reminder maybe to folks who had the failure of the app, the more we have in to do the count in the chamber, the better this all works sometimes. There you go, orders of the day.
Minister of Finance, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. Second reading, resuming debate on the amendment of Monsieur Poilievre. Carlton.
Now, when we left this, the honourable member for Sackville Preston Chesapeake had the floor, and the honourable member has 4 minutes remaining in debate. The honourable member for Sackville Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my Conservative colleagues who said that the information that I shared about the strength and the position of the Canadian economy was so great that they wanted me, it was like an encore music, to come back and continue the show. So I'm very happy to be back here and share some of the news and the information. Of course, what I was sharing is that Canada's position and their economy in the world is in the top of the world, and here's some of the facts that they need to share and talk about. 1 million jobs Canadians have created since COVID, and 1.4 before, for 2.4 in total. The unemployment rate was, when we came into power in 2015, was almost 7. Today it's 5.7, which is very impressive. The inflation, which was at 2%, but because of COVID went 8.1, is now down to 3.4 and heading downwards as we speak. We have the AAA rating, once again, which shows Canada's strength. But don't believe me. Believe the facts. The International Monetary Fund said they're predicting this year Canada will have the strongest economy in the G7. They said it. I didn't say it. The OECD indicated that a few months ago that Canada received the 3rd most foreign direct investment in the world. They said it. I didn't say it. Mr. Speaker, because of our position, we are able to continue to support Canadians. Let's not forget that we've already lifted since 2015 2.3 million Canadians out of poverty. Very important information. Canadians appreciate that work, but know that we have more work to do. As I was sharing about the housing investments, there's 4 major components, of course. The first one is the investments that we're bringing forward in housing, which is crucial to ensure that we're able to fill the demand. There's also, when you construct more houses, you have more labor needs. So we have 2 approaches to labor. One is the internal mobility, which meaning construction workers can move from province to province, territory to territory. And we also have the express entry for immigrants coming in to fill in some of the jobs with the labor force, education, construction, etc. And the third piece of this is short-term rental in provinces and territories where municipalities have put prohibited short-term rental. We will deny the income reduction, of course, on the building and the construction of it. And finally, we'll support more Canadians with the mortgages, understanding that interest rate is up and there's many challenges that Canadians are facing today. So we'll provide, if you want, tailor-made relief, allowing temporary extension of their mortgages, waiving some of the fees, and those who have qualified and want to change bank, they do not have to requalify, which is very important. And of course, the banks need to communicate with Canadians 4 to 6 months prior to the end of their mortgage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honour member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Point of order. I've been trying to get this interjected.
Just one moment. We can't hear the honourable member very clearly. I'm just going to double check on the sound. Again, maybe you could try again.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
You got me?
Yep.
Yeah, so no, I had my hand up, a point of order here for myself and the member of Edmonton West Taskegwin. I've had my hand up since we're calculating the votes. I know we're past the calculations now, but I'd like to seek unanimous consent. I had technical difficulties on phone, iPad, and even on the laptop here for getting Zoom up and running. I would like to cast my vote as a nay on the last vote, providing I get UC.
Before the honourable member attempts to cast his vote, I will ask whether there's unanimous consent. So all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Nay. Okay, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound wishes to have his vote recorded as
nay.
Nay. The honourable member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
I vote nay.
No, he was asking unanimous consent for everybody.
Well, how many? Does it affect the outcome?
It was just two.
Just two, as far as I know. So there's two. Agreed. Okay. So they will be added to the tabulation of the vote. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member Edmonton Wetaskiwin. No. Then I ask the honourable member to put his hand down. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the member from Atlantic Canada has always been a very consistent, strong advocate for that region of the country. And I'm wondering if he could just provide, from his personal perspective, through the consultation and the working with his constituents, just from that kind of a perspective, his thoughts with respect to the overall budgetary measures of the government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his very important question, because throughout the summer months and in the fall session, I had lots of opportunities to meet many constituents in my riding, and I can tell you that there's a number of areas where they're really focused on, and one is the seniors. Seniors are looking for support, and they were extremely happy to hear that we had indexed the inflation on OAS and GIS, extremely important. Canadians were telling me how proud they were that we had moved forward on indexing as well the CPP, and let's not forget the young families where we've indexed as well the CCB. Those are very, very important investments. As well, Nova Scotians were telling me, because they were able to benefit, up to 300,000 Nova Scotians benefited from the doubling of the GST and the grocery rebate. So those are very important investments that Canadians have experienced and benefited from, so has Nova Scotians, including, of course, my constituents in the riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question. This fall economic statement will not go down in history because it should have taken account of the housing crisis. But the Liberals only have solutions which will apply in 2025, 2026, so construction will be delayed 2 years or 3 years. The Liberal government is making deals with provinces, like Quebec, for example, which will involve waiting 3 years in this case again. So is my colleague embarrassed about this, Madam Speaker? When will the money actually be paid out to build housing in Rouyn-Noranda and elsewhere in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. It's an important one. Let's not forget that our government is the first in Canadian history to implement a national housing strategy. So much work is ongoing since 2015. We are moving forward now, for instance, through our Housing Accelerator. Municipalities are currently improving zoning. This will help Canadians in my riding, but also Quebecers in the beautiful province of Quebec. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this fall economic statement is about investing in Canadians and supporting Canadians, in particular those that need supports right now. And what we're continually seeing from the Conservatives is how they talk down these supports. That's right. They start talking about removing the carbon incentive rebate checks, taking those away from Canadians. They're talking about putting the GST back on building homes for Canadians that need them right now in the country. I'm wondering if if my colleague can share his thoughts on the stark difference that Canadians have in terms of an option between what we're providing and what the Conservatives are proposing.
L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That is so important, that question, because let's be real. If they ever take power, they're going to be making cuts after cuts after cuts. I remember, like it was yesterday, in 2014, when the Conservative government made major cuts on the backs of our veterans, our men and women who have and continue to serve. Totally unacceptable. Since we took power, Madam Speaker, we have contributed over $11 billion to support our men and women who have served and continue to serve. And I can tell young families that if the Conservatives take power, their CCB checks, which are tax-free and 30% more than what the Conservatives are giving, that will be gone as well. Madam Speaker, we need to continue to focus on Canadian and support Canadian. That's exactly what we're doing, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Yes. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
To all my honourable colleagues in this wonderful and esteemed House, it's my pleasure to rise this afternoon and speak on Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement. And Madame la Présidente, before I begin my formal remarks, you know, it's really great to share our thoughts and obviously the thoughts and be the voice of the residents on each of our ridings that we get to represent with much privilege and much honor. And today, when we look at Canada, the country that we are blessed to call home, and whether we were born here in this generation or in prior, or parents or grandparents, or however we ended up here, we're lucky. We're very, very fortunate. Canada is a land of opportunity for our residents, for our constituents. It's a land of opportunity for our children, and we're going to keep it that way. That is why each of us that are here, all 338, aspire for this country to be the best that it can be, and to provide the opportunity and fortune for our children and our prosperity. And Madame la Présidente, today the International Monetary Fund came out with their economic growth outlook. And that growth outlook for Canada looks quite impressive. In fact, in 2024, actually it's 2025, Canada will have the fastest economic growth rate, forecasted real GDP, out of all G7 countries. We'll grow almost at 2.5%. I think it's 2.3 to be exact. And in 2024, we'll be a snick behind the United States and be the second fastest growing country out of the G7. Madame la Présidente, that does not happen by accident. That happens through the hard work of all our residents, through the hard work of all of our entrepreneurs. But also, it happens through collaboration with government, with labor, with industry, Madame la Présidente. That is how you grow an economy. That is how you create prosperity, by collaborating and working together. And reading through this World Economic Outlook today, it was great to see that the choices we've made as a government, and we continue to make as a government, are the ones that create economic growth, that create jobs, that create prosperity for all Canadians, not only the wonderful residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, but across this country. And Madame la Présidente, in the Fall Economic Statement, yes, there's talk of the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund, and I was proud to stand with the Prime Minister of Canada, with my Mayor, the Honourable Stephen Del Duca, in announcing a $59 million investment, into the City of Vaughan to streamline the processes to build housing, to ensure that we prioritize housing near transportation infrastructure, much like is being done at the Vaughan Metropolitan Centre, much like is being done along the Highway 7 corridor, along York Region in the City of Vaughan. We will continue to make those strategic investments in our communities. Why? Because we believe in Canadians, and a confident government invests in its people, invests in its entrepreneurs, and invests in this country, and that's what we continue to do. I look at one measure which I think we must all look at and say applaud, the first-time homebuyers account. This account has been taken up by over 500,000 Canadians. It combines the best of the tax-free savings account, the best of an RRSP account, and puts them together. Tax-free in, tax-free out. You get a tax deduction for investing in this account, and then you take it out when you go purchase a home. It's tax deductible in, tax-free out. Powerful measure. 500,000 Canadians have taken advantage of that. We put in place on the building side 100% GST rebate in respect of new purpose-built rental housing. This is something that I know rental builders across this country have asked for years and years and years, and we've delivered that. And Madame la Présidente, you know, we've done the Canada Child Benefit. We did a national early learning and childcare plan, which I know the province of Ontario, under a progressive Conservative government, is celebrating day in, day out, but yet the opposition pans and criticizes. Shame, I would say, because all those benefits, whether they're in my riding or up in York Simcoe or all the ridings across this country, we know, and the member opposite knows, are benefiting from this agreement that we've signed with provinces. Madame la Présidente, we know that still consumers are facing, and Canadians are facing, high consumer prices that are putting pressure on their families. Au cours de la dernière année,
Over the last year, the government has taken other measures to make life more affordable for those who need it most in this country. These measures include doubling the GST credit for 6 months in the fall of 2022, offering a new one-time grocery rebate in July 2023, providing 11 million Canadian individuals and families with hundreds of dollars in targeted inflation relief, delivering the first enhanced quarterly Canada Workers benefit on July 28, 2023 to Canada's lowest paid but often most essential workers. A family could receive up to $2,461 this year.
Workers' benefit is like the unsung hero. It's like the grinder on the ice doing his job. This benefit has lifted millions of Canadians out of poverty. I think it's almost 2.5 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty since 2015. Our poverty rate's been reduced by more than half, 650,000 children. We'll continue doing what's right, because when you do what's right, when you're governing, when you do what's right, when you're a parent, when you do what's right, when you're an entrepreneur, you know you're going the right direction, and we are certainly doing that.
These are just a few examples of how our government continues to support Canadians while some prices remain too high.
C-59 builds on these efforts by introducing new measures to further the government's economic plan and continue to support a strong middle class, Madame la Présidente. And we're seeing it. We have a AAA credit rating. That's not by fluke. That was hard choices many, many years ago to keep that under all governments. And we celebrate it, we maintain it, and we have a strong fiscal foundation. Our deficit to GDP ratio across the board is the lowest, and one of the lowest, if not the lowest, I know in all the G7 countries, and continues on the right path. We know that Canadians, yes, they're feeling elevated prices, but we made the right choices to support them, and we will continue to do so. We will support Canadians' right to repair, preventing manufacturers from refusing to provide the means of repair devices and products in an anti-competitive manner. We have further modernized merger reviews, enhanced protections for consumers, workers, and the environment, including improving the focus of worker impacts and competition analysis. We will empower the Commissioner of Competition to review and crack down on a wide selection of anti-competitive collaborations. And finally, broadening the reach of the law by enabling more private parties to bring cases before the Competition Tribunal and receive payment if they are successful. C-59 and C-56 would provide generational changes to competition law for Canadians. Madame la Présidente, again, on competition, I love capitalism. I love the creation of wealth. That's what creates jobs. That's what drives prosperity, not only here in this beautiful country, but across the board. But you can only do that when you have a regulatory regime in place which ensures that anti-competitive practices, abuse practices on pricing, collusion, drip pricing, all those type of measures are looked at, are examined, and folks are held to account. And we need to do that. Whether in the circumstance a few years ago on bread or in any circumstance that evolves today, we need to ensure that the Competition Commission, the Competition Tribunal has those teeth. We need to ensure that the law with regard to competition is on the side of Canadians, not on the side of the corporation. And believe me, Madame la Présidente, I want all companies to succeed. I want all corporations to succeed, whether a limited partnership, whether it's CCPC, or whether they're publicly listed, or whether they're a family business. And one of the 18 or 19,000 small businesses that exist in the city of Vaughan, literally the economic engine of York Region, the largest economic center of 1.2, almost 1.3 million residents that we have in the beautiful region that we live in, called York Region. Notre gouvernement reconnaît.
Our government also recognizes the importance of access to mental health services and the support Canadians need when they are at their most vulnerable. For example, therapy and counseling services play a key role in the lives and mental health of millions of people, but they can also be costly. To ensure that Canadians get the help they need, the federal government is taking steps to make these essential services more accessible.
HST, when an individual needs to go see a therapist of any sort, we know the mental health of our friends, our families, our loved ones, especially in this world today. We are where we are so interconnected, but yet so many millions of people still feel alone that they need the help to receive that. I see I have about a minute or 30 seconds left, Madame la Présidente. I would like to say I look forward to answering questions and comments from my honourable colleagues. I hope them and their families are doing well. And let's make sure that all the climate action incentive payments are received by all the Canadians out there, including all the wonderful seniors in my riding who I know are better off in receiving the climate action incentive payments. And I look forward to receiving a question, answering a question from the honourable opposition along with my colleagues. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Then comments, the honourable for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to mention that my colleague that just spoke is a neighbour of mine, and we both represent parts of the great city of Vaughan. He says he supports making life more affordable for the citizens of Vaughan and those across Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has made it clear that Bill C-234 will save Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030, reducing the cost of food for Canadian families currently struggling to afford groceries. I'm wondering if he can explain to the residents of Vaughan who are currently struggling to afford groceries why he won't support Bill C-234.
The honourable member of Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague and friend from the riding at King Vaughan for their question. And when we look at all the measures that have been put in place to aid farmers in Canada, we have the backs of farmers, and everyone knows that, and the farmers themselves know that. And we will continue to make sure we support them. And you know, last week, Madame la Présidente, I took a tour of the Ontario Food Terminal, where literally $3 billion of economic activity take place on an annual basis. I saw the potatoes coming in, the fruits and vegetables from all over Canada, and yes, from different parts of the world. And we'll make sure that farmers and the farmers are always assisted so they can compete, so that we have food security and food affordability. On the affordability front, we know we put in place a number of measures that have exempted fuel for being charged and covered under the carbon pricing regime. We'll continue to do that. 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off under the carbon pricing regime. We'll continue down that path. We have to move to a carbon neutral economy. We know that. The entire world is going there. Innovation is going faster than we know in this House, and will continue to go faster, and we'll always have the backs of Canadians. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Nunavik EU. I'm missing one part of it. Nunavik, Abitibi, Bejims, Nunavik EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. However, there's often talk of housing because it's a need everywhere in Quebec and Canada. Recently, I went to Kuujjuaq. Poverty, the housing index is very low. So there are 3 or 4 families living together. It's unbelievable what they're experiencing, and elsewhere in Quebec as well. There's the labor issue as well. There's no incentive for people to go back to work, for seniors or people who want to work, and the cost of living. So what is the government doing with this bill?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I would like to say to my colleague, thank you very much for the question. It's very important for our government to help all Canadians throughout the country regarding affordability due to the high prices.
To help all Canadians and assist them in their time when prices are elevated, but we see prices coming down, and we do see relief on the inflationary front, which is important. The measures we put in place, which I know in the area that the jurisdiction that I'm from, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit, early learning daycare, the Canada Workers Benefit, to middle income tax cuts, work on the housing front, the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Program, the $4 billion for housing for rural and Indigenous individuals at home that are assisting them as well, for Indigenous communities, whether it's in the north or northern Quebec and those areas there. Those funds are directed specifically for those areas. Thank you, Madame la Présidente. I hope I answered the member's question.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. My colleague is not only the MP for Vaughan Woodbridge, he's also a former resident of the great city of Prince Rupert. And he mentioned housing. Now, in Prince Rupert, the single most important investment to empower new housing development is replacement of the city's water mains, which are on the brink of imminent collapse. The government of British Columbia has already invested $35 million in that project. Now it's time for his government to step up to the plate with a significant financial commitment to that urgent priority. Does he not agree that this should be made a top priority for the federal government?
Brief answer from the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
As a former resident born and raised in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, of course, the infrastructure in that community, is individuals knowing, needs to be upgraded and fixed, and our government will work in collaboration, always has, with the current NDP government in British Columbia to ensure that residents of Prince Rupert have clean drinking water and the right infrastructure for them and their families. It is a major, one of the most important port cities on the west coast from North and Central South America. It is becoming an increasing economic engine for Canada. It is a logistics hub. It is a major transportation point for our country. I'd like to say hello to friends and family that still reside in Prince Rupert, if I can do so. It is near and dear to my place. I was raised there, Madame la Présidente. Canada is a beautiful country, and I was blessed to call 2 places home, and currently Vaughan is my home. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Henley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for King Vaughan. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, 2 million Canadians are visiting food banks in a single month. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, people are struggling to keep their homes because their mortgage payments have doubled. After 8 years, violent crime is up 39%. 10 cities exist in almost every major city, and over 50% of Canadians are $200 or less away from going broke. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Just last week, the Prime Minister said the Conservative Party wants to, quote, take Canada backwards. Well, if that means taking Canada back to a time when inflation was at a historic lows, or taking Canada back to a time when young people could afford to buy homes, or back to a time when rent and groceries were actually affordable, or back to a time when people felt safe in their own neighborhoods. If this is what taking Canada backwards looks like, then I'm all in. Now, people rightfully wonder, how did it get like this? Let me explain. In 2020, the Bank of Canada made a decision to increase the money supply in order to buy government bonds. The bank said it did this to keep interest rates low, but the reality was that the Liberals needed money, and lots of it. That money was ostensibly to pay for pandemic emergency programs, but soon after the pandemic, the Parliamentary Budget Officer found that $204.5 billion in new spending had absolutely nothing to do with the pandemic. So what happens when the central bank prints money? It means you have more dollars chasing fewer goods. Each dollar is worth less. Imagine that in the whole economy there were only $10, and that $1 was the price of a loaf of bread. Now imagine that all of a sudden there are $20 in the economy, but still only 10 loaves of bread. Each dollar is now worth half, its value diluted by the creation of a new dollar. That is what caused inflation, Madam Speaker, not supply chains, not the war in Ukraine, not so-called greedflation, money printing. That's the cause. Money printed to feed the Prime Minister's reckless and inflationary spending. From 1867 to 2015, the total federal debt was $600 billion. Today, it's $1.2 trillion. The Prime Minister has doubled the national debt. He's borrowed more money than all other prime ministers that came before him. So what happens when we have inflation? How does a country get it back under control? It's forced to raise interest rates. That's how. This is the monetary policy part, by the way, that the Prime Minister says he doesn't want to think about. He didn't think that his out-of-control spending might cause a vicious cycle of inflation that would force the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates, but it did. Now he likes to call this spending investments. But what does he have to show for these investments? Our economic growth has flatlined. The OECD predicts that Canada will have the worst per capita GDP growth in the OECD for the next 30 years. Per capita GDP has actually declined. The Bank of Canada said in their monetary policy report just last week that it expects economic growth to be flat. What do you call spending $600 billion for zero economic benefit? Economic malpractice. That's what you call it. And what about the high interest Canadians pay on all this debt? Well, the Prime Minister likes to say he took on debt so Canadians wouldn't have to. But Canadians are stuck with the bill. Canadians are about to spend more money on interest on the Prime Minister's debt than on health care, on childcare, on EI, or national defense. The Bank of Nova Scotia economists have said that government deficits are adding 2 full percentage points to interest rates on the backs of Canadians. The bank governor just confirmed in committee that the GST is adding 0.6% onto inflation. Common sense conservatives keep telling the government that Liberal spending is making life more expensive for Canadians. Did the Liberals listen? No. They just added another $20 billion of additional inflationary spending. At the same time, we have a housing crisis in this country and out-of-control crime. Madam Speaker, a Conservative government will axe the tax, build more homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. It's time to rein in the NDP Liberal coalition inflationary spending and balance the budget to lower inflation and interest rates to ensure that Canadians can afford their lives again. Despite warnings from the Bank of Canada and the Canadian financial sector that government spending is contributing to Canada's high inflation, the Prime Minister ignored their calls for moderation, and yet again decided to spend on the backs of Canadians, keeping inflation and interest rates high. What are the ramifications for ordinary Canadians, Madam Speaker? Well, the IMF warns that Canada is the most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. High interest rates risk a mortgage meltdown as billions in mortgages renew over the next 3 years. At Finance Committee, the Mustard Seed Food Bank told us that food bank usage has increased 78% since 2019, with a marked increase by double-income families. Many Canadians are having to choose between buying food, heating their homes, or paying rent. The dream of people purchasing their first home has been crushed. It used to be that Canadians were paying off their mortgage in 25 years. Now it takes that long just to save up for a down payment. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that it wasn't like this before this Prime Minister, and it sure won't be like this once he is gone. For the last 8 years, all the Liberals have to show on housing is broken promises, half measures, and endless photo ops. Their precious National Housing Program has only completed 106,000 homes. CMHC says we need to build over 5 million homes by 2030. Only in Canada has housing become so unaffordable so quickly. Toronto is ranked as the world's worst housing bubble, and Vancouver is the third most unaffordable housing market on earth, worse than New York City, London, England, and Singapore, a tiny island with 2,000 times more people per square kilometer than Canada. The problem? We aren't building enough homes fast enough. We built fewer homes last year than we did in 1972, when our population was half the size and I was 10 years old. This is happening because the Prime Minister subsidizes government gatekeepers and red tape that prevents builders from getting shovels in the ground and our people into homes they can afford. In Vancouver, regulations add a staggering $1.3 million to the cost of an average home. In Toronto, government adds $350,000. That means that over 60% of the price of a home in Vancouver is due to fees, regulations, and taxes. Conservatives have a plan to fix this, Madam Speaker. It's called the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. It will put keys in doors and people in homes by giving more money to municipalities that are building homes and taking money away from cities that aren't. It will incentivize unaffordable cities to build more homes and speed up the rate at which they build homes every year to meet housing targets. Cities must increase the number of homes built by 15% each year. If targets are missed, a percentage of their federal funding will be withheld, equivalent to the percentage the target was missed by. And we would reward big cities that are getting homes built by providing a building bonus for municipalities that exceed a 15% increase in housing completions. Also, we will make sure that cities build high-density housing around transit stations. Transit-oriented development is a major solution to our housing crisis. And you know what, Madam Speaker? All of this, it's just common sense. Madam Speaker, thanks to the Prime Minister, this is the worst time in Canada's history for the Canadian people, particularly for the middle class. But the good news is we have a common sense plan that will axe the inflationary carbon tax to bring home lower prices, cap spending and cut waste to bring down inflation and interest rates, remove bureaucracy to build more homes so that once again people can afford to rent and pay their mortgages. Conservatives will work every day to make Canada a country that works for the people who do the work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the speech. He mentioned government gatekeepers as being the problem behind the housing crisis and promised transit hub-oriented development. Now, in the region I represent, there aren't transit hubs. And I don't think you can characterize the village council of the village of Telkwa or the town council in the town of Smithers or the city council in the city of Terrace as being gatekeepers. These folks can approve housing development in a matter of days or weeks. The challenge in these communities is infrastructure. Does he support investing in key municipal infrastructure as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has called for, as the City of Prince Rupert has called for, where his leader just was? Does he commit to investing the tens of millions of dollars that are required to ensure that our communities can deliver a quality of life for their residents?
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, the member well knows that municipalities set their own infrastructure priorities and decide which infrastructure that needs to be built. All we're saying through the Build Homes Not Bureaucracy Act is that we will reward cities who build more infrastructure in order to get more homes built. That's really what the program is all about. Ottawa isn't in the business of telling municipalities where to build their infrastructure, but we do have financial tools at our disposal to incentivize municipalities to get more homes built, and that's what we'll do.
Good answer. Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, I find it interesting that the member just said that Ottawa isn't in the business of telling municipalities what to do when the leader of the Conservative Party just recently called two municipal leaders incompetent, the mayor of Montreal and another. I wonder if the member has had the opportunity to talk to his leader about how inappropriate those comments were.
Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
What I said just on the first part of the member's question was that the federal government isn't in the business of telling municipalities what infrastructure they should build. We are in a position, though, to incentivize municipalities through financial contributions to build more homes. That was the point that I was making. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you very much. In C-59, a federal department for infrastructure and communities would be created, which means that the federal government will start interfering more and there will be more disputes and delays. But this housing crisis is urgent. My colleague spoke about removing red tape. What does he think of creating this new department, a federal department of municipal affairs?
With St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
I think it's important that we distinguish between levels of government and their jurisdictions. Municipalities are best positioned to decide what infrastructure to build, where it should be built. I spent time on municipal council myself, and I certainly respect the hard work and important work that they do. We do have a housing crisis in this country. The CMHC says we need to build well over 5 million houses by 2030, and the government's own housing program has only built 106,000 homes. So whatever they're doing, Madam Speaker, it's not working. We need to respect municipalities, but provide the financial tools that municipalities need to get more homes built.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Kitchener Centre.
The member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley talked about the need to focus on affordability, but I didn't hear him talk at all about the increased corporate profits that are leading the rising inflation we're seeing. And one of those examples is the oil and gas industry. In fact, 18 cents of every dollar at the pump that folks across the country are seeing increases on is because it's going directly towards increased profits of the oil and gas industry, leading to $36 billion of the top 5 companies in 2022 alone. Does the member support, at the very least, a windfall profit tax on even just 15% of the profits above $1 billion so we can invest in affordability measures across the country?
Brief answer from the Honourable for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
You know what, frankly, Madam Speaker, I'm just tired of the socialist members of this House wanting to penalize success in our society. Of course we wouldn't support something like that. We want private enterprise to be successful so that they can employ more people, provide good paying jobs, make sure we have more powerful paychecks in society. But more than that, and I've said this before in this House, I find it astounding how some members think that increasing taxes on Canadians will make life more affordable for Canadians. It simply won't.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be discussed at the time of adjournment.
Sources, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Persons with Disabilities, and the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot, Public Services and Procurement. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House on behalf of Canadians today. I rise to speak on the False Promise Statement Implementation Act. Everything is looking up. Prices are up, rent is up, debt is up, taxes are up, and time's up. When this Prime Minister took office, he inherited a rich legacy. Interest and inflation rates were at a record low. The budget was balanced. Taxes were falling at a record pace, and it took 25 years to pay off a mortgage, not to save up for one. Our Prime Minister, our next Prime Minister, the leader of the official opposition, won't be as fortunate. Today, interest rates are at an all-time high. Inflation is out of control. Taxes are up. And a new measure announcement in this false promise statement is a 90-year mortgage. Let's let that sink in for a moment. 90-year mortgage. I've never heard of such a thing. This Prime Minister has added more debt than any other Prime Minister combined. Canada's growth for the next 4 decades is projected to be the worst of the developed countries. This Finance Minister told Canadians that the budget would be balanced by year 2028. Canadians find this to be an interesting statement, considering her boss believes the budget will balance itself. However, since she made this statement, she has announced another $100 billion of additional debt. This year, the Prime Minister will spend more of taxpayer dollars serving the debt than he will to fund our health care. This mini-budget does nothing to help Canadians who are struggling to put food on the table. Under this NDP Liberal government, we are witnessing millions of food bank visits in a single month. According to Hunger Canada, seniors are the fastest growing group of food bank users. Seniors! This government should be ashamed. Across the country, food bank visits have increased 78% since 2019. Trevor Moss, the CEO of Central Ogagon, I can never pronounce that, I apologize, Food Bank has projected a 100% increase in the next 3 to 4 months. During the last break, I had the opportunity to visit Cy Dam Food Bank. Co-founders, Vishali and Navi, educated me on the crisis Canadians are facing. I was shocked to find out that in 1 month, the food bank served 3.17 million meals and delivered groceries to 3,000 seniors in the GTA. Let me repeat that. 3.17 million meals and delivered groceries to 3,000 seniors in the GTA. A 72-year-old Linda Godin lives on a fixed income in Edmonton and is among those who have had to turn to food banks due to the rising cost of living. She told CBC News that despite her best budgeting efforts, it's hard to make ends meet. The skyrocketing cost of food and housing is due to the high interest rate caused by the reckless overspending of this Prime Minister. The Finance Minister suggested that, hey, let's cancel Disney Plus subscription. That would fix the issue. Well, Madam Speaker, she's on the right track, but it's not Disney Plus that needs to be cancelled, it's the carbon tax. And since this NDP Liberal government refuses to do that, it's time they are cancelled. Let's take a look at the impacts on the carbon tax. Farmers grow the food, are taxed. What's the result? Cost goes up. Truckers that ship the food are taxed. What's the result? Costs go up. So, what would be a common sense way to bring relief? Axe the tax. Madam Speaker, I scoured the entire document and found it to be very useful as a paperweight. The Liberal NDP government has nothing in this budget to help seniors. They talk a good talk. They have referenced OAS and GIS, but they have proposed nothing. They have simply re-announced current policies under this Prime Minister. Seniors are worse off than they were 8 years ago. If the Liberals continue this trend, things are only going to get worse. Seniors are on the brinks of homelessness and forced to live in their vehicles or other unsafe places. Working moms can't afford to feed their families. And this NDP Liberal government is playing politics with their lives, while Liberal insiders get rich. After years of careful financial planning, Maria, a senior in Vaughan, retired because she thought she had the funds to support her. But after 8 years, this Liberal NDP government has forced her to go back to work. 8 years ago, if you told me something like this would happen or anyone else, we would probably laugh. But today, this is the reality of far too many Canadians, and no one is laughing. As we witness the misery that this Prime Minister has created, I can't believe how far we have fallen as a nation. This country deserves better. Sunny ways aren't quite so sunny anymore, unless, of course, you're the Prime Minister and you take an $84,000 family vacation to Jamaica. Do these Liberals even listen to what Canadians are telling them? It appears for a hot second that the member from Avalon heard the voices of Canadians when he told Radio Canada reporter that he believed the Liberal Party was in desperate need of a leadership review. Canadians need financial relief, not billions in more spending, which will only result in more taxes. Instead of listening to common sense Conservatives, the Prime Minister decided to fund half measures that will do nothing to resolve the problems that everyday Canadians face. This Liberal NDP government housing costs are doubled. Toronto has been rated the worst housing bubble in the world. Canadian homes now cost 50% more than homes in the United States. 50% more. You can buy a 20-bedroom castle in Scotland for less than a 2-bedroom home in Kitchener. Before someone across the aisle jumps up to sing the praise of the $4 billion housing initiative, let's take a look at that program. It is, in its very design, set up to favor projects in Liberal ridings, and the numbers prove it. It has been recently reported that the funds were disproportionately allocated. Let's look at the numbers. 34% of the country is represented by Conservative members of Parliament, but those areas received only 15% of the funding. Yet the areas represented by a Liberal MP received 49% of the fundings. I guess this just proves the point made by the member from Long Range Mountains. If you want special treatment, you need to vote for a Liberal MP. Wow. This document is nothing more than a last-ditch attempt for the Finance Minister to drum up support. But 48% of Canadians are $200 or less away from financial insolvency. And this government expects Canadians to trust them with their tax dollars. Canadians cannot afford any more of this Liberal NDP government. It's time for my colleagues across the floor to reflect on the approach they have taken and on the misery they have unleashed on this country. But there's some good news, Madam Speaker. Conservatives have a common sense plan, and we will axe the tax to bring home lower house prices, cut wasteful spendings to bring down inflation and interest rate, remove the bureaucracy to build more homes so that, again, people can afford to rent and pay their mortgages. Under a Conservative government, Canada will once again become the country that rewards hard work, where Canadians are motivated to work hard, not penalize a strong work ethics. Understanding the elected officials, we are servants, not the masters. We are united under our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
got excited.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and thank you to my colleague in this House and my neighbour in the City of Vaughan. We both get to represent, along with another member, the most entrepreneurial and most generous residents in the city that we live in all this country, I would argue. Madame la Présidente, the honourable member is the shadow minister for seniors. Our government is putting in place a Canadian dental program that right now is enrolling literally millions of seniors in her riding, in the honourable member's riding of King Vaughan, in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, and all 338 ridings. And we're going to literally benefit millions of seniors. We're going to reduce costs for them. We're going to provide them oral care, dental care, which we know is part of health care. A transformational measure that all members of this House should support. So I'm going to ask my honourable friend and colleague across the way, is she going to vote for, the honourable member going to vote for the Canadian Dental Care Program for the seniors in King Vaughan? Yes or no?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. No, King Vaughan, sorry.
King Vaughan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Liberal government can't even deliver benefits to government employees, and now they're asking Canadians to trust them to deliver them to everyone else in Canada? Many Canadians are worried that they're going to lose their coverage. So how can we trust this wasteful government to ensure that they're going to have a plan that's not going to encroach on the current system?
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. We sit together on the Status of Women Committee, and both of us care about seniors. She is her party's spokesperson for seniors. She and I have had many interesting discussions. And I do agree with what she said, that is, that there are not enough measures for seniors in this fall economic statement. In fact, there are no measures. The Bloc Québécois has been prioritizing seniors in its budget asks and economic statement asks for a long time. Seniors are becoming poorer and poorer. We are studying C399 in committee. It's very important. Will they help seniors, especially seniors in my riding and in the Saguenay, in Chicoutimi? They want help. There shouldn't be two categories of seniors, over 75 and under 75.
Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague, and I do agree with her. We do have to do more for seniors. And one of the ways that we can help seniors ensure that they enjoy their retirement is we need to cut expenses. And one of those expenses is the carbon tax. Recently, the Fraser Institute just released its latest report on Conservatives, saying that, and I'll quote, their investigative report proves that Conservatives have been saying since the beginning this Prime Minister's Net Zero 2050 plan will impose at least $45 billion in costs with no environmental benefit. If we can reduce that cost, we can ensure that seniors have more money to support themselves. I just posted a bill from one of my seniors who showed me that he pays more in taxes than the fuel that he receives. We need to cut expenses and leave more money in seniors' pockets.
Questions and comments? Brief question, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and I have such a good time working with her on committee, but what I've heard from the Conservative leader is that he plans to cut the CPP. That will place, seniors in greater poverty. But my question is in regards to guaranteed livable basic income, particularly for women. We know a lot of women work their whole lives, but in unpaid care work, who are now becoming seniors that are living in destitute poverty. We know GIS rates are not keeping up. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague supports giving a guaranteed livable income to seniors.
A brief answer from the honourable member King Vaughan.
And I thank my honourable colleague. I've enjoyed working with her on committee. What we need to do is we need to visit the tax structure in this country, because right now the tax structure is not fair. If we can reduce taxes and ensure that there's more money left in the pockets of seniors and every individual, we wouldn't even be having this discussion, because seniors have worked their whole lives, and she's correct about that, and we need to ensure that we provide them with the essential necessities of life. And I'm looking forward to making sure that when we form government, seniors will not be left behind.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I'd like to inform the House and you that I'll be sharing my time with a member from Charlottetown. Once again, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great opportunity and privilege to rise in this House to participate on today's debate on Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. The legislation would deliver key measures from the 2023 Fall Economic Statement as well as the Budget 2023 to help middle class by stabilizing consumer prices and making housing more affordable by supporting the construction of the homes that the Canadians need. Our approach to tackling housing crisis is multifaceted.
I hate to interrupt the I'd like to interrupt the honourable member from Richmond Hill. I know that he is at the beginning of his comments and we'll restart the clock for him to start, but I think it's important for all members for the Speaker to make a ruling, a brief statement regarding questions raised earlier today concerning the interventions during presenting petitions. Standing Order 36.7 is clear. It states, and I quote, "On the presentation of a petition, no debate on or in relation to the same shall be allowed," unquote. Comme le précise aussi la procédure et les usages de la Chambre des communes.
In addition, House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states at page 1192, and I quote, "No debate is permitted during the presentation of petitions. Any comment on the merits of a petition, even a member's personal agreement or disagreement with the petitioners, has been deemed to constitute a form of debate and is therefore out of order. Members are permitted a brief factual statement in the course of which they may allude to the petition being duly certified, to its source, to the subject matter of the petition and its prayer, and to the number of signatures it carries. In any event, petitions are not to be read in their entirety, and members presenting them should avoid straying into debate or argument." Unquote.
As they currently stand, the rules of the House do not allow for petitions to be debated. In essence, the role of members in regard to petitions, and it is an important role, is to act as an intermediary between petitioners and the House for the sole purpose of presenting the views of petitioners to Parliament. Thus, members should not be commenting on petitions they present. While some latitude is occasionally granted, the Chair has generally been quick to call members to order when they veer too strongly into debate. This morning, in the moment, I concluded that the member for Battle River Crowfoot was engaging in debate when he criticized another member for not presenting the same petition and was thus out of order. I've had an opportunity to further review the matter, and I've concluded that this was the correct interpretation. Members are, of course, free to challenge each other during debates within the established bounds of decorum in the House, but it is inappropriate to criticize individual colleagues while presenting a petition. This is especially true as there is no opportunity for members to respond to the attacks launched against them. To use the occasion of presenting a petition to question another member's commitment to their constituents is clearly inappropriate. La Présidence a...
While the Chair frequently has reminded members of the rules for presenting petitions, when the Chair deems it necessary, it can also admonish a member that persists in breaching the rules and defying the authority of the Chair. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 320 states, and I quote, "On occasion, a member who is called to order by the Speaker may not immediately comply with the Speaker's instructions. In such a case, the Speaker has given the member time to reflect on his or her position, declining in the meantime to see the member, should the latter rise, to be recognized, unquote.
There are numerous instances of my predecessors having called to order members when persisting in debating a matter when it was not permitted, to the point of not recognizing them for the remainder of the sitting or until such time they complied with the chair's direction. This informed my decision when the matter was raised. I also considered the decision made by the Assistant Deputy Speaker on December 12, 2023, when a similar situation arose. When the member for Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies, made a similar comment, he was called to order and was told that this was inappropriate. When he then repeated the same comment, he was asked to apologize. Même si certaines
Even if some members do not agree with this approach, when the chair directs a member to withdraw remarks and apologize, the member to whom such a request is directed is bound to do so. Disregarding the authority of the chair can be considered a disrespect for the House.
Should the member for Battle River Crowfoot apologize as requested, he would then be recognized by the chair. I hope this clarifies the matter, and I thank all members for their attention, and I thank the Honourable Member from Richmond Hill for allowing the Speaker to make this presentation. The Honourable Member from Richmond Hill has 10 minutes on the clock to start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to inform the House that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Charlottetown. Okay, Madam Speaker, once again, thank you for the opportunity and privilege of rising the House and participating in today's debate on Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. As said, the legislation would deliver key measures from the 2023 Fall Economic Statement as well as the Budget 2023 to help the middle class by stabilizing consumer prices and making housing more affordable by supporting the construction of homes that Canadians very much need. Our approach to tackling the housing crisis is multifaceted. And to that note, the federal government is collaborating with the provincial and territorial government across Canada to do a number of things, such as cutting the red tapes, speeding up permitting approvals, lifting zoning restriction, and consequently building more homes much faster. This collaborative effort has already yielded substantial result as evidenced by the following. Construction of more than 71,000 new rental homes through the allocation of over $25 billion in low-cost financing via the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. This is an initiative that I got a lot of calls in my constituency from the developer that are very much interested to participate on it. Also targeting the construction of over 12,000 affordable homes for those in severe housing need or experiencing homelessness through the Rapid Housing Initiative. So 12,000 more homes for homelesses and 71,000 new rental homes for those who are looking to rent, as well as providing housing providers with low or no cost options to build 4,500 new homes by utilizing over $200 million through the Federal Land Initiative by repurposing the surplus federal lands and building. So we are now also getting involved by providing those surplus federal lands and allocating and working with partners to build. Investing also $6.7 billion in housing for First Nations under reserve, as well as Inuit, Métis, and First Nations self-governing and modern treaty communities. To maintain pace with our expanding communities, we recognize that rental housing supply must also increase. Builders need access to low-cost financing, enabling the construction of more rental new units much faster. The federal government has already made significant strides in this direction, but naturally, there's more to come. The 2023 Fall Economic Statement announced an additional $15 billion in new loan funding for the apartment construction loan program starting in 2025-2026. This supports the construction of additional 30,000 new units across Canada by bringing the total loan funding over $40 billion, and by 2031-32, this program will have contributed to support of over 100,000 new apartments for people to live in. Affordable and community housing also plays a critical role. So as we saw, we're talking about housing, we're talking about rental, now we're talking about affordable and community housing for those most vulnerable Canadians with a place that they can call their home. To build more affordable housing for the most vulnerable Canadian, an additional investment to support non-for-profit co-op and public housing providers has been announced in the 2023 Fall Economic Statement to build more than 7,000 new co-op homes. To help build more homes faster, the 2023 Fall Economic Statement also removes the goods and services tax from new rental home construction for cooperative housing corporation, providing long-term accommodation as well as apartment building, student housing, and senior residence. This move, alongside the formal establishment of the Department of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities, underscores our commitment to support the construction of homes across Canada. Madam Speaker, I'm particularly proud of the recent initiative in my riding of Richmond Hill. On Monday, November 27, 2023, I joined my honourable colleague, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, as well as my neighbour, Member of Parliament for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, and our Mayor of Richmond Hill, His Worship Mayor David West, in announcing an agreement to fast-track over 780 housing units over the next 3 years in my riding. This initiative is part of a broader vision to create over 41,500 new homes in the next decade, supported by a $31 million investment from the Housing Accelerator Fund for Richmond Hill. Madam Speaker, I'm also proud to witness our government's substantive investment in our community that demonstrates what can be achieved with innovation, collaboration, and steadfast resolve to address the housing needs of Canadians in Richmond Hill and across Canada. I congratulate the municipality of Richmond Hill for their innovative housing action plan and the broader community in Richmond Hill, as well as other municipalities within the York region who are the recipients of this fund. In addition to addressing housing need, Madam Speaker, our government is acutely aware of the challenges posed by global inflation, particularly the high cost of food, and is actively working to alleviate the burden on Canadians. Recognizing the importance of affordability in our daily life, new measures have been implemented last fall to make groceries more accessible and more affordable. Key among these initiatives is the amendment of the Competition Act through Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Grocery Act. This amendment aims to enhance competition in the grocery sector, thereby helping to lower costs and offering Canadians more choices in their grocery shopping. Furthermore, we are actively working on securing commitments from Canadians' 5 largest grocery chains, which constitute 76% of the market, to assist in stabilizing prices for Canadians. The establishment of a grocery task force further bolster these efforts. This task force is not only supervising the effort of major grocers to stabilize prices, but also actively monitoring and investigating other practices in the sector, such as shrinkflation. Madam Speaker, as we move forward, the government remains vigilant and committed to ensuring that Canada's largest grocer uphold their promises to stabilize prices. The bill would also advance the government's fiscally responsible plan to build a cleaner, stronger economy. It introduces measures to create well-paying jobs, generate growth, and build a cleaner economy that works for everyone by advancing Canada's competitiveness through the implementation of the investment tax credit. Madam Speaker, as we know, our government has been in the position to be the 3rd largest recipient of foreign investment, which is the envy of the world. Understanding that I only have 2 minutes left, Madam Speaker, the investment tax credit are a key part of the government's broader plan to work with the industry toward the goal of decarbonization, which includes carbon capture, utilization, and storage investment tax credit. Madam Speaker, Bill C-59 and the Fall Economic Expansion Implementation Act, it is evident that this legislation represents a comprehensive approach to some of the most pressing challenges facing our nation, namely affordability, environment, housing, and security. In essence, Madam Speaker, supporting Bill C-59 means endorsing a strategy that balances economic growth with environmental stewardship and social responsibility. It is a step towards not only addressing the immediate need of our citizens, but also securing a healthier, more prosperous future for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honour from York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, but, you know, I got to tell you, I'm shocked. He mentioned in his speech about cutting red tape, and Madam Speaker, breaking news. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business Paperweight Award for the most absurd red tape just went to CBSA, Canadian Border Services, Health Canada, and Finance Canada. What do they all have in common? The $54 million ArriveCan app. This member sat with me on committee yesterday and voted against a common sense motion to cut red tape. So he's upside down. He's obviously wrote his speech 2 days ago. So if he could clarify how this federal government, with S6 languishing in the House, is actually cutting red tape and making that a priority.
The member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge that the honourable member did appear in the OGO committee on Monday. I believe his first appearance in many sittings that we've had, with a motion for a study that had absolutely nothing to do with cutting red tapes and citing unrelated and unsubstantiated references as a preamble, and asking the government to remove all red tapes across all services, across all sectors within 30 days, Madam Speaker. So if there's anybody who's upside down, I think it's the member and his party that's upside down, that's asking us, representative of people, to remove all regulation, remove all red tapes within 30 days across all sectors, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Comments, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this government says it's great at the environment and is putting in place all of the measures necessary to protect the environment. Nevertheless, $83 billion has been offered to oil companies by the government in tax credits in the last two budgets. Add to that the billions of dollars given for the implementation of carbon capture and storage plants that are considered by international experts as a mirage, something experimental. I'd like to know my colleague's point of view on what real measures the government will put in place to definitively support the environmental economy.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleagues. I have the privilege of working with this member as well in our Government Operation Committee, and I found her quite ethical and supportive. On the note of environment, our government from day one supporting measures that protect the environment has been one of the four pillars that this government has been focused on. Now, as it relates to the tax credit for businesses, specifically oil and gas, with the focus on capturing the CO2 and capturing the carbon, this is best practices. This is what's being done, and I'm not sure when the honourable member is talking about that these are phantom policies. They are not. They are best practices, and we are working with the industry to make sure that not only we support them in protecting the environment, but also enabling the labor force, the Canadian who are in that sector, by supporting them through various labor laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I mean, as you know, we have an affordable housing crisis in this country. And part of the issue is the current Liberal housing, national housing strategy and their definition of affordable. Their definition of affordable is not affordable. We need more affordable housing with rent geared to income. We need more co-op housing. I'm wondering if my honourable member across from me feels it necessary to actually create a definition of what affordable really is so that more people aren't left out on the streets.
A brief answer from the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much. So I indeed agree with the member across that we need more affordable housing, and we need to make sure that the price of the house, whether it's affordable, whether it's community-based housing, etc., is reflective of the wage growth. And the whole issue of affordability, of being able to secure a home for your future, is something that our government is committed and is continuing to work on. And as you heard during the question period, we are rolling out every day measures to be able to help Canadians secure their homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of the residents of Charlottetown, the birthplace of Confederation, in support of Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act, as tabled by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. These last few weeks, I've had the privilege of spending time in the constituency, having meaningful conversations with residents on their priorities, their concerns, and their hopes. In doing so, I've heard their message loud and clear. Canadians want their government to manage the needs of today while having a solid plan for tomorrow. And that's why I'm pleased that our government's Fall Economic Statement reconciles these equally urgent demands through a fiscally responsible plan that addresses the concerns of Canadians and lays a foundation for the future. The statement focuses on several key areas, the first of which is housing. We know that housing is top of mind for Canadians of all ages, from young first-time homebuyers to seniors looking for accessible housing that allows them to stay in their communities as long as possible. In 2019, this chamber recognized that in Canada, housing is a human right, and our government is making sure that this right is within reach for everybody, regardless of income or region. In Prince Edward Island, our housing supply is currently increasing at only a third of the necessary pace for all islanders to have a place to call home. It's critical that we build more homes faster. The housing initiatives in Bill C-59 include an additional investment of $15 billion into the Apartment Construction Loan Program, which provides low-cost financing to builders and developers, and the speeding up of financial approvals to federal housing construction programs. These initiatives will directly address the need to increase our housing supply. Indeed, along with existing programs, they will create over 200,000 new homes in the next 8 years. And I'd like to take a minute to celebrate one of these existing programs, the Housing Accelerator Fund. Since September, our government has signed agreements with municipalities to build over 21,000 new homes from coast to coast. By working with local governments, we are ensuring that we are meeting the unique housing needs of each town and city while also laying the groundwork for long-term housing sustainability. In Prince Edward Island, one of these agreements has been signed with the City of Summerside. The City of Charlottetown is in the final stages of negotiations to conclude an agreement with the Government of Canada. It has been a long process because our minister, the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, has basically he's pushed a hard bargain, but it appears that we are very close to being able to make an announcement, and I look forward to that day. Our government is also increasing access to the existing housing supply by cracking down on non-compliant short-term rentals. Bill C-59 will deny tax deductions for those short-term rental operators who do not abide by the proper provincial and municipal licensing requirements. We will also invest $50 million over 3 years to support enforcement of municipal restrictions on short-term rentals. I'm particularly pleased by this measure as short-term regulations came into effect in my riding in the city of Charlottetown just last November, and proper enforcement would bring hundreds of units back into the long-term rental market, making it easier for islanders to find a home. And just to give a little local context, Mr. Speaker, Prince Edward Island is a place with 180,000 people who receive 1.5 million visitors a year. And therefore, if you're in the short-term rental market, it's a pretty lucrative business. And because it's a pretty lucrative business, it has a significant impact on the housing stock. This measure contained in the fall economic statement will be a very significant aid to ensuring that short-term rental operators stay within the established rules. Those rules have been thoughtfully put together by Charlottetown City Council to address the challenge that we have around short-term rentals, around the housing stock, which is all tied in to how lucrative it is because of how popular Prince Edward Island is during the tourist season. When we look at housing, our government is not only addressing supply, but also affordability. I'd like to quote the PEI Fight for Affordable Housing, which advocates for safe, affordable, and accessible homes. Governments must be ready and willing to intervene in the market in order to preserve existing affordable housing, which is at risk. This is the political leadership that Bill C-59 shows by removing GST from new co-op rental housing and investing $1 billion over 3 years to support nonprofit, co-op, and public housing providers to build more than 7,000 affordable homes by 2028. These are welcome initiatives that will allow middle and low-income Canadians to access a safe, stable home to live and thrive in. Under the National Housing Strategy, again, just in the riding of Charlottetown, a city of 45,000 people, under the National Housing Strategy, we have received more than $80 million and have built or are in the process of building 430 homes. About half of those are deeply affordable under the National Co-Investment Fund or the Rapid Housing Initiative, and the other half are below market rents. This isn't just photo ops. All but one of those projects is built and fully rented. And when I say fully rented, no vacancy. And that is the case right across Prince Edward Island with the challenge we have with supply. For current homeowners, Bill C-59 introduces the Canadian Mortgage Charter, which looks at new measures for tailored mortgage relief and ensures Canadians are informed of their mortgage relief options at a time when interest rates are high. This is a crucial initiative that will help homeowners keep their homes through financial difficulty. Through Bill C-59, we are demonstrating the commitment to support all Canadians, be they renters, potential home buyers, or mortgage holders, in meeting their housing needs and for generations to come. The Fall Economic Statement also recognizes the challenges facing seasonal workers. So included in the Fall Economic Statement is something called Pilot Project 22. Pilot Project 22 will provide 4 additional weeks of EI benefits for the regions of this country that have the most seasonal workers. That includes all of Prince Edward Island. So this will be a significant benefit to all seasonal workers on PEI. It is, however, a Band-Aid. And it's a Band-Aid that has proven necessary by a cynical political maneuver that happened to seasonal workers in Prince Edward Island in the dying days of the Harper government in October of 2014, when Stephen Harper split PEI into 2 zones, and in so doing favored one part of the island, pitted islanders against one another. People working beside one another in the same seasonal operation were treated differently at the end of the season. And this is compounded by, quite frankly, the last 8 years of our government where we haven't reversed this cynical maneuver. So I'm here on behalf of the people of Charlottetown to say Stephen Harper should never have done it to us, but it should be fixed by now. And That has been a recommendation from the Standing Committee on Human Resources on a couple of occasions. It's been in the mandate letter of the relevant minister, this one and a previous one, and we're still in a situation where we're putting a Band-Aid on this problem. That Band-Aid will help those that are eligible for EI, but it doesn't help those that aren't eligible because their period ran out because of what Stephen Harper did, and they're on welfare. That's the situation. So it's a good thing as far as it goes. Mr. Speaker, over the last 8 years, our government has introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted over 400,000 children out of poverty since 2015. We've worked with the provinces to deliver $10 a day childcare, which will deliver 250,000 new affordable childcare spaces by 2016. Through these measures, we will continue to support families. The measures I have highlighted, as well as all others contained in the fall economic statement, build on the work that we've already done and sets the stage for the next few years. I am again pleased to speak to this ambitious, fiscally responsible statement and how it will address the needs of hardworking Canadians. I encourage every member of this chamber to support the statement and vote in favour of Bill C-59. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting, the rosy picture that the member Cross paints, but in his own province, it would appear that there's 700 families a month going to a food bank, which is an increase in 200 per month over 2 years. In 2015, the average rent in PEI was $790 a month. It is now more than $1,750 a month. Violent crime from 2021 to 2022, 1 year, increased 5.5%. Could this member please explain to all those great Canadians who are listening, including those in PEI, what the great job his government is doing has led to the crime and chaos, doubling of mortgages and doubling of rent that we see all across this great country, for which his government's responsible? Shame on you.
The Honourable, shame on through the chair, the Honourable member for Charlottetown.
I'd like to thank my friend from Cumberland Colchester for that question, and I also expect, as someone who has advocated so strongly and so successfully for the removal of HST on psychotherapy services, that he will in fact be supporting Bill C-59. I expect that it's in C-59 because of his advocacy. Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that we are in tough economic times. There's absolutely no denying that. And that is the reason for the measures that are contained in C-59. That is the reason for $10 a day childcare. These measures are working. There is a lot of work to do. I acknowledge that. There are people that are hurting, and we will continue to be there for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? L'honorable député Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fall economic statement was read in the fall, and now it's the end of the month of January. Later this week it will be February. And so we expect a budget in March or April. Does the member really expect, at the rate that the government is having bills adopted or not? I'll say, Mr. Speaker, it seems like the legislative calendar for 2 or 3 years with the Liberals is very weak. Does he sincerely expect that this bill will be passed before the next budget? Are we doing all of this for nothing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. He's right. It's very difficult in the House. There isn't much collaboration. There were many legislative maneuvers during the last session to delay the progress of any bill put forward by the government. I look forward to seeing this bill adopted. I'm confident that it will provide benefits to my constituents and to all Canadians. But the rate of all of these processes really depends on all members here. There's a real absence of collaboration, and from time to time, I think it's not necessarily in the best interest of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Come on to our questions and comments to the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In his comments, the member mentioned just how long it's been taking for the Liberal government to take action on employment insurance reform. Recently, there was a Social Services Tribunal ruling that says that denying women access to their regular employment insurance benefits for having taken employment insurance maternity leave is a case of clear gender discrimination within the employment insurance system. Would he agree that that's something that should also be fixed on an expedited basis?
The honourable member for Charlottetown, with 40 seconds.
I want to thank the member for that question. One of the reasons that I am repeatedly told as to why the zoning problem in Prince Edward Island hasn't been fixed is because the government is intent on a major overhaul of the entire EI system. That, for me, is frustrating, but that would give the chance to solve my problem and the problem identified by the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We do have time for a quick interchange. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the federal government, the Prime Minister, has been trying to work with municipalities. We've had the Minister of Housing literally going across the entire country talking to mayors and to councils to work out deals on to how the federal government can support building housing throughout our country. Yet, we see the Leader of the Opposition literally trying to bully mayors, calling them incompetent, subjecting them to ridicule through his platforms at every opportunity he gets. Which approach does the member think is better and more constructive at actually getting houses built across the country in a way that will benefit Canadians?
We're already out of time, and I'll allow the honourable member for Charlottetown to have a quick answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this confrontational approach, it has no place here. It has no place anywhere. It certainly has no place in the intergovernmental relations. The model that was used by the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities to urge Charlottetown along to get on board with the Housing Accelerator Fund is one that is going to bear fruit, and it is one that recommends, that displays a level of respect that is merited among public leaders at all levels.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a moment off the top to ensure the memory of my father is forever etched into the record of this place. Over the holidays, my brother and I and our families lost our father suddenly, Michael Lantzman, whose sacrifices are the sacrifices of heroes. We know that he couldn't wait to see the love of his life in the center of our universe, who we lost 3 years ago, my mother, Ora Lantzman, in the next world. And together, I think they're reunited, knowing that they built a life for us, which has given me the opportunity to ensure that Canadians will know their selflessness, their sacrifices, and their hardship, as I will continue to be guided by the values they imparted and tell their story as I have in this House, because their story is the story of so many Canadians who chose this country and made it their home and built a better life than the one that they left behind. His memory will be a blessing, and I certainly will make sure of that. Mr. Speaker, for some, back to regularly scheduled programming. For some, the holiday break was a chance to rest, to see family, to do the important work in community. But for this Prime Minister, it was a chance again to flaunt the rules and demonstrate just how out of touch he is. Let me start by saying that this Prime Minister has bad judgment. We've seen it. This is a guy who thought it would be a good idea to dress in blackface, to dress up in costumes on a business trip, to flagrantly and blatantly break the ethics laws multiple times, and to provide trust in his ministers who do exactly the same thing. But we're still shocked to see him last month accept a free luxury stay valued at over $84,000. Mr. Speaker, $84,000 is more than the average family makes in a year. It's the sum that could buy 20,000 meals for a homeless shelter. It's the sum that translates to over $9,000 a night, and I would be very interested in learning from the Prime Minister at a future question period, what $9,000 a night might buy. But I would be even more interested in learning why he didn't have the common sense to refuse that free stay, knowing just how ethically dubious and out of touch it is. And look, it's evidenced, of course, by the PMO changing their story on 3 times on who paid for the luxury vacation and when. But let me say this, and I think the Canadians would agree. The Prime Minister has every right to take some time off, as do all Canadians. But this luxury vacation, its cost, its size, its magnitude is just another example of conveniently deciding to set aside any personal or professional principles to profit from his status in office. And it further proves that he is simply out of touch, and it underlies that he understands nothing about the Canadian middle class. The fundamental truth is that the Prime Minister, who is so comfortable in the lap of luxury, cannot pretend to understand Canadians that are struggling. And it's evidenced by this bill that we have seen in this House that fails to meet the needs of the middle class, to meet the needs of struggling Canadians from coast to coast to coast who tell their MPs, and I'm sure that they hear it on the other side, of their struggles. Now, we have rent prices that have doubled. We've seen the reports throughout Christmas. Housing prices have doubled under this government. The cost of home heating has doubled. The price of groceries has increased 25% this year. All after 8 years of this Liberal government led by this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister says that Canadians from all walks of life who are struggling because of statistics like this are just grumpy. That's what he said in a year-end interview. And I have to say to the Prime Minister, grumpy is something that happens when perhaps your private jet breaks down or the custom sock store runs out of your favorite pair. What's happening right now is not people being grumpy. It's people that are faced with the fear and anxiety that comes with thinking about the survival of their families, and people confronting a reality that their generation or their kids might not be better off than they were. That's real fear and anxiety out in the Canadian public right now. People fear their lives in the face of violent crime that is up 39% since 2015. Gang-related crime that's doubled. People are scared when they are faced with the highest murder rate in 30 years. People in the GTA can't even park their car in a laneway because auto theft is up 50%. In just 2 years, it's up 217% since he's come to office. That's if they're lucky enough to even have a laneway at all, because to buy a home in Toronto, you need to commit nearly 85% of your income just for housing costs. Under this Prime Minister, Canada is still on track to have the worst economic growth out of 40 OECD countries, while inflation and high interest rates take more money out of Canadians' pockets and off their paychecks. Housing remains unaffordable thanks to the refusal to force gatekeepers to get out of the way and actually build homes. On top of this, it is the former immigration minister who broke our immigration system, overwhelmed our housing market with policies that, according to his own cabinet colleague, the current immigration minister, caused the system to get out of control. Despite this, and as usual, people fail upwards in this government. And that minister's failure was recognized when he became the new housing minister, expected to fix the problem that they in fact created over the last 8 years. People, 2 million people a month visit food banks just to put a decent meal on the table. Or worse, they go without. The response to all of this is the fall economic statement. It's an anemic response to a country that so many beyond these walls recognize anymore. We know the source of the misery and we all want it to be over. It's out of control government spending that drives up the cost of goods, the goods that we buy, and the interest that we pay. It's the out of control taxes that make it more unaffordable to buy a home, to put gas in the car, to buy groceries. It's the out of control bureaucracy that makes it harder to build things and create good paying jobs. So the solution is, of course, to cut spending, to cut taxes, to cut the bureaucracy, but instead this bill will continue the deficit spending that is putting us way beyond our means. And now Canadians are realizing that he is just not worth the cost. But this is what we expect. This is what we get after 8 years of this Liberal government. We should now expect that the government does the opposite of the rational thing. We should expect that this Prime Minister is going to remain detached from the everyday realities and ignore every single point of view that differs from his own. The country needs a lot of change after 8 years. We cannot entrust the people who have gotten us into this mess to get us out of this mess. And after a cabinet retreat in a downtown luxury hotel about the middle class, of course, far away from anyone in the middle class, and after a Christmas where Canadians actually cut back without anyone over there taking notice, my Conservative colleagues and I are looking forward to a day where we can see a fall economic statement that actually addresses the misery that Canadians have been telling us about every single time that we are at home in our communities. There is going to be a clear choice. You can have the Liberals that will raise your taxes and inflate regulation and red tape and pump up inflation and interest rates and let crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder run rampant. Or you can have Conservatives with a simple plan of axing the tax. We're going to build homes, we're going to fix the budget, and we're going to stop crime. That will be the future choice for Canadians. And it's a future where housing is affordable, where food is affordable, where communities are safe, a future where our nation is strong at home and back to being respected abroad. And we know that that future is possible because we knew it before. Life wasn't like this before this government, and life will not be like this when they are gone.
Well said. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see my friend and neighbor in riding stand in this House and speak on the fall economic statement. And again, to you, the honourable member from Thornhill, my condolences on your father's passing. Mr. Speaker, in the city of Vaughan, or a few months ago, we announced an investment of $59 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund to assist the city of Vaughan in accelerating and speeding up the approval and development of projects, housing projects for the homes, for the individuals that live in our city and the families that are moving to our city. About 7,000 to 10,000 people a year move to the city of Vaughan. The honourable member is well aware of this. And much like the honourable member at one time worked in a prior administration where they collaborated with the provincial government to announce the building of the subway that is now in the city of Vaughan, our government has collaborated with the city of Vaughan for a $59 million investment. Does this honourable member not agree with this investment that will benefit the city of Vaughan, the residents, current and future, that will live in the members' riding, my riding, and the other members' riding, please?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Sure. Well, I appreciate the member opposite and my neighbour standing in fancy photo ops with the mayors and the housing minister making announcements. But the homes haven't been built in Vaughan. In fact, under 8 years of this Prime Minister, rent has doubled in Vaughan. The price of a house has almost doubled in Vaughan. The price of a mortgage interest rate payment has doubled in Vaughan. And it used to take 25 years to pay off a mortgage in Vaughan, and now it takes most people in the GTA 25 years to save for a down payment. So I'm not sure why the member opposite is patting himself on the back, but I will not support his fancy photo apps. We will get houses built. We will get the private sector to put shovels in the ground.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to give my condolences on the loss of your loved one through you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I already kind of know what the Conservative government would look like. under the leadership of the member from Carleton in his 9 years of government, we saw 800 affordable homes were lost under his watch. He supported the Liberals in a $55 billion tax cut to CEOs. We know the number of Canadians living in poverty increased. Healthcare funding was cut by $43.5 billion. 9 veteran support offices were closed. And worst of all, under his watch, retirement, seniors moved to age 67. So I already know the story because I've seen the same old Liberal Tory story since the beginning. So I know that the Conservatives talk a good game about affordable housing when their real plan is to line the pockets of investors. I want to ask my member very specifically, is your government committed to building rent-geared-to-income co-op and public housing?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, thanks to the member opposite for her condolences. But look, at every opportunity, and I think that her constituents ought to know this, she supports the Liberal government at every single stage of the game, in every single confidence vote, to raise taxes, to put forward a plan, a photo-op plan of building more houses. Here, there is innumerable waste on that side. And that's what this government will look like. It will be a government that takes care of people and doesn't line the pockets of their own friends. And I like that the member opposite says, you know, what your future government will look like. I think she should get used to saying that, and we'll certainly put forward a plan when that time comes.
We are out of time, but before moving on to the next member, I believe the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot has a point of order to speak to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to the Chair.
Thank the Honourable Member for that apology. Well, we all know what he's apologizing for. Continuing debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and welcome you back to see. It's good to see you in the chair, this is my first opportunity to speak in the year of our Lord 2024. So I hope members sort out among themselves just what the apology was for, given that memories seem to be somewhat short here. I'm rather hoping that I can bring a little bit more light and heat to this debate, and I propose to divide my remarks into 3 parts. My first part is to refer to the actual fall economic statement. I know that's a novel idea, Mr. Speaker. The second part is to canvass why Canadians are pessimistic about the economy, and then in an aside compare that to why Americans are pessimistic about their economy. So with that, Mr. Speaker, there is a disconnect, and there's no doubt that there's a disconnect between the economic metrics and how Canadians are feeling about their general state of welfare. And so if you open the fall economic statement, the first chart shows that Canada is #1 in the G7 for real GDP growth. If I say that at the front door of some member of my constituency, they probably will close the door on me. Maybe you'll be polite, and maybe it won't, but nevertheless, that's the facts. And all of our peer nations don't experience economic growth at the rate that Canada is experiencing economic growth. And I would contrast the concerns that Canadians have about their economic welfare and ask them where they prefer to be at the bottom of the G7 growth spectrum. Second chart has to do with the foreign investment, and it appears that foreign investors have a great deal of confidence in Canada's prospects. Mr. Speaker, #3 in the world, probably #2 since the United States necessarily attracts far and away the most investment. third chart, Mr. Speaker, is the budgetary balance of projections for G7 nations. As Sir John A. Macdonald used to say, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And so the alternatives are Germany, Japan, UK, Italy, France, and the US. And we're number one in terms of budgetary projections. So for all of the carping and whining and complaining we hear in this chamber about the management of the fiscal framework, Canada is number one. And dramatically ahead of our neighbor to the south. The fourth chart, Mr. Speaker, is consumer price inflation, and it's fallen over the course of the last 12 months about 4 points, a significant drop-off in inflation. Some of these other charts, Mr. Speaker, only economists could possibly be interested in, and very difficult to convey to folks. I sometimes wonder why they put these charts in these economic statements, but they do. Real GDP growth in G7 economies in the quarter 2022 Q1 to 2023 Q3, Canada again number one in economic growth. Unemployment or change in employment, again, Canada is number one, way ahead of all the other nations. In fact, Japan and UK have experienced negative employment growth since 2021 or 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that trying to convince people based on charts that Canada's management of both the fiscal framework and the monetary policy and the economy generally is somewhat of a challenge, and I probably have already lost the chamber. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is a necessary setting in order to address the concerns that Canadians have about their own economic well-being. And I just make the point over again, Mr. Speaker, would Canadians prefer this government and this Parliament to address their concerns from different positions in the charts that I just mentioned? Would they like to be last in economic growth? Would they like to be having challenges with employment? So these are the kinds of, this is the environment in which we operate, and I think it's a necessary corrective to some of the conversation I've heard today. So if you ask what are the concerns of Canadians, economic uncertainty is our number one concern, income inequality, housing affordability, job market challenges, high household debts, climate change and environmental concerns, and global economic trends. I'd put the economic uncertainties in the context of global events. Mr. Speaker, we've had the Ukrainian war, we've had the Middle Eastern war, we've got instability in Asia Pacific, and these concerns are of great significance to Canada, particularly because Canada is a trading nation, and a great deal of our GDP is dependent upon trade. We have yet to see how the rerouting of ships in the Suez Canal area is going to affect Canadian prospects, Mr. Speaker, because that is going to be necessarily an added cost to the cost of goods and services in this country. We have yet to see that play through, but it's a dispute that Canadians are internalizing and recognizing, and expect that the result will be an increase in commodity prices. Income inequality. This is a serious concern, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say that over the course of this government, there have been a number of really innovative initiatives on addressing income inequality. The first and one of the most significant in my riding, Mr. Speaker, is the Canada Child Benefit. Because I have a relatively impoverished riding with quite a number of children. That means something in the order of $100 million a year into my riding alone, which I think is, if not the #1 riding in Canada, but one of the higher-ranked ridings for the receipt of Canada Child Benefit. Similarly with the Canada Workers Benefit, and similarly with the Child Care Initiative. These are all concerns that that have been internalized into Canadians and create anxiety, but the address by the government, I think, is well placed in terms of addressing issues of income inequality. And finally, before you open the trap door and make me disappear, Mr. Speaker, I thought that it is interesting to compare what American concerns are as opposed to ours. Now, a number of them clearly are shared, that income inequality, stagnant wages, job insecurity, cost of living. But one is student loan debt. And you recollect that President Biden tried to do something about that, and Congress has defeated him on that. Healthcare costs, Mr. Speaker. Americans are deeply disturbed by their healthcare costs. Even with Obamacare, they're deeply disturbed. And political polarization and policy uncertainty. You can't turn on a television without commentary upon the almost intractable policy and partisan contrast. Those are not challenges, those last three are not challenges that this country faces thus far, thank goodness. But they do cause a level of anxiety, and we have, in turn, we, if you will, somewhat reflect the concerns of Americans here as far as our own economic uncertainty. So, Mr. Speaker, the reconciliation between the metrics of this economy and how people are feeling about their own personal economy, I think, is the challenge of this government and of this Parliament, and it will continue to vex us all. But I think there are a number of initiatives that the government has taken that can ameliorate the immediate effects, such as the housing initiatives that have been taken. So I'm encouraging colleagues to support this bill, recognizing fully that they are hearing at the door the same thing that we are hearing at the door, that Canadians are concerned about their own personal situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to assure the honourable member that I have no arm for a trap door anywhere in this chamber, even though there's times I would wish I had one. Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is a difference between affordable housing and social housing. One is 10% of below market prices, whereas the other offers constant support and services, which is necessary for seniors. Now, on the topic of seniors 65 to 74, some are well, others are less well. But there two categories of seniors were created, and that is a problem, especially for women. Senior women, they put less money aside for their pensions, and often they took care of their children and other people. They're often natural caregivers. Now, given that the past few budgets and given that this fall economic statement did not put an end to this discrimination toward our seniors, our question is, when will the government put an end to this discrimination? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
In the category of seniors, of which I am a proud member, Mr. Speaker, I, too, share the concern of the Honourable Member. I do take note of the ironies that when there was a boost for post-75 seniors, there was not a boost from 65 to 75. The point being, from a policy standpoint, the older you get, the less able you are to adjust to economic uncertainty. And so I'm sure the Honourable Member would agree with me that our seniors are people that we should address first, and I think the government has done an admirable job in that area.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and an interesting presentation. I'm sure the Canadians out there who are $200 every month away from insolvency were absolutely riveted by that information that they had, telling them how great their lives were. When we know that violent crime in and around Toronto is up around 15%, we know that Toronto has one of the worst housing bubbles in the entire world, and we know that rent has gone up, doubled. We know that mortgages have doubled, and it's almost unaffordable for anybody to live in Toronto, and certainly newcomers to Canada wanting to move there. And I guess I would like the member to rectify for all of us here and all the Canadians watching the incredibly I'll use the word boring, but at least non-enlightening way the rosy picture of Canada was presented, when Canadians know that every day, 2 million, every month, 2 million are visiting a food bank, and as I said at the start, they're $200 away from insolvency. So tell us how this equates to this great job that his government's doing.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Generally, my colleagues don't describe my speech as boring in public. They may privately say that my speeches are boring, but I feel badly for the honourable gentleman who missed the central point of the speech. And the central point of the speech is that the metrics of the country are very good. Would he prefer in Nova Scotia to have 10% unemployment, or would he prefer to have 4% unemployment? Would he prefer to be dealing with the challenges of his constituents with 4% unemployment or 10% unemployment? So, Mr. Speaker, I regret that the honourable member finds my remarks boring, but maybe had he's paid a little bit more attention, he would have been able to articulate the central dilemma that I was speaking about.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague, the chair of our committee, for his speech. He mentioned and referenced how proud this government is. The Liberals are proud of the child care program that they put forward. Of course, something that the Democrats worked very hard to push this government on and are happy to see, for sure, about the value that that has for his constituents, certainly mine, to ensure that especially women can come into the workplace and participate at greater levels. That is very, very necessary in terms of the growth of our economy. However, one thing that the Liberals haven't done is to ensure that those who work within childcare are paid adequately. So potentially, could he explain future plans for the Liberal government to do so that we can ensure that those who are taking care of children while we are at work, and we know that we need that excellent care for those in that sector, are being provided at livable wages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are out of time. We are out of town. I guess we're out of town. We're out of time. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood with a quick answer.
And you're not going to pull the trap door. Thank you. The honourable member raises an interesting issue, and this is where the $10 a day daycare comes in. This is largely a program that is funded by the government of Canada for, in our case, the government of Ontario. The provision of the quality of the daycare worker and the wages she receives, and the quality of the workplace is largely dependent upon the province of Ontario.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House this evening and speak for a few minutes about the Fall Economic Statement and Bill C-59. Of course, fall has turned to winter, and yet the topics that we've been debating in this piece of legislation are as relevant as ever, particularly the topic of housing, and that's where I'll focus my remarks this evening. The need for affordable housing is an issue in every single community in Northwest BC. And I know many members in this House are familiar with what is going on in Northwest BC, particularly the level of investment in industrial development, and that's brought opportunity for many people. There are many people making good incomes in various industrial industries, but not everyone, Mr. Speaker. I remember months ago talking to a fellow on his doorstep in the city of Terrace. He's a carpenter. He was working on the construction of the new hospital in the city, a much-needed and much-awaited project. And he told me about his struggles affording rental housing. He was renting what I believe was a 2-bedroom townhouse, a modest townhouse, and he had 2 kids with a third on the way. And he said, we need more space, my partner and I need more space, and we just can't afford it. There are many people in that situation, Mr. Speaker, and people who are earning even less. When we think about people working in the service industry, there are many people who are struggling to make ends meet and struggling with the cost of housing. What we've heard in this debate is that both the Liberals and the Conservatives are relying almost solely on the market to provide housing solutions. And the ideas that they've presented, whether it's the idea of browbeating what they're calling municipal gatekeepers or building density near transit hubs. Mr. Speaker, Northwest BC doesn't have transit hubs. It barely has public transit. These are not ideas that translate to rural British Columbia. We need different ideas. We need a government that is committed in particular to building the infrastructure that our communities need. In cities like Prince Rupert, that needs a major investment in water infrastructure, in the city of Terrace, in the town of Smithers, in the small community of Port Clements. People are struggling, communities are struggling with the cost of infrastructure like wastewater and drinking water. That is what is needed in order to facilitate the expansion of housing development. These communities will welcome private sector development, public sector development, but they can't do it without the infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, I see you counting down the seconds. I'll leave it there, and I look forward to continuing my remarks at a future date. Thank you.
When we do return, the honourable member will have about 7.5 minutes to get his thoughts out. It being 6:18, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, Bill S-202, standing in the name of Mr. Aldag, Cloverdale, Atlantic City, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, moves that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a recorded division.
So pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved. And as such, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, before I get started, I just want to make sure that I take a minute here to thank all of the great workers in the natural resources sector and also our farmers and our producers for making sure that the lights can stay on when it's minus 50, that our homes can stay warm, that we still produce food, and to all of the transport workers as well, to make sure that the food and the clothing and resources can get all the way across our country, regardless of the temperature, whether it's warmer out like it is today or if it gets to be, like I said, in the minus 50s as it was a couple weekends ago back home in Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand how important it is for us to have energy security. Before we all came back to the House, as I mentioned, Western Canada had to deal with the alarming effects of extremely cold temperatures. The worst of it hit my home province of Saskatchewan, but also in Alberta and British Columbia. And as you might expect, there was a surge in demand for electricity. But this time, It all put a strain on the system. It got to the point that Alberta had to send out an emergency alert asking everyone to limit their electricity use in order to avoid blackouts. For hours, people were asked to do different things to cut down on their usage, such as turn off your lights, avoid cooking with the stove, and delay charging their electric vehicles. Alberta also received some power from other places, including Saskatchewan. Here's what our Premier Scott Moe said at the time, quote, "SaskPower is providing 153 megawatts of electricity to Alberta this evening to assist them through this shortage. That power will be coming from natural gas and coal-fired plants, the ones the Trudeau government is telling us to shut down, which we won't." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, we fired up Boundary Dam 4 down by in the Estevan country there to produce more coal-fired power. And I'm sure the folks in Alberta were very grateful that Saskatchewan was able to do so. Meanwhile, this government's emissions cap would prevent this from happening. Thankfully, we avoided having a worse situation with rolling outages, but it is something that could happen, and we do need to take that situation seriously. And for this NDP Liberal government here in Ottawa, it should serve as a wake-up call. Most people across the country understand that Canadian winters are tough, but I'm not sure if some members or Liberal ministers or parliamentary secretaries realize what it's like to live through a typical prairie winter, where it's normal to have a wind chill of minus 50 degrees. Our average temperatures can be terribly low and last for a long time. They don't just come and go right away. There are times when it actually isn't safe for people to stay outside for very long. You need to be somewhere indoors with a reliable source of heat. That's how you survive. It was one of those extremely cold days when people were faced with the power going out. My province had greater energy demand as well, and we met that demand from reliable sources. When push came to shove, the overwhelming majority of it came from natural gas and a bit from our coal plants. At the same time, we're also able to lend a hand to our friends over in Alberta. It made a difference for them. So it's not a mystery why the Premier says he doesn't want to get rid of affordable and reliable energy. In a critical moment, we all had something solid to fall back on. The real question is why the Liberals are obsessed with weakening our energy supply with their carbon tax, their emissions cap, and the so-called just transition. Not long before this all happened, they announced some new electricity regulations, and they were shocked to hear that the premiers of Saskatchewan and Alberta would refuse to go along with it. Well, this threat of power outages while enduring extreme cold temperatures of minus 50 is exactly why. Are they going to listen to what our Western premiers are trying to tell them? Do the Liberals get it yet? Does the Minister of Natural Resources understand why Saskatchewan won't accept his radical agenda? Will they finally give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin because the question that actually started this late show was about, talked about oil imports as well. So I'd like to address that because that seems to have been at least what generated this further conversation, and start with the fact that it's really important for people and Canadians to know that under the previous Conservative government, oil imports were actually double what they are today. So I think it's just an important piece to take into account when we're talking about these things. I also really feel that it's important that we focus on the fact that the Conservatives need to wake up and realize that climate change is a scientific reality, it requires urgent and sustained action, and that if we take that action, there's also economic opportunity. It's economic opportunities that they should be seizing. Now, when we talk about the work that we're doing to reduce emissions, we've also been working with our allies to become a trusted resource for the energy they need. That's particularly in the wake of Russia's brutal and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. To benefit our growing energy sectors, Canada must consider leveraging all possible sources of energy for export. And of course, that includes conventional energy sources, which we are investing to decarbonize, but most vitally, it's also about continuing on the production of all forms of energy that we're working on, like the exportation of hydrogen fuels. In Stephenville, we launched the Canada-Germany Hydrogen Alliance to ensure resources can help European allies get off of Russian oil and gas. And a key part, and this is something that perhaps the member opposite, having been on the Natural Resources Committee, might really want to focus on, is that part of our work is also on Atlantic offshore wind. There's a bill right now that is at committee. It would unlock Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador's wind power potential. That will help them to power their homes, and it will also allow for the sale of that clean power to make hydrogen fuels for our allies. It's great for their local economies. It's great for their energy resources back home. The International Energy Agency has said that the offshore wind industry is a $1 trillion market, and this House must pass that piece of legislation that's before the House to unlock the potential in the Atlantic for offshore wind. Right now, 45% of offshore wind energy production happens in China. Taiwan and Europe are also making substantial strides in this market, and they have projects also along the east coast of the U.S. If we want to help our allies and claim our share of this massive opportunity, we must continue to move forward with renewable energy and continue to build on the investments we already have in place. Now, taken together, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about all sorts of opportunities that we're building right here. We have a range of investment tax credits to support industry, including those for clean technology, clean hydrogen, clean electricity. We have hundreds of millions of dollars that we've invested to expand infrastructure for zero-emission vehicles across Canada and to support Canadians in making their homes more energy efficient. And we're working with our allies, as I said, on renewable energies. These are important opportunities that we have right here at home that we should be seizing. And so I'm going to take this moment and ask the member opposite, will he work with his party, with the Conservatives, to make sure that we unlock Atlantic Canada's offshore wind potential? It will help to support their energy security, and it will help to create jobs, and it will create opportunities as well for us to help our allies abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, of course, Conservatives support the development of all types of energy. What we don't support is the government picking winners and losers and also putting barriers in the way of provinces being able to set up whatever it is that they want. Now, I've actually worked in the wind industry, Mr. Speaker, and just a quick fact, in Alberta, 88 of 88 wind farms were producing next to zero power when it was minus 50 because it was literally too cold for them to operate. It was too dangerous. So they need to consider that there are other variables at play in a Canadian winter as to why you cannot go that far in on wind and certain other technologies. You can supplement a grid with them, but you cannot replace the reliable, predictable, affordable energy that you get from natural gas. Now, that is something that Saskatchewan has decided to do more and more of, and we have the Chinook Power Station in Swift Current that produces all kinds of wonderful power. They're building another one in Moose Jaw. This government needs to support those kind of projects instead.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping that what I heard from the member opposite is that he's going to be encouraging his colleagues on that side of the House to support the legislation that we have in this House, to support offshore wind and the development of offshore wind in our Atlantic provinces. I'm sure that he recognizes the importance, like I said, to the energy grid in the Atlantic provinces and for the creation of jobs, as well as for opportunities to support our allies abroad. We know that the premiers from Nova Scotia and from Newfoundland and Labrador are in fact asking for the passage of this legislation. I hope that he can change the minds of the people on his side of the House so that we can see that pass quickly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Kitchener.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Parliament back this week, I'm glad to rise tonight to continue pushing on this government to end legislated poverty for people with disabilities, and as a significant step in this direction, to adequately fund and properly implement the Canada Disability Benefit with urgency. Because sadly, while the bill, the Canada Disability Benefit Act, was passed last June, still no money has been set aside for the benefit, and it continues to this day that 40% of those living in poverty across the country are people with disabilities. Tonight, I'll be focused on following up on a specific concern about how the Canada Disability Benefit is being designed. Here's the story. As many Canadians know, nearly every important decision about the benefit, from who is eligible to how much it's going to be, is being left to regulations which are now being drafted. Late last year, though, I began to hear from organizations that serve the disability community that the Department of Finance is considering determining eligibility through the incredibly burdensome application for the disability tax credit. When I say burdensome, I mean it's one of the most difficult government programs for a person to qualify for. It's qualified by submitting a T2201 form, a 16-page form that an applicant needs to have their doctor complete 14 pages of. A recent report from the Kids Brain Health Network in collaboration with researchers from the Disability Policy Research Program and McGill University break down how bad it is. First, long delays in processing applications, inconsistent knowledge of staff leading to rejections that are often viewed as arbitrary. Secondly, difficulties with the T2201 application form, including that it lacks clear instructions and criteria, which then often leads to requests for additional instructions and information, and even specific wording being required for approval. Third, that doctors, their level of knowledge with the form itself and their level of tenacity to reapply will affect the extent to which the applicant may or may not be successful. And then fourth, constant needs to reapply, including for recipients with conditions that are lifelong. As a result, there's an entire industry of disability tax credit consultants set up to charge people with disabilities simply to apply for the credit. Now, we shouldn't even be having this conversation. I thought we'd already solved this issue because back when the Canada Disability Benefit Act was at committee, my team and I were successful with 5 amendments passed to improve the bill out of the 9 that got through. And one of the amendments addressed this very issue. It changed the bill to say the following. In Section 11.1, the Governor and Council may make regulations, F, respecting applications for a benefit, including regulations providing for an application process that is without barriers, as defined in Section 2 of the Accessible Canada Act. When I proposed the amendment, I gave the example of a person with a disability who's already qualified for a program completing their taxes, as is the case for many other benefits. It's all why I asked the minister in December if they would just follow the law that's now passed. She didn't answer me at the time. And so I'm going to ask again tonight. The Canada Disability Benefit Act requires the Canada Disability Benefit to be barrier-free. It's clear the disability tax credit is full of barriers. So will the parliamentary secretary now commit to the government following the law and ensuring the regulations are developed, ensuring the Canada Disability Benefit be barrier-free?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disability.
Monsieur le Président, I want to thank the member from Kitchener Centre for his important advocacy around the disability benefit, highlighting concerns and bringing them to this House. And the disability community is keen and anxious to see that the benefit will be realized and realized correctly. Nous comprenons que de nombreux Canadiens.
We understand that many Canadians living with a disability need additional support that will be provided by the Canada Disability Benefit.
To get money into the pockets of those who need it most. We must get it right. The delivery of the benefit needs to be smooth, targeted, effective, and possible. While the previous Conservative government made promises to Canadians and to the disability community, we actually fulfilled this promise and are going to realize it. Our government has delivered to persons with disabilities. We'll continue doing so. We carefully crafted consultations with the disability community, and I myself, over the last 5 months of being Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, have learned about the disability community, have learned about the contours, the uniquenesses within the community, and there are many. The disability benefit will reflect these contours, these uniquenesses of the community. Bill C-22 received royal assent on June 22, 2023. Immediately, within a month, we announced the start of meaningful consultations. These consultations informed the design of the regulations to serve those in need. This is absolutely necessary, Mr. Speaker. Le processus réglementaire est...
The regulatory process must be respected.
To get it right, then to include those with lived experiences. Persons with disabilities need to have the opportunity to contribute to the design of the benefits regulations. The disability community must have a say, and this is how the benefit will look and will reflect those concerns. In fact, it's required by the Canada Disability Benefit Act. The benefit has the real potential to reduce poverty, to alleviate it, and to support those who are seeking financial security, those who are of working age, and Canadians with disabilities. We know what the target is. We will hit the mark. Our latest engagement has been via an online tool where Canadians throughout the country shared their thoughts in detail on the benefit. We have sought the advice also within key areas from experts and the disability community and advocates. This addresses the member's question on how the application process should be structured. We are now analyzing those responses, those very responses from coast to coast, from advocates, from people who are living with disabilities, and from those with the variations of disabilities that are reflected within our country. We are assessing those responses right now, and we are drafting the regulations. They're being put into the final stage. We are making sure that obstacles are removed so that those people, so that Canadians, those with disabilities, will have access to this important prestation or benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, the fact is that this government has not delivered the Canada Disability Benefit. I will agree, though, with the Parliamentary Secretary that he's right. They do have to get this right. And what the disability community is trying to tell him is that this government needs to follow what is in the Canada Disability Benefit Act. And specifically, that is that the benefit must be barrier-free. And stakeholders are being told that the disability tax credit may be used as a way to access the Canada Disability Benefit. That is in contravention of the Act. It is not what the community is calling for. And so what I've been asking from the Minister, I'm asking again tonight, is very specifically, will the Parliamentary Secretary make clear that the disability tax credit will not be used in delivering the Canada Disability Benefit because it is not barrier-free?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the member from Kitchener Centre for his advocacy. And to pick up on what was just replied, in the previous reply, that we are currently collecting the responses of Canadians who have fed into the process thus far. They are being put into regulation. Those regulations will be first in draft form when again Canadians will be able to reply and to improve them. But the feedback that we're getting across the country is being put into a draft regulations, and Canadians will again have the chance to reflect on them before the benefit is rolled out. This benefit is being done in full consultation with the community, in principle, with nothing without us, which means that we can only get this benefit hand in hand with the disability community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's an honour to be able to rise and address such important issues in this place, and in particular in relation to the question that I asked the Prime Minister on November 23rd, which had specifically to do with the green, what has been come to known as the Green Slush Fund, where we have heard from high-level whistleblowers, bureaucrats, those involved, that have said that this is a sponsorship-level type scandal. And for those who may not be familiar with that specific scandal, because it's about 2 decades ago, when millions of dollars were funneled into Quebec and specifically were misappropriated, public funds misappropriated for the benefit of a few Liberal elites and closely connected. But Mr. Speaker, since November 23rd, we have a growing laundry list. In fact, when I was looking at the list of Trudeau scandals, dozens and dozens, and my apologies, I withdraw and reflect on that to say the Prime Minister's list of scandals and those of his government, the list of those scandals is long, dozens and dozens and dozens since he became Prime Minister. And even since November 23rd, We see a growing list. Most recently, the $80,000+ holiday free gift given by a so-called friend of the Trudeau family, where he didn't have any concerns, like any other Canadian, went and stayed at an $80,000 luxury resort. Mr. Speaker, certainly the Canadians I know don't have friends that own $80,000 per week luxury resorts. We have seen the smackdown in the courts of the Emergencies Act, a calling out of unbelievable proportions, showing that the government was completely wrong in their application of the criteria required to take away the rights of Canadians, yet they did it anyways. Another unbelievable scandal. And this is just since November 23rd that this list of scandals has grown. We see more information related to the Arrive scam app, where it was recently revealed that there is fraudulent activity that continues to force us to ask those questions about where did the money go and who got rich. We see that this pattern of poor judgment speaks to something that not only erodes trust in the institutions of government, because, Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very serious issue and something that will have to be grappled with not only today, but for decades to come as current and future parliamentarians wrestle with the fact that that Prime Minister and those Liberals were so irresponsible with the trust that was granted to them to govern our country. But, Mr. Speaker, what I heard from so many constituents, what Conservatives have heard from across the country, is that while those Liberals are living high, luxury resorts, playing loose with the public purse, is that Canadians are suffering, visiting food banks in record numbers. Mr. Speaker, are seeing the cost of housing become unattainable, unaffordable, and in some cases losing their homes. When a senior goes to the checkout, Mr. Speaker, and is forced to have to, in what is incredibly embarrassing, put items back or ask the cashier to not ring them through because they can't afford those items. Mr. Speaker, the reality Canadians are facing could not be more dire, yet it's those Liberals, scandal-plagued, are so out of touch that they have ignored the reality that Canadians are facing while they and their buddies get rich. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better.
Honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique et du ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources naturelles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the content of the question really, at least in the first instance, maybe slightly now, was about the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. I'm going to be speaking about that. When the government first became aware of the allegations related to the management of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, the minister took action. Immediate action was taken because any organization entrusted with public funds is expected to act with diligence, care, and integrity in all facets of their work. An investigation was undertaken to get to the facts of the situation and determine the most prudent forward plan of action. The fact-finding exercise conducted by the firm of RCGT was just the beginning. That exercise found no clear evidence of deliberate unethical behavior. There were, however, several instances in which the organization was not in full compliance with its contribution agreement. To strengthen practices, SDTC was issued a management action plan with a deadline of December 31st for implementation. SDTC has worked diligently to provide documentation to demonstrate the changes they have made. The department is now in the process of assessing the completeness of SDTC's response and ensuring that the appropriate measures are in place to restore confidence in the management of the organization. Everyone involved is eager to get back to supporting Canadian business. As we know, after discussions with the Auditor General, there is now a full audit of the organization underway. We look forward to the report of the Auditor General and will act with the same prudence we have demonstrated on this file to implement any of the Auditor General's recommendations. There is no cover-up, Mr. Speaker. We have put in place a process for any current or former employee to come forward and share their views. The law firm McCarthy Tetro has been appointed to conduct a review of human resources management at SDTC. The organization has agreed to take the steps needed to enable this thorough review, allowing current and former employees to speak freely without violating any applicable settlement agreements or non-disclosure agreements. This process is underway, and I'm confident that it will lead to strengthened practices at SDTC. The government has done its due diligence. This issue has been taken up in the most appropriate venues, that is the Auditor General, the HR review by McCarthy Tetro, and the Ethics Commissioner investigation. The issues brought forward in this case are important and require us to apply the appropriate due process and due diligence to get the truth. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me translate what the parliamentary secretary just stated. Don't worry, we got it, and it's not really our fault, but if it is, don't worry about it, because we'll figure out some way to deal with it somehow, sometime in the future. But again, just don't worry. We'll move on. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of the irresponsible management of the public purse. Canadians are tired of the scandals. They're tired of the pattern of poor judgment that starts at the top. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come from a rural area where common sense rules. And while those Liberals, in some cases literally, want Canadians to freeze in the dark because of their bad ideological decision-making, Mr. Speaker, it's about time that those Liberals realize that the buck stops with them. It's time for them to take responsibility, acknowledge their failures, acknowledge the scandal that has plagued them every day since they were elected, take responsibility, and start respecting the public purse.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's integral that due process and due diligence continue to guide our actions. The work of the AG, the Ethics Commissioner, and the review being led by McCarthy Tetro will provide the facts that we need to guide our next steps. At the same time, department officials are working to ensure that the organization has met its obligation to implement the corrective measures prescribed by the Management Response and Action Plan. We are committed to ensuring that the appropriate governance structures are in place going forward, and we can all agree on this. It's imperative that we focus all of our efforts on supporting Canadian innovators in the clean tech sector.
Thank the members for their interventions tonight. Also, a quick reminder that when we do have adjournment debate, that we do try to stick to the questions that were originally submitted for that debate. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to a standing order 24-1.